The Nutra-smart Rebuttal by Aleckszander. And this was written in August 2017 in Windsor, Ontario, Canada, and updated in 2021. Over the years, I have encountered several people who searched the name Dr. Wallach and came across this article. This article was enough to turn them off from looking any further into his message, but this article is deeply flawed. Despite this rebuttal, it is my firm belief that the issues in question are not academic. What Dr. Wallach recommends is not theoretical, it is practical. I often say, the proof of the pudding is in the eating, not on the label. Arguing about the label will not change the taste. Results can be debated, but results are hardly mentioned in this article. I also believe that by writing this rebuttal, I am giving the original article attention and time that it does not deserve. We will review the entire article, and I will comment on the relevant points. I have not corrected the spelling or punctuation errors of the original article. And just for the audio version, it's good to know that it's very difficult to take this article seriously in the first place because it is so misspelled and incoherent at times. Now when I'm reading the original article, I'm going to do it in a lower tone, like this. And when I'm reading my own comments, I will do it in my own voice. And the first section of the article here is called How I Came to Be Involved. My wife has a little brother confined to an electric wheelchair who suffers from Duchenne muscular dystrophy, an incurable fatal disease that lessens the quality of life of not only the patient but their whole family. After being assured by medical experts that the disease was incurable and would result in death before adulthood, imagine the surprise of my in-laws when a man with no scientific background at all who had vaguely known the family from years ago, suddenly turned up on their doorstep out of the blue, announcing that he could offer them hope. This hope came in the form of an audio cassette entitled Dead Doctors Don't Lie, the recording of a lecture given by a supposed Nobel Prize nominee called Dr. Joel Wallach, who tells us of how he used to be a veterinarian pathologist who single-handedly discovered that all diseases are simply the result of a nutritional deficiency. Dr. Wallach never claimed to single-handedly discover this information. He acquired it through his extensive education and experience as a comparative pathologist. The majority of the data presented in the original Dead Doctors Don't Lie cassette and to this day in his presentations is public information from mainstream outlets. He also doesn't claim that he used to be these things. He claims, correctly, that he is a veterinarian, comparative pathologist, and naturopathic physician. This author is the one telling us that Dr. Wallach used to have his professional credentials. Dr. Wallach is still currently licensed as a primary care naturopathic physician in Oregon and California and has been licensed for over 35 years. However, the medical establishment wouldn't listen to him due to financial interests in drugs and surgery. Wallach told the story of how all diseases known to modern man are the result of nutritional deficiencies due to the food supply being depleted of minerals, and how a handful of populations around the world enjoyed unusually long lives, apparently due to their living near mineral-rich water that irrigates their lands, referred to as glacial milk. This was one component of the trends in the longest living populations. Dr. Wallach and Dr. Milan compiled 25 common traits between these populations. Lots of minerals is one. They did not all get their minerals primarily from glacial water. All of this information is found in Dr. Wallach and Dr. Milan's book, Immortality. He then told of how there was an area in Utah that native Indians knew of where the drinking water could cure all ails and promote long, healthy life. The tape ended by telling the listener that this source of American glacial milk has been discovered and that bottles of it are available if you were just to phone the person whose phone number was written on the cassette tape. Many companies have used Dr. Wallach's message to promote other mineral products. We do not promote glacial milk. Dr. Wallach has never even mentioned any glacier milk occurring in America. We promote the raw humic shale that healing rivers flow through in Emory, Utah, USA. The product we promote is the raw shale added to distilled water. We do not package healing waters. We make colloidal mineral water from humic shale. Interesting that this author presents this information as if he never even figured out what the basic source or product being promoted was. This information is not hidden. Knowledge of and pictures of the source of our minerals is a primary sales tool. Below, the author seems to understand the source of our minerals quite well. This leads me to believe that these introductory paragraphs are deliberately obfuscating. Also, he describes that it is the action of irrigation in Wallach's description that gives these people their minerals, but then slanderously describes the bottling of this American glacial milk. Irrigation and drinking are different things. Irrigation brings minerals into the plants which are eaten by the humans. The absorption into the plant changes the chemical form of the mineral from inorganic to colloidal or ionic or fulvic. Now, whether the plant is living or long dead in the case of humic shale, those minerals are still colloidal and can still be reconstituted in water at any time. Dr. Wallach never claims one thing to be the key to longevity. Even if minerals are the main thing he focuses on, there are 60 essential minerals in his estimation. That is hardly one thing. And to claim that irrigation with mineral-rich water is a factor is kind of like saying that feeding the modern world depends on fertilizer, because most of our food is grown using fertilizer. This is true, but it does not necessarily mean that we should drink it, or that drinking it would be the key. Although claims made on this tape seemed a bit too good to be true, Wallach did come across as very believable, so out of interest I accepted an invitation to an information evening hosted by Australian Longevity, which sounded to me like it was just some kind of health enthusiast group. I arrived at the Australian Longevity head office at Castle Hill in Sydney, to find out that Australian Longevity was in fact the Australian extension of American Longevity, the multi-level marketing scheme created by Joel Wallach through which he markets his magic mineral water. On a personal note, I did quite a lot of research before formally joining Longevity, which is previously American, Canadian, and Australian Longevity. This article was one of the first I saw. It was brought to me again by the mother of my very first distributor, who was a very good friend and a very well-accomplished individual. She saw this article and looked no further. I looked for answers and found plenty. My personal note is that while reading this, and the handful of other venomous Wallach denunciations, that the tone is very off-putting, very emotional. Every sentence is phrased as a sarcastic insult. I do not appreciate this as a reader or researcher. Longevity was started as a multi-level marketing company, or scheme as this article puts it, on purpose, so that the message and the products move by word of mouth, by individuals teaching and working with other individuals to achieve their goals. Another option Dr. Wallach would have had when deciding how to structure this company would be to open a retail location or an office to practice in as a physician. Longevity was started by Dr. Wallach not necessarily to market products for himself, but because the previous companies he had worked with were marred by bad business practices. Dr. Wallach created the company and left it in the hands of his son, Steve, and continued doing what he had long been doing, traveling incessantly, spreading his compilation of health information. One of the wonderful things about the multi-level marketing or network marketing business plan is that people, called distributors, are only paid on performance. There is no hourly rate. If they make sales, they make commissions. If they teach others this system, they can both earn commissions together. If Wallach had opted to open his own store, first he would need a highly trained staff, and they would need to be paid regardless of performance, as a normal retail or office job would. In a network marketing business, it is the distributors who do the marketing. The company is responsible for producing and physically shipping the products, and they are responsible for paying the distributors and making bigger decisions such as new products or mergers. If Wallach had opted to open a traditional business, he would first have to pay for the manufacturing of his products, which was his initial priority as the product quality was the primary problem in the business he left before starting his own. He would then have to furnish a store or office, hire and train employees, and manage and finance some sort of marketing campaign, which could be the most expensive part of this whole thing. If he had done all of that, in my opinion, few of us ever would have heard of his clinic or store. Keep in mind that Dr. Wallach was ready to retire by the time he started the company. He had had a long career already, he had a big family, and more than enough money to retire. He didn't have to do any of this, but he chose to do it in a smart way, which was to focus on producing great products and supporting the distributors. As to the word magic, the only magic components of this message are 1. The body can regulate and fix itself. 2. The body wants to fix itself. 3. Give the body what it needs to function optimally, avoid the things that hinder absorption or create inflammation, and the body will, indeed, fix itself. These are basic holistic principles. Within this magic is the magic of plants. When a mineral goes through a plant, it comes out in a different form, one easily usable by animals and humans. We humans don't completely understand the magic of nature, or the precise action of many compounds, but to be sure, we are crediting this magic to nature itself, not to magic mineral water. The mineral water is 100% natural, and any magic in it did not come from us. We are not actually promoting the mineral water. We are promoting the plant-derived minerals, which happen to be sold in water, but we put them in water just so as to get them into a human. But we make this water. We do not bottle mineral water. It sounds like a small distinction, but the author is basing a good bit of animosity on this product, and so it is well worth it to be very clear that we are not telling stories about long-lived tons of people in the mountains in order to sell you a similar mountain water we have packaged. The product is mined in its dry form, and water is added. We do not collect mineral water. We make a liquid plant-derived mineral supplement from the raw humic shale. I was told all about the wonderful health improvements that Australian longevity members had received from taking the Pig Pack, the name given to an incredibly expensive combination of dietary supplements, among which included this wonderful glacial milk, which the Dead Doctors Don't Lie tape had left listeners wondering about. Cost is entirely subjective. How much is health worth? How much is a disease worth? How much does poor health cost? And we must repeat, Dr. Wallach has never sold or promoted glacial milk. Our source has nothing to do with a glacier. Our source is a humic shale deposit in Utah. Glacial milk is the mineral-rich river water that runs from glaciers. Some of the longest-lived populations in the world, blue zones, use this mineral-rich water to irrigate their crops with. They do drink it as well, but it is not the drinking that we credit to their longevity. It is their overall mineral-rich lifestyle, particularly from their crops uptaking the minerals that they put into their fields, producing plant-derived minerals in the tissues of the plants. It is the action of irrigation rather than direct consumption of the milk which supplies these populations with their variety of minerals. The plants use the minerals, the humans eat the plants, thus consuming their plant-derived minerals. This author, from beginning to end, demonstrates an astonishing misunderstanding with every aspect of Dr. Wallach's message and products. I give the benefit of the doubt in saying that this is a misunderstanding, rather than anything deliberate. It's either ignorance or malice, and we can assume ignorance. This particular mineral product was promised to be special in that it contained all 60 essential minerals, unlike the small handful that most supplements contain, but most notably contained minerals in their colloidal form, which according to Wallach was the only form in which our bodies could properly absorb them. It is well established that plant-derived minerals, whether colloidal or ionic, far exceed bioavailability of standard mineral supplements. This is easily measured. How much of what is consumed ends up in the blood? IV is 100% bioavailable, directly into the blood. Plant-derived minerals are measured up to 98% bioavailable. The plant-derived part is most important. These measures and comparisons are readily available online. Metallic, elemental, or chelated mineral supplements have extensive, published bioavailability scores. The reason the industry chelates minerals, and why most minerals are chelated, is because bioavailability is so low on raw minerals. If you don't know what a chelated mineral is, it is a raw element coated with something else. That could be some kind of a sugar, amino acid, or any other compound that can coat the mineral and trick our body into absorbing more of it than it would if the mineral remained raw. When you see another word next to a mineral on a label, such as calcium carbonate, that second word is the chelation agent. This chelation process is essentially taking a bunch of raw minerals and tumbling them around in something sticky. This is a kindergarten explanation for something that can be quite complicated, but the gist is true. The reason for this whole procedure is that we human beings do not absorb raw minerals very well. When a raw mineral is absorbed into a plant, it is magically converted into a much smaller, isolated particle with a consistent electric charge. Nutrients absorbed through our tissues are generally small, which is part of the theoretical explanation of why big chunks of grouped together elements would have a hard time being absorbed. We have a sophisticated digestive system that pulls apart food and breaks it down into tiny pieces to be absorbed. We can't really do this with rocks, but hopefully you can see how the size of the elements is of fundamental importance when it comes to absorption. The charge of a colloid is also very important, as we are electrical beings and many of the essential nutrients serve a fundamentally electrical function. I risk overcomplicating things here, but a reader would have no idea of these nuances if they only read the Nutra-smart article. The article suggests that we are selling mountain river water, which would not be colloidal. Colloidal minerals share only name with inorganic elements. We are meant to get our minerals from plants, excluding salt. Humans have always needed to supplement with salt. Wallach's entire case is built upon how successful, no diseases, birth defects, etc., humans and animals survive. My personal favorite test for whether or not something is absorbed is whether or not it works. Again, this is not actually an academic debate. Does it work? Does the human feel better? Are they exhibiting progress in their symptoms? I work with people regularly who were already taking what is associated with their problem. For example, bone and joint problems and calcium. But they still had the problem. They had been taking the thing that they were said to be lacking, and they still had the problem. I have seen them start taking Dr. Wallach's version, and the problem goes away. That says to me two things. One, X problem is indeed associated with Y deficiency, because taking Y fixed X. And two, Dr. Wallach's products are more absorbable than whatever else was tried. There are many factors to a good supplement recipe, and of course the quantities of these nutrients matters a lot. But the end result of a good recipe is good absorption. What seemed most interesting to me was the cult-like nature of this group. Fair point, but irrelevant. What I personally care about is results. I have not seen results with over-the-counter supplements or MD-directed treatments. I have seen incredible results using Dr. Wallach's formulas, including in my own life. My experience with the direct sales industry in general is that it can certainly be described as cult-like, but it can also be said to provide an incredible lifestyle opportunity for anyone who wants it. We do fit most of the criteria of a cult. We have a shared set of beliefs, little tolerance for opposing ideas, and a charismatic leader. This is not relevant to whether or not the system works. Many of them I recognized from the Latter-day Saint, Mormon, church, in which I had been brought up. Apparently, Todd Smith, whom I would later meet in court, was a Mormon who brought the multi-level marketing scheme to Australia and had evidently used the church as a vehicle to spread his business. The meeting involved attendees standing up, giving personal testimonials of how they had been cured of their diseases, and talk of why we should not trust the medical profession when it comes to healthcare, but instead refer to the teachings of Joel Wallach, who apparently was brave enough to rebel against the medical conspiracy to bring us all the wonderful cures we needed to get well and stay well. This meeting doesn't sound like Dr. Wallach was in attendance. Independent distributors and individuals are free to conduct private meetings however they choose. It is unfortunate that the message is not always communicated correctly, but that is not the fault of Dr. Wallach. The last sentence about the wonderful cures we need is written sarcastically, but it brings up an important point. The reason Dr. Wallach has any popularity or people willing to listen to him is because we truly are, by and large, sick and suffering, and we have not found satisfactory answers or treatments from the medical establishment. This is as true in Australia as it is in America. In other words, the average person does have health concerns, and many of them are seeking answers. Some of them find Dr. Wallach, and after trying some of the recommendations, some of them go on to share the message themselves. This whole meeting wouldn't exist if it weren't for the people who were failed by mainstream medicine but succeeded with Wallach. Dr. Wallach doesn't sell cures. Dr. Wallach sells books and CDs. He doesn't charge for speaking engagements or radio appearances. He doesn't charge for advice, and he doesn't sell the products he recommends. The company he started sells those products, and he does not get a paycheck. More importantly, Wallach stresses that his supplements should be used in conjunction with strategic food avoidances and other lifestyle choices. The message is that most health problems can be reversed, and in these cases the word cure is not even appropriate. If something is caught or transmitted somehow, then it can be cured. I wrote the book Fake Diseases mainly to discuss this crucial point. The thesis is that if something does not require treatment from a medical professional, then it should not be called a disease. Degenerative problems are nutritional and therefore do not require medical treatment, and therefore are not truly diseases under legal definition, and thus are not cured. They are reversed. Reversing diseases is controversial, but curing them, in most cases, is illegal even to talk about. We can talk about ourselves being cured, we can talk about animals being cured, but we cannot claim to treat or cure a human disease unless we are a licensed medical professional. The point here is that people actually do need help, and Dr. Wallach and his coalition of the informed are out there teaching people these strategies and promoting corresponding products. I do not believe that we are peddling cures. We are promoting a lifestyle. This, ours is the true group, we have the true leader, spread faith-promoting testimonials, nature of the meeting gave it many of the attributes I had become familiar with growing up in the Mormon church. The man who had originally invited me along even told me that Joel Wallach was similar to Joseph Smith, the founder of the Latter-day Saint religion. because both were humble farm boys, condemned among mainstream thinking for bringing the truth to the people, spread through a small faithful group. I have been to many private meetings held by distributors in Canada and America. I have never really seen anything evangelical. If Dr. Wallach is there, it is usually just another Dr. Wallach slideshow lecture. He updates it, but his presentation to a private group isn't much different from any other venue. If Dr. Wallach is not at the meeting, then it is likely that about a third of the time will be spent sharing health testimonials and some basic information, and spending the rest of the time on the lifestyle aspect of the network marketing proposition. Distributors aren't meant to replicate a Dr. Wallach lecture in a meeting. We are meant to share his lectures before someone is interested enough to attend a meeting or anything like that. Distributors are likely in this business in the first place because of some positive experience with the message and products, but once they are a distributor, they ought to take it seriously, which means promoting the business. This might sound strange, but this is typical in network marketing. There is some benefit to the product or service in any of these businesses, but professional network marketers don't make huge dollars by talking about products all day. They promote the lifestyle, including the business. Some people can take this too far. I have attended more than one meeting about some multi-level business that I had no idea what the product was, or how much it would cost me, and so on. In any case, this meeting described clearly wasn't Wallach's meeting. These meetings were apparently a weekly event, where multi-level marketer distributors were to bring along new recruits to encourage them to sign up and join the pyramid, thus beginning the road to financial freedom simply by finding a handful of friends or family members who could do likewise. No honest network marketer promotes the idea that you can simply sign up a few friends and relatives and be set for financial freedom. Professional network marketers know that this business is a lot of work and a lot of study over a long period of time. It is the mark of an amateur to claim that this business is either quick or easy. Professional network marketers know that not everyone is suited to this business. They will sit someone down, asking them questions to qualify whether or not they are a good candidate to do this business. One of the things that would disqualify someone is an unrealistic expectation about the amount of time and effort required to build a decent income in this business. In the health product business, we expect most of our prospects to be customers, not distributors. At these meetings described, if the focus is too centered on the business, then prospective customers could be turned off. Though the teams I am familiar with in North America usually do strongly emphasize the business, there is definitely an equally strong passion for the products and Dr. Wallach's message. At meetings I have attended, once the speaking is done, the floor is usually opened both to questions and for people interested in buying products or books to go to designated tables to handle that. I have never seen a longevity event of any kind that failed to focus on the health message, or one that did not emphasize the customer aspect of this business. In other words, I have never seen a meeting like what is being described, and I feel that this is probably because of its misleading presentation in this article. If our meetings were only about recruiting distributors, I wouldn't be interested in attending them. Most of the times I have seen Dr. Wallach speak, he will squeeze in a few mentions of the distributor possibility, but it is usually followed up with a simple, "Talk to whoever brought you here about that." Dr. Wallach's role is definitely not to talk about the business, and you will never see a presentation of his that is focused on the business. We were also given lots of health advice advocated by Wallach, which included making sure we consume lots of salt, butter, and animal fat, to avoid vegetable oils. This is solid advice that anyone can use for free to their benefit. A meeting where people can come together and share general health information that anyone can use is a wonderful thing. People in attendance could benefit from this even without buying the products. Since I have never seen an entrance fee to any network marketing meeting, this sounds like a good deal. To avoid vegetable oils and fiber, and of course, to purchase their various nutritional supplements. The word nutritional was put in quotes there. Most notably the pig pack, so called because it was the formula Wallach claims to have used to cure arthritis in pigs, which included the all-important plant-derived colloidal mineral water. Throughout this time I was informed as to the real causes of various diseases such as cardiomyopathy, diabetes, and even baldness and gray hair. The word real was also put in quotes, as if to signify sarcasm here. Dr. Wallach does not tell people to avoid fiber. That would be the same as telling people to avoid vegetables. Dr. Wallach has used mainstream articles and studies which show that fiber was not as beneficial as it has been touted to be. It has been shown that it does not reduce the risk of cancers, and Dr. Wallach has shared that. Arthritis and all other bone problems were eliminated in livestock 1,000 years ago in China by adding ground bones and joints to animal diets. It is not Dr. Wallach claiming to have discovered this. In Wallach's own publicly available autobiography in his book Dead Doctors Don't Lie, and elsewhere, he tells the story of eliminating his own childhood cramping problem by eating calf pellets, which were based in alfalfa and high in calcium. The pellets were already formulated because we already mostly understood these deficiencies way back when Wallach was a kid. The pig pack was one of the first product packages available through Wallach's company. To my understanding, originally he only had the liquid plant-derived minerals from the Utah deposit. People would be sold the minerals and told to buy gelatin packets from the grocery store and calcium-enriched orange juice. This product was called the pig pack, again to my secondhand knowledge, for more than one reason. First, it contains the same ingredients a farmer would give to their pigs to ensure a healthy stock and profitable season. Second, it is illegal to sell a product on the open market that is marketed to treat a specific disease. Substances that treat diseases are called drugs and are regulated entirely differently from supplements. Basically, no supplement can claim to treat or cure a disease, but a pig arthritis pack isn't claiming to treat a human disease, because pigs can get arthritis too. In the animal industries, we do also understand cardiomyopathy and its link with other selenium deficiency problems, such as white muscle disease. Animals born with white muscle disease tend to die of cardiomyopathy shortly after, and their hearts are enlarged. Farmers prevent this problem regularly by giving selenium injections to pregnant livestock. Other words for the same problem in human medicine are athlete's heart, enlarged heart, or Keyshawn disease. Babies who die suddenly, called sudden infant death syndrome or crib death, die of cardiomyopathy. The animal industries also understand diabetes and blood sugar problems in general. The Nutra-smart article is telling the story as if to brush aside these tremendous revelations. Most people do not know that dog and cat and rabbit food has the ingredients required to prevent arthritis, cardiomyopathy, and diabetes, but their human baby food does not. Incidentally, the man who originally invited me to the Australian longevity meeting, who also drives the van with the Dead Doctors Don't Lie advertisement printed on the windows claiming to be able to treat a plethora of serious diseases, gave me, and presumably others, a written copy of his testimonial in which he claims, among other things, that, quote, "My wife noticed my hair, which was totally gray, was returning to its natural dark brown color at the back of my neck and through my gray hair," end quote. Quote, "By the end of week 5, all the above were healed, except hair still darkening. I'm awestruck," end quote. Individuals are free to share any testimonials they like. Even if they say something illegal, it is not in the control of the company, and the company is not in the control of Dr. Wallach. Hair regrowing or recoloring is not straightforward. In my understanding, hair begins to gray and fall out according to deficiencies. If caught early, there is the best chance of total recovery. Once the whole head is balded or bleached, I have seen little recovery. I myself was seriously thin and graying rapidly in my early 20s. I stopped and reversed this before it got too bad, by reintroducing eggs into my diet and later adding Dr. Wallach's nutritional supplements. Now my hair is full and strong and brown. In any case, it is not out of the question for hair color to change quickly. My own hair can sprout many grays from traveling and can start to disappear shortly after I get home. Many of the people who had been brought along by distributors were simply old, sick, and very desperate people who were either sick themselves or had desperately ill family, who had heard Wallach's Dead Doctors Don't Lie tape, and no doubt received advice from Australian longevity distributors, and come along in hope of finding a cure. That is exactly why most of us had been rummaging around the alternative health world. Standard MD-directed care didn't fix the problem. That is also the reason why we are devoted ourselves to spreading the message, because we were sick or desperate or in pain or obese, etc., and are no longer. For example, one man had a good friend who was close to death with uncontrollable diabetes. He was told that if he signed up and purchased a caseload of their pig packs, that within a few months, his friend's diabetes would be back under control. This man and others' first complaint was about the ludicrous price of these magical cure-all products, and were told that they could afford them much easier by joining the pyramid. Of course, pyramids never use the word pyramid. And recruiting family and friends to help spread the business. Out of desperation, many reluctantly forked over their pension money. Every nutrition company has disparaging comments about price. Health costs money, products cost money. There is a lot of money put into things that make us unhealthy. Nutritional products are not covered by governments or insurance. This is the world we live in. The basic magic mineral water is $21.95 US. in 2021, and at the time this article was written, the fee to purchase a distributorship was $10 USD and is currently $30 USD. Forking over pension money is a bit dramatic. Most of the information pertains to not buying things: processed foods, gluten, oil, deep-fried food, over-the-counter supplements, etc. And in my experience, being healthy is much more economical, both directly in food budgeting and indirectly by not suffering the costs of pain and disease. And yes, it is much easier to afford the magic mineral water if you were paid commissions for your word-of-mouth marketing. Obviously, this is best done after the person has achieved their health result. Importantly, it was said here that this person was close to death. Now, I don't know about you, but if I were close to death and wasn't seeing progress from my doctor, I would likely be willing to try anything. Many therapies and treatments are exceedingly expensive. Supplements are not free, but they are not at all in the same range as most other treatments. Even one massage, acupuncture, or chiropractic session could buy some, most, or all of a person's supplements for the month. When I first started this, I had nowhere to live and no car, and basically nothing. No job or stable income. But I had been in pain my whole life. The first product I was pitched was for 65 Canadian dollars flat. I didn't know about the company or the pyramid, and the product wasn't pitched as a cure-all. My friends really liked the stuff and said they were hooked on it. They shared theirs, and soon I was hooked too. That product didn't get me out of pain, but adding another one, the other half of the pair that these products were designed as, my lifelong pain was gone in less than a week. I still didn't have any money, and now I had two products that I didn't want to live without. Even with no money, going back to living with pain was never an option. If I was pitched a package of products that could potentially get me out of pain, I would probably try it. I had tried many drugs and all kinds of things searching for pain relief. I had been addicted to pain creams and sleeping pills. The largest packages available from Longevity cost $499. Even totally broke, $500 is not completely unreasonable. If someone had put that number in my head, I would have at least thought about a way to do that, or saved for it or something. Being broke, you definitely look for the deal. Usually the deal is in a bigger package or bulk order. If I was committing to trying these products for a few months, it would totally make sense to order more at once. I would also have been out of pain about a year sooner, because I would already have had that second product. Why I said all of this is because desperate people are the mainstay of this business. I understand that the products are not the cheapest in the world, especially when the person does not already buy any supplements. This is a totally new bill for them. But it is my honest opinion that pain is not worth it, regardless, and that life really is cheaper if you eat less because you now supplement and are no longer starving for nutrients, causing you to be forever hungry. One of the most valuable services we offer to people is to help them change the key habits that allow them to live by the message. This service is free and really will save both money and misery. People simply cannot get as much value for their dollar as they do with a good group in this company. Most of us who decide to do this as a business have our first goal as paying for our own products. In my life, we used to fantasize about having a huge stock of all the different products, even the relatively expensive add-ons and the nice tasting but unnecessary products. No one has to do the business, but it does make perfect sense, especially if you are already recommending the products. Having spent much of my life poor, I will not accept the cost objection. I will agree that it costs money, and I will emphasize the value in living without pain. Food prices are also currently rising, and I find them very high. But there is no salesperson to blame, and the cost of living without hunger outweighs the cost in dollars. Rather than complaining about the cost of food, my imperative is to earn more, so I can eat securely now and in the future. Think about one more analogy before we move on. What if someone walked onto a car lot, told the salesperson that they have a problem and they need a car? The salesperson tells them the price, and the person says, "Wow, that's a lot." First of all, the statement doesn't mean that the person doesn't have the money or the credit available. Second of all, the money part isn't the problem of the salesperson. The salesperson is there to help people understand the differences between models, the features and benefits of each model, and help them shop and ultimately purchase the model and payment plan that suits the customer best. They might be able to wiggle on the price a little bit, but generally it is understood that cars are not cheap. They're not cheap, but we need them, so we buy them. A couple of years ago, my car broke down and I didn't have any money to buy a new one, or any credit. I had a good friend who sold cars that could give me a good deal, and I asked my mother for a loan. I didn't complain about the price on an online forum or accuse my friend of taking advantage of my desperation. It was a fair price to solve a big problem. In the health business, we face a similar situation, except that our prospects generally have no idea what these types of products cost. Sometimes we get people who bring us bags of products for us to compare to what we are recommending. They have a bag of products and prescriptions because they have health problems and they have been seeking answers. For those people, the sale is easy because we can simplify their program and save a lot of money from not buying 10 or more different products. But the average person can be shocked. We don't tend to buy a month's worth of groceries at once, but that's how we buy supplements. If we do the math, most of us serious people pay less than $10 a day for a very comprehensive supplement program, and the average customer pays less than $5 a day. Someone could be cheap and spread it out, and they would still be getting far more than would be possible from food. Some people come to us expecting the equivalent of a bicycle, but we are promoting cars. It would be great if we only needed to top up on a few key, cheap nutrients, but that is not the case. Our food supply and lifestyles highly contradict our ability to be healthy, and we have to buy the things that are missing. Once we know we actually need quite a lot to keep our body car running, it is much easier to understand the cost of supplements and budget accordingly. The next section is called Why I Became a Nutritionist. So this guy became a nutritionist to refute Wallach? So far he has given us no mention of actually trying any of the products, or even understanding what the products are or are made from, or any general health advice that would supersede Dr. Wallach's message. At this point, I was very uncertain where to turn for more information. It was plain to see, at least from my perspective, that this was all a bit too good to be true, but more than likely had at least some element of truth to it. I considered asking my general practitioner what he knew about the wonders of colloidal minerals. However, I had been led to believe that doctors couldn't be trusted, hence the catchphrase, "Dead doctors don't lie." Not knowing where to go for more info, I took the long road to knowledge and changed my course of study at university to become a nutritionist. In my time in the business, I have encountered several people who took the research approach. They heard the message, they asked for resources, and they went off to research. Most of these people were at the meeting or came up to our booth or store because they had a health problem. We recommend several practical and well-outlined things to do to begin supporting the body. This information does not require a university degree to understand. The chemistry can be complicated, but the products have already been formulated for us. I read Dr. Wallach's books to start, and I can definitely say that I did not know what to do about it, practically. But more research wasn't the answer. I needed to quit a few foods and add a couple of supplements. If this person really became a nutritionist just to research Dr. Wallach's claims, I can say that this is extremely impractical, considering that trying the advice for a fair trial could be completed in a few months, for far less than the cost of school. I've seen people spend months and years arguing about the details of this message, when in reality they could have just tried the advice and maybe fixed their problem. The problem is definitely not going to be fixed by reading another book. To the point about doctors not being trusted, Dr. Wallach spends a lot of time outlining the specific reasons why doctors aren't the people to go to about either degenerative diseases or nutritional information. For the degenerative diseases, we know that doctors only have drugs, tests, and surgeries. This is not speculation or conspiracy. That is the toolkit of a medical doctor. If the problem is not caused by a lack of drugs, tests, or surgeries, then these things will not fix the problem. This perfectly explains the terrible results that the medical world has with chronic and degenerative problems, and it leads us to why we shouldn't ask a medical doctor about nutrition. They are not taught about it. If a professional has gone to school for drugs, tests, and surgeries, that is what they are qualified to seek advice about. That is their wheelhouse. But doctors are not taught nutrition and so are unlikely to be able to offer any insights. If you get hit by a car, you definitely want to see someone who knows about surgeries and drugs. But if you want to know about colloidal minerals, you are better off asking an agriculture student than a medical doctor. To be clear, we are not saying to distrust doctors because they have it out for you or something like that. Most of us will readily admit that most doctors are good people. It is not their fault that over 100 years ago the medical schools locked in on the pharmacological form of medicine. They don't know what they don't know. Of course I learned a bunch of facts about human nutrition throughout this time, but perhaps most importantly, I learned how to examine the evidence behind any claim or belief about something scientific, in this case, health and nutrition. So rather than just believing the bunch of facts and figures that were thrown at me by my lecturers, I approached the claims that Wallach had made by asking, where's the evidence? What I discovered was that Wallach's claims were not only inaccurate, but they were nothing more than clever lies, designed to lull vulnerable people into a false sense of security in order to relieve them of their money. There are several problems in this paragraph. It is definitely important to understand scientific research, and it is equally important to understand what is being proposed in reference to that research. Dr. Wallach is claiming very specifically that only with all 90 essential nutrients present can an organism reach maximum genetic potential. You will not find any human research testing this hypothesis. Nutrients tend to be tested one at a time or in pairs or groups. For example, selenium studies tend to include vitamin E, a direct cofactor. We are claiming that the benefits will likely be weak or unclear if only part of the recipe is included. This is why most research on nutrients in human trials does indeed have a weak conclusion. But Dr. Wallach did not build his case or his career on human studies. He built both with his data from his career as a veterinarian and comparative pathologist. To brush off Dr. Wallach's evidence is, in my opinion, absurd. The information from his gigantic autopsy study is still being used to optimize animal diets. Dr. Wallach presents ample evidence of the failure of mainstream medicine and ample evidence for the benefits of nutrients and supplements. This evidence comes in the form of mainstream scientific and media articles, hordes of human testimonials from the decades that Wallach has been working with humans, and of course his huge data set from his career in pathology and the field of pathology in general. In the next sentence, the author simply says that Wallach's research is inaccurate, which hardly even makes sense. Which part of his research? His career as a pathologist? His research into long-lived people and populations? His research about failed medical theories? About doctor mistakes? Death statistics? What is incorrect, specifically? His presentations are long and he has been doing them for decades. No matter how much this author dislikes Wallach, it is not appropriate to simply dismiss his research. To claim that his presentations are lies would require quite a stretch. Again, he uses numerous sources to collate numerous separate but related concepts. Which parts are lies? The parts where he discusses obituaries of really old people? The parts where he talks about the lifestyles of the blue zones? The parts where he reads news stories about doctor mistakes and death statistics? Is all of this lies? Surely, even the most deceptive person would not create a presentation that was 100% lies. So we would need to be more specific here. Finally, all of this, it is said, is in order to lull vulnerable people into buying the products. The way I see it is, Dr. Wallach could be wrong about some things. Somehow, maybe he could be proven wrong on everything, though I highly doubt that. He could be wrong, but I completely believe that Wallach believes the message he is presenting. Knowing him personally, he basically is the message. He acts the same offstage as on, and seems to think of very little else besides spreading the message. Anyone can be wrong without doing anything wrong. There is no doubt that Wallach honestly believes what he says, and so there is no justification in accusing him of dishonesty for the purpose of sales. I had also come across a handful of people from the church who had been approached by Australian longevity distributors claiming to cure them of their health conditions, many of them who had received no benefit but were too shy or ashamed to let their story be heard. Funnily enough, it was only those who, for whatever reason, believed that they had been cured, whose testimonials were given at meetings and printed on the plethora of Australian longevity's advertising material. People at these meetings or events will be at many different stages in their health journey. Hopefully they do understand that we are promoting more than just taking supplements, because people have all kinds of habits that interfere with good health. Some of these people will have just started and some will be decades in. Some will not yet have achieved their full result. Of course, no distributor is going to print material telling of non-results. I don't know of any business that would do this. There are a minority of people who have taken the advice, they avoid the bad foods and they take the recommended products, and they still haven't attained a definitive result. Even though we promote the idea that there are two main nutritional components to good health, avoiding the bad foods and consuming the essential nutrients, in reality this is a simplification. Dr. Wallach doesn't spend much time on the other factors, but there are many. Top of the list of things that could be preventing their progress are electromagnetic frequencies from all the devices in our modern lives, and stress. I don't mean simple stress. I mean, the middle child is going to jail, elderly parent is dying, business is filing for bankruptcy. I don't mean to turn these stresses into excuses, but there are several stresses, definitely including EMF, that can really stop the body from healing. Fight or flight is the opposite of rest and digest, and the EMF stress can prevent the blood from delivering nutrients and oxygen effectively. This is going to become even more true as time goes on, and already I have had to use this information to help some difficult cases. The great thing is, we are still there to continually guide people, whether they have achieved their main result yet or not. And though there are some tough cases out there, they are a minority, and it is far more common for people to reach out and thank us, because they used one or a few small pieces of our message and have changed their health as a result. Fantastic results are far more common than disappointments in this business, and in real life most people will admit that they haven't been doing the protocol 100% and thus are not blaming us for a lack of results. Dr. Wallach is very strict on emphasizing the food avoidances. We are more lenient with people, though we do still emphasize the avoidance. We just understand that people tend not to make all these changes at once. But if there is any issue with results, the first thing we do is ask them if they are following all of the recommendations. More often than not, they are slacking. It is also worth keeping in mind that people come to us at all different stages of degeneration, inflammation, addiction, etc. Some people have had multiple organs taken out. Some people have been on multiple pharmaceutical drugs for decades. Some people are alcoholics. Some people work night shift and consequently never have a perfect restorative sleep. Any of these things can affect the speed of results, and some people will have been so drugged or butchered that they may simply be doomed. We do hope to improve the quality of life for anyone, but we cannot guarantee that everyone will reach 100%. Next section, the Today Tonight Television Exposé. I continued to observe sick, vulnerable people preyed upon by these snake oil salesmen, and in an attempt to protect them, I decided I should make the facts behind Wallach's claims publicly known. Yes, sick, vulnerable people often come to us. I see a lot of sick, vulnerable people become healthy, robust people. This is standard business. This is why customers reorder and tell other people, on their own, without coaching. As to Wallach being a salesman of any kind, if this comment is being used to suggest that he is at all in it for the money, I would say that Dr. Wallach has spent longer than I have been alive traveling around giving this information away for free, and much of the information has nothing to do with the product. He has plenty of money. He is well past retirement age and has the means to retire. He could live like a king, but chooses to live like a gypsy, giving essentially the same presentation, the same answers to the same questions, over and over and over. He is truly a man on a mission from my point of view, and since I know him personally, I know that he does not even know or care about the prices of most of the products. He is being asked what works, and he prescribes to his honest opinion. I'm sure he does have a personal grudge against the industry which blacklisted him, or the mainstream that discounted him. It would be more appropriate to accuse him of an elaborate vendetta than a simple money scheme. Wallach had enough money to retire before he started the company, and he doesn't have lavish possessions and properties or seem to care about anything like that. He has a beautiful home, and yet he chooses to hardly be there because of his incessant drive to continue pushing the message. On top of that, though Wallach has a lot of charisma and can be quite convincing, I would hardly call him a good salesperson. He doesn't have much of a background in sales. He grew up on a farm and spent most of his life as a student and a practitioner, selling nothing. For a time in his biography, he made good money with Amway, selling long-distance phone plans to truckers. This strategy, in my opinion, is more about brilliance than a good sales strategy. Who uses long-distance phone plans? Truckers. Where to find them? Big truck stops on the West Coast. Very smart, but it doesn't require much salesmanship when you have a simple proposition for an existing user base. I have a background in sales. I grew up selling things, and have worked selling many different things. I promise that selling nutrition is not as easy as Wallach makes it out to be. He can say all he wants, but it is us who actually have to do the sign-ups. It is us that has to work with people. He just has to give the recommendation and continue on. We have to see that through with people. He might think he's a great salesperson, but he has many boots on the ground actually carrying out the hard work of helping people apply his words. I underestimated how easy this would be. A website seemed to be the most easily accessible vehicle to warn the public. But of course, what's the good of a website if no one knows it's there? I attended a lecture hosted by Australian Longevity for members and prospective members to come along to see Wallach in his annual tour of Australia, where I handed out leaflets warning people to be skeptical of the claims they were hearing and to refer to my website for more information. As soon as Wallach's major Australian Longevity members became aware of this, I was promptly removed from the premises by security. It is not uncommon for a group of people to remove a disruptive individual, no matter the setting. I'm a bit confused at the timeline of this journey. So far we are told that he attended a meeting where Dr. Wallach was not present, the author was skeptical, and so decided to change his studies at university to become a nutritionist. I'm not sure if he has graduated at this point in the story, but he seems, number one, not to have met Dr. Wallach in person yet, or see him speak and answer questions live. And two, he does not seem to have tried any of the products himself. He told us about hearing positive testimonials and said that there are people who failed to get results. He didn't elaborate on the positive cases, as he seems to dismiss any testimony. So he doesn't seem to have met Wallach, or tried any of the products or food recommendations. At least he hasn't told us about any of this. And yet here he has become a full-blown activist against Dr. Wallach, protesting at his event and handing out printed denunciations. I think I would have more sympathy for the author if he had a story like, "My mother was perfectly healthy. She went to a meeting, was sold some questionable minerals, and she died the next day." I mean, that's a good cause to be upset and skeptical. His story wouldn't need to be that dramatic, but so far all I have is that he didn't believe some claims, and very suddenly became an active protester against these claims. Not only does this sound unrealistic, it sounds downright irrational. He apparently has no actual experience with the company, or Dr. Wallach, other than a general distaste and skepticism. Several days later, I planned on attending the other major seminar in Sydney, only this time decided that if Wallach's henchmen were going to have me thrown out, they could explain their actions in front of the rest of the country, so I alerted Channel 7's Today Tonight of Wallach's meeting. The plan was that instead of handing out flyers to people who may potentially go and dog me in, so to speak, I should simply stand up and ask Wallach why he was misleading people and to question him in front of the audience, of several hundred people, and the cameras. I did, of course, which resulted in my swift removal, including being physically dragged out and thrown down a flight of stairs, but this time occurred in front of the whole audience instead of quietly out the back door as on the previous occasion. The Today Tonight crew also sought expert opinions from doctors including Professor John Dyer, one of the world's leading immunologists and an outspoken critic of medical fraud, who described Wallach as just a snake oil salesman with monumental skills in self-promotion. As this story goes on, I have an even harder time with the motivations of the author. This is quite a length to go to, disrupting events, calling the media, let alone changing one's life course by changing university studies. But why? It doesn't sound like he even has anyone to go with him in these protests. Protesting solo is pretty hardcore. It requires quite strong motivation. But not only does the author not stand to gain anything from defeating Dr. Wallach, he hasn't been wronged in any way, or hasn't told us about it. He hasn't put any money down. He claims to be concerned about people getting ripped off, but neither he or anyone he knows, apparently, has been ripped off. There are many things that rip people off in society. This guy could have been the Ralph Nader of Australia, but instead he just seems to have been very suddenly obsessed with Wallach. Nader defeated many of his enemies through a long career of thorough research, powerful writing, organizing, fundraising, speaking, etc. He put the work in, gathered the evidence, spread it around, and achieved results. I am a fan of Nader, but this Nutra-smart article is among the most flawed debunking effort I have ever seen. So far we have been given nothing resembling evidence, and an incoherent tirade against something that has never wronged the author, or really anyone. Failing to get a result is hardly a big deal. Doctors fail to get results all the time. Most products that do work wonders only do so on a small proportion of their customers. That is far from a rip-off, and even on the business end, the author could have found horror stories about people stacking up products in their garage in order to meet sales quotas. These types of stories exist in the network marketing industry, but we have been shown no evidence of this here in this article. Maybe because there is no sales quotas or punishments in longevity, or a mathematical incentive to stack products. If people have been harmed by the products, or business, or Wallach himself, this would really be the type of thing to base a debunking on. But we have really only been given statements such as, "Wallach lies." I don't think this article would pass a high school debate class. To the last point about self-promotion, I would say that it is Wallach's following that really promotes him. If anything, it has gone to his head. He is held on a podium, but it is by the people who have gotten results on his program who praise him most highly. Again, he might think he's a great salesperson, but we are really the ones selling him. In the same vein, the reason he has worked with so many famous people, high-level athletes, billionaires, and so on, is because he is introduced by people who have gotten results with him. He doesn't have this roster of clients because of his self-promotion. He has so many recommendations over so many years because his results do work very reliably. Next section, the court case. The television expose, along with the increasing popularity of my website, which inevitably prevented many potential victims from falling for the scam, led to a constant campaign of harassment from supporters of Wallach, no doubt with a significant financial interest in his MLM scheme. Not long after, one Saturday afternoon, I was presented with an affidavit to appear in the Supreme Court of New South Wales first thing Monday morning, apparently because I was being sued for defamation by Joel Wallach and Australian Longevity, who were also attempting to claim an interlocutory injunction to, among other things, restrain me from, quote, establishing or using a website for the purpose of publishing any material that refers to or identifies in any way the first or second plaintiffs, end quote. Those plaintiffs are Australian Longevity and Joel Wallach. He just explained above that he indeed, explicitly and literally, intended and attempted to defame Dr. Wallach. Upon arrival at court, I requested the judge grant me permission to have more time to seek legal counsel. I was then approached by Todd Smith, the person who had brought Wallach's pyramid to Australia, and his barristers, who informed me that they would not seek damages if I were to hand control of the website over to them then and there. Their alleged concern was that potential customers may mistake my site for an official Australian longevity site, and that they needed to amend it for this purpose, as it contained incorrect information, i.e. that I was warning that customers would be sucked into the pyramid, Smith's exact words, and probably not too far from the truth. I had previously offered to sit down with Australian longevity bosses and go through the statements I had made on my site and amend any incorrect information so long as they could provide me with the evidence to support their argument. As well as discussing this with another one of Wallach's triple diamond distributors, I even made this abundantly clear on the website. I told them that if it was truly their concern that customers may mistake my site for theirs, I would be happy to print a disclaimer, clearly visible on the site somewhere. You now go to the index page of wallachism.com, you will see the disclaimer which I am legally obligated to keep there, as well as the one printed at the top of every subsequent page. Since then, other than constant hate mail from Australian longevity members and supporters, the only retaliation Australian longevity has offered is a rebuttal to my website, to which I have posted a reply. Any action by anyone other than Wallach here is irrelevant. These people are by definition independent distributors. When he refers to Australian longevity, I am not sure if he is referring to the independent distributors, the people who would host most of these meetings, or if he is talking about the corporate part of the Australian branch. And so, I also do not know who wrote the rebuttal. Any independent distributor can write anything they want, and as long as it is legally phrased, it has nothing to do with the company. The company is actually in a rather strange position regarding Dr. Wallach. He founded the company and serves as an advisor and advocate, but the company itself cannot really promote Wallach, because that is too close to promoting products for the purpose of treating a disease. Dr. Wallach, as a free citizen, as a physician, and as someone who is not paid by the company, has quite a bit of leniency as to what he can legally say, but the company is much more strict on staying away from explicit health information. The company cannot sell Dr. Wallach's books, and their public affiliation with him is pretty much limited to hosting a few events where Dr. Wallach is the headline speaker. These would mainly be conventions held for the distributors annually in America and Australia. But for the most part, events are held privately by independent distributors. I feel the need to explain this because the author is referring to Australian longevity as if it is one coherent thing. I would really like to know who he is actually dealing with and denouncing. I definitely do not see anyone from the company itself producing a rebuttal of any kind. That would be something an independent distributor would do. Occasionally I see a car drive by with "Dead Doctors Don't Lie, call Joe Blow on 0414 blah blah blah." Every now and then, I even see a building or a road sign with the "Dead Doctors Don't Lie" message printed on it, with a contact phone number. I know I'm sure to see them with a stall at the Mind Body Spirit Festival twice a year, and I'm even told they have been spotted from time to time at Park Leedy markets in Sydney. Unfortunately, I have also been informed that many chiropractors have been abusing their position as a trusted health professional by introducing their patients to Wallach's lies in an attempt to increase their income and lighten their patients' wallets. No doubt, you will see one of them trying to grab your attention somewhere, somehow. If you have a family member with an incurable disease, you may even be unlucky enough to have one turn up on your doorstep. I am by no means suggesting that you follow them and run them over. That would be wrong. This is quite a paragraph. So, people, despite the rip-off scheme built on lies, are willing to promote Dr. Wallach at their own expense. They are willing to book tables at local events and spread the message in a grassroots fashion. To me, that sounds great. People don't have ready access to this information, and even in the age of the internet, people still have to almost stumble upon this information. We have done many small, medium, and large events in North America as well. I would like to hope that you can look out for us and see our enduring presence on the circuit. But then he goes on to denounce chiropractors for selling Dr. Wallach's products. If you didn't know, chiropractors can indeed sell products, which medical doctors cannot. But the author states that they are abusing their position as a trusted health professional. Yet that is precisely their professional obligation, to give their honest recommendations, and completely within their legal rights to sell those recommendations directly to the client. To say that chiropractors are doing this for the money is another absurdity, in my opinion. Chiropractors are paid quite well, and often through employment insurance. A lot of labor workers hurt their backs and such and are afforded chiropractor and often massage or even acupuncture on their work benefits. So chiropractors charge a decent rate for a service that has a very high demand, and by selling products, the chiropractor is now a sellout. I really don't see how this makes sense, given that chiropractors tend to drive quite nice cars already. Further, I would assume that the chiropractors would be most interested in the bone and joint category of products. These products contain the raw components that a human or horse body would need to support and promote maintenance and repair of healthy bones and joints. In other words, it is the stuff bones and joints are made out of. Dr. Wallach has a good explanation as to why we are so deficient in that category of nutrients. But for our purposes here, we must only emphasize that if the chiropractor understands Dr. Wallach's message behind these products, and I assume they do understand, then they must understand that these products have the potential to allow the chiropractor's clients to heal and thus no longer require their services. Rather than being a sign of a sellout, a chiropractor who knowingly promotes a product that is designed to support bone and joint regrowth is either insane or insanely noble. They are clearly either very dumb or they actually care about people's skeletons, and they understand that chiropractic, while having great value, is not designed to regrow skeletons. The last part about maybe you know someone with a serious, apparently incurable disease, and maybe you're unlucky enough to have one of us longevity distributors show up at your door. Of course, this is something that all of us will encounter at some time or another in this business. We will have someone we know or care about who is in a very serious condition. When first starting this business, it is common to just want to tell everyone and convert everyone you know to this lifestyle. I myself started selling the products for the same price I was buying them because I really liked it and thought it might help some people I knew. As you go on in this business, you will tend to get a bit thicker skinned and understand that you can't sell everyone and that even those who need it might not buy it, etc. Everyone I know in this business, including myself, has bought product for someone we know with our own money because we wanted to help them. Generally, it is a terrible strategy. People need to come to the table themselves in general. But it speaks to the very real possibility of what the author is describing, showing up at someone's door. My mother is technically a distributor, and though she doesn't sign anyone up, she does order her products and try to talk her family into it. She lost both her mother and stepmother recently, and I know that she was still trying to get her mother to drink some minerals until the very end. This definitely is one of the hardest parts of the business, dealing with the health of people you know and love. But to take this situation and end the paragraph with a joke about running us over is, to me, very far over the line of civil discourse. Next section.
The cystic fibrosis hypothesis. Wallach completed his Bachelor of Science degree, followed by his Doctorate of Veterinary Medicine degree to become a veterinarian, which led him to become an animal pathologist for the St. Louis Zoo in the late 1960s. In a few rhesus monkeys whose mother he claims was deficient in fatty acids and selenium, Wallach identified pancreatic liaisons, which were apparently similar to that seen in cystic fibrosis patients. He then concluded that what he was observing was in fact the first case of cystic fibrosis identified in animals, and therefore the disease was simply caused by a congenital deficiency of fatty acids and selenium. Although at the time it was thought that cystic fibrosis was due to a genetic fault, the exact genome had not been discovered.
Dr. Wallach did not really work for the St. Louis Zoo as a pathologist. Rather, the zoo was one of many zoos and aquariums that participated in the big National Institutes of Health study that Wallach was a part of. Wallach was working for that project, not any individual zoo. I have a feeling that painting him as a zoo employee is a subtle knock at his credentials, yet his presence in these zoos was because of his involvement with that massively important project. The next sentence makes it sound like the monkeys happened right after St. Louis, but those monkeys were in Atlanta, Georgia, and that was in 1978. Not the late 1960s. A few monkeys, he claims, was deficient. This was fully funded research at the Yerkes Primate Research Center at Emory University, Atlanta, Georgia. There were 25 pairs of those monkeys, from diverse genetic stock, and this was well into his career as a pathologist, having done many thousands of autopsies on hundreds of species already. This paragraph makes it sound like Wallach was screwing around with some monkeys in his basement. The article phrases itself to suggest that all the monkeys in the Yerkes colony had the same mother, but this is not the case. There were 25 breeding pairs of monkeys, none of them related. Dr. Wallach took what he suspected was cystic fibrosis, and had his slides confirmed by some of the world's leading cystic fibrosis experts at the time. I may as well be as sarcastic as this author and say, the world's supposed experts. As a comparative pathologist who had done over 20,000 autopsies at the time, he had seen many things resembling cystic fibrosis in animals, but these problems were shared across a group of diseases. He recognized what he was seeing but had to look further, do more research, and get many opinions. He also went across the street to the Centers for Disease Control and had his evidence analyzed. These confirmations were formalized in writing, meaning whoever gave Wallach their opinion put it in writing on what he was showing them. Wallach prepared tissue slides showing suspected cystic fibrosis, but he did not tell the experts which species the slides came from. They confirmed that the slides showed cystic fibrosis before Wallach disclosed to anyone that they were from a rhesus macaque. Emery published Wallach's findings, and media around the world celebrated that there was now an animal model for cystic fibrosis. Since cystic fibrosis was previously thought to be a genetic disease only found in humans, there wasn't a way to use animals to study the disease or develop treatments. Dr. Wallach was fired when he demonstrated and documented that he could create, prevent, and reverse cystic fibrosis at will by adding or removing the trace mineral selenium. Of course, if you can prevent and reverse a disease with nutrition, then it is not a genetic disease.
The hypothesis attracted some research. However, it was soon found that cystic fibrosis patients, although having impaired absorption of fatty acids, generally had a selenium status no different from that of healthy controls, people without the disease.
There are two references attached to the end of this paragraph. In the book, I did paste those abstracts, but I won't go over them in the audio here. An important point here goes to the heart of what Dr. Wallach brings to the table with his research. When nutrition research is conducted in animals, we have perfect control groups. So when Wallach was studying the selenium deficiencies in rhesus monkeys, he was dealing with animals being fed the same diet, all supplemented equally. There are no such human control groups. Selenium does not work independently. It works with an array of cofactors. There could be adequate selenium in an animal or human, but one of the crucial cofactors is short. For instance, vitamin E, copper, omegas, etc. Also, when examining one of the major roles of selenium in the body, which is enabling the recycling of glutathione, which is, by the way, well explained by the authors of the above study in their own work with selenium and glutathione and cystic fibrosis, we realize that oxidative stress must be one of the major contributors to cystic fibrosis, muscular dystrophy, and Keyshawn disease. Selenium, through the action of glutathione and other antioxidants, mitigates this damage. This is another reason why human studies are confusing, even when they are statistically significant, as above. Among the many scrambled variables, humans consume vastly different amounts of inflammatory foods, which would call for vastly different amounts of selenium and antioxidants to attempt to mitigate or repair the resulting oxidative damage. The second study that was referenced is another example of why we value animal research so much more than human research. These humans were only given selenium. The author of this rebuttal article knows, surely, that Dr. Wallach promotes 90 essential nutrients. 90. He is saying what happens when organisms do or do not consume 90 nutrients. We know what individual nutrients do by giving an animal everything except that one. That's where the information comes from. But he and I explicitly recommend against supplementing with any one nutrient. Human studies are useless in this regard, which is why the measured effect of any individual nutrient or small group of them, herb, tincture, etc., is so low statistically. Interpreting Dr. Wallach's presentation as he goes through how successful, primitive people live compared to how we live, we would assume a widespread chronic deficiency of several major nutrients, and generally in most or all of the micronutrients. In my position of promoting health products and information, I would not expect any single nutrient to make any measurable difference in a human client. Even if they are exhibiting what is a classic deficiency state of a single nutrient, I would not recommend that one nutrient. I would recommend a blanketing of that nutrient with all of its cofactors and a supportive environment for healing, i.e., no junk food, rest, positive mindset, etc. Remember, those rhesus monkeys and these hypothetical humans did not get to this deficiency state overnight. These are nutrients we are supposed to be consuming regularly for the duration of our lives. Making up for this later in life requires a heavier hammer. It requires larger doses of things we could get a little bit of each day in the natural environment. This is why the bottom line of what we promote is that magic mineral water, which contains all 60 essential minerals, plant-derived. I expect results with 60, yet I do not expect miracles, because the body requires 90, and it requires that the human consciously abstain from eating toxic food and pharmaceutical drugs for optimal results. which is a lot to ask of a human.
It was soon established that selenium deficiency played no role in the pathogenesis of the disease. However, Wallach persisted in trying to prove his theory correct, a persistence that saw him fired as the zoo's pathologist, and instead head to the Qishan region of China, an area notorious for its selenium-deficient soils, to conduct further research.
There is a misstatement of fact in the above paragraph, actually several. Wallach was not fired for persisting in trying to prove his theory, and he did not conduct this research at a zoo. It was done at Yerkes. He had barely unpacked his boxes at his next hired position. He was hired promptly due to his extensive credentials and experience as a comparative pathologist, when he was fired due to threats from Emory University, Yerkes. He hadn't been there long enough to do anything before he was fired. He stopped trying to work in mainstream research at this point. Yes, the research conducted to disprove Wallach was inadequate, explained partially above. So yes, as a researcher, Wallach contributed further to this area which he was now deeply involved in. Remember being fired and blacklisted from his lifelong career as a comparative pathologist over this issue? He did not just up and go to China. First he became a physician, then practiced for several years, then he met his wife Dr. Milan, and more than 10 years after being fired from Yerkes, together, they completed that study in Qishan. Because of that study, Qishan disease has been virtually eliminated in Qishan province, China, as has cystic fibrosis and muscular dystrophy in children, and sudden infant death syndrome. They achieved this with mandatory selenium supplementation in school children.
Wallach reported to have identified pancreatic liaisons in those with Qishan disease, a condition thought to be caused by susceptibility to a virus that occurs in extreme selenium deficiency, as those in cystic fibrosis, an observation which he insists was supportive of his original theory. Wallach's hypothesis had no credibility, and was, rightly, not taken seriously by the scientific community.
An important point in Wallach's message is that the scientific community, the medical community, the political community, and the public at large have been operating under many incorrect axioms. Incorrect to the point of literal opposites, i.e. that salt is bad, cholesterol is bad, the sun is bad, selenium is a toxin, drugs help diseases, that you can get everything you need from the 4 or 7 food groups or the food plate or eating every color in every meal, that reductionism, opposed to holism, can explain physiological problems, etc. It has taken people like Wallach to go against the establishment, as the establishment has been incredibly wrong about many things, including all of what Wallach focuses on in his message. Dr. Wallach has had to sue the FDA 9 times in order for them to inform the public of relevant information on nutrition. Dr. Wallach's point, if there is one point, is that these people, the establishment, who established that essential nutrients are a waste of money, that there is no cure for cystic fibrosis, only drugs which suppress the body, taken by the patient for the rest of their lives at an enormous cost, and talk about breaking the bank, MD-directed medical treatment being the leading cause of bankruptcy in America. Dr. Wallach's point is that these are the wrong people to be going to for health advice. To me, it is not appropriate to use the scientific community to buffer Wallach. Wallach's central points highlight the problems with this community, and that community has no answers for people dealing with cystic fibrosis. They have now identified the gene and sequenced the entire human genome and are no closer to having any useful treatments for improving the quality of life or extending the lifespan of people with cystic fibrosis.
Firstly, similar pancreatic liaisons could be reproduced under various circumstances, and were not unique among cystic fibrosis patients. Secondly, if a congenial selenium deficiency was responsible for cystic fibrosis, then there would be an epidemic of cystic fibrosis in the Qishan region of China, not an epidemic of Qishan disease, the pathology of which varies significantly from cystic fibrosis.
Another basic misunderstanding of what Wallach is saying. Again, I give the benefit of the doubt in saying that this is a misunderstanding, not a deliberate jumbling of facts. At this point, however, I am genuinely suspicious that this article is not a result of honest research, but the benefit of doubt remains. I am also suspicious as to why this article, and the few others spewing against Wallach, is at the top of the search page. These articles written long ago and apparently with no economic structure to them so as to justify an overhead. Here I am speaking of the fact that these articles appear first when researching anything about Dr. Wallach or longevity. This costs money, overhead, to keep these articles at the top of the search. People must pay to have their pages appear first. There are feedbacks built into Google and Yahoo and Bing that let popular pages rise in the ranks of items displayed on the first pages of a search. These articles are either wildly popular on their own, or else they are paid to stay at the top for all these years. This is a conspiracy theory, but it is at least plausible to me. To the misunderstanding, Wallach never claimed that selenium deficiency only causes cystic fibrosis. He is saying that selenium is one of the more important essential nutrients in which so many things are affected that multiple disease states can appear in its deficiency. Calcium has over 200 specific diseases on the physician's desk reference associated with its deficiency. Selenium has numerous as well. Diseases are names for clusters of symptoms. These clusters can overlap, and so we have human patients who can be diagnosed with multiple diseases, or with unknown diseases, the ones they don't have names for yet. Our perspective is simply that the body requires X and Y gets in the way. A multitude of problems can be caused by not getting enough of X or getting too much Y. The point is to support and promote a healthy body by giving it what it needs and avoiding what it doesn't. And this ever-growing list of definitions for clusters of symptoms is irrelevant. Call it whatever you want. It's all related to the same problem, which in its simplest form is not living properly, i.e., not enough of the good stuff, too much of the bad stuff. I know mentally handicapped people who understand this and have used it to benefit themselves and multitudes of other people. This author is obviously mentally competent, so the magnitude of these misunderstandings is very interesting to me. Doctors diagnose the disease of the day. They diagnose what they know about. They diagnose based on what they are taught. They are taught reductionism, which conceptualizes the human body as an assortment of parts and diseases as individual entities. Reductionism works great in the physical sciences, but has, as Dr. Wallach has been shouting for years, terrible results in preventing or treating human diseases. Dr. Wallach was not an expert in cystic fibrosis when he was studying the rhesus monkeys, even though he had experience with it as a pathologist. He had to get expert opinion. Results are objective and measurable, and notice that this article has not actually attacked Dr. Wallach's results, or spoken to the dramatic failures in MD-directed treatments. Holism treats the body as a body. They treat the whole body and not a kidney or a knee, and they treat all dis-ease as a basic malfunctioning of the body. These two viewpoints are diametrically opposed, both in conception and results, and are fundamentally incompatible. The worst misunderstanding in the above paragraph is,
then there would be an epidemic of cystic fibrosis in the Qishan region of China, not an epidemic of Qishan disease.
This is exactly what Dr. Wallach went to Qishan to document. Dr. Wallach's hypothesis was that these Qishan disease cases would also show an above-average prevalence of what we call cystic fibrosis and muscular dystrophy, since he knew all of these things to be correlated with selenium and cofactor deficiencies. This is exactly what he found, using a large sample of 1,700 human corpses of children under the age of 10 who were said to have died from Qishan disease. Call this group of diseases whatever you want. Dr. Wallach called it a selenium deficiency and documented the connection. This person, the author of this article, said he went to school for this because of Wallach. I have a high school education that I consider to be worth less than the paper it is printed on. Yet I have a very hard time believing that this person could be so confused about these basic concepts, especially if they actually simply looked at what both sides were saying. This whole article sounds like rebuttals that are sometimes given to me on the spot from someone hearing this information for the first time. I know these people have not heard the whole story, and I expect some skepticism from them and to say, what about this thing I was taught? But if those people put any time into actually looking into it, they would realize that Wallach already had these bases covered. To write an article from a point of authority, I would assume one would do some basic research into the subject. These misunderstandings are so egregious from basic factual, technical, and logical perspectives that I sincerely doubt that this was written as an honest reflection of research. Next section,
the truth about cystic fibrosis. Several years later, significant advances had been made in the field of molecular biology, and by this time, the specific gene for cystic fibrosis had been discovered, which subsequently allowed potential carriers to be screened.
Yes, the gene which malfunctions in a nutritionally deficient condition was identified. Yes, this allowed for screening. This screening cost society and individuals enormous amounts of money. No, this screening has not decreased the prevalence of cystic fibrosis, nor has this research screening enabled prevention or reversal of this disease. In other words, screening is not prevention, and screening is not treatment. And screening is pretty useless when they do not have an effective treatment available. We do not like to blame the gene. Identifying genes involved with health conditions seems to have no useful purpose. Genes are physical material that are dependent on physical, nutritional constituents. The gist of Wallach's explanation for the relation of genes to disease is called epigenetics, which is the way that the environment, including nutrition, affects genes. Genes can turn on or off, or even change their function under different environmental and nutritional conditions. This is readily accepted in the mainstream these days. Genes themselves are not immutable. They are dependent on many other factors. Since we humans obviously do not understand genetics, they still say that most of our DNA is junk. It is much more logical to change the things that we are in control of, which is the nutritional environment and the stressors in the life of the human. It is easy to blame the gene, which coincidentally absolves the practitioner of any actual responsibility for the patient. If genes caused it, and there is no effective medical treatment for a gene problem, then the doctor doesn't have much work to do.
With Wallach's years of research being obviously shown to be irrelevant and his theory obviously proven wrong, Wallach then ceased conducting scientific research and instead completed an ND degree to practice as a naturopath, where he could put his unproven theories to use on human patients without having to worry about rejection from the medical and scientific community.
This suggests to me that anyone looking for help with cystic fibrosis should obviously just give up and submit to their prescription. And again, he did not then cease. He was fired from Yerkes over the cystic fibrosis debacle, then fired from his next appointment directly after being hired. He did not sit around sulking. He went and lectured extensively about the incident and his work in pathology, compiled in his National Institutes of Health funded textbook, Diseases of Exotic Animals. According to Dr. Wallach, the result of his cystic fibrosis lecture tour was nothing. The result of the extensive publicity he received on television and in newspapers and magazines around the world was nothing. So he got his ND so he could help people with cystic fibrosis and muscular dystrophy, despite the lack of consensus on human nutrition. Note, there is a consensus in animal nutrition. On the not having to worry about the medical and scientific community aspect, in my experience, going against the establishment is one of the most dangerous and ostracizing things one can do. Wallach has been physically assaulted, threatened with death, lawsuits. He, and I, have given up many of our other plans, pleasures, and pursuits in life so that we can promote this message at an enormous personal, social, and financial cost. In any case, Dr. Wallach had his ND by 1982, and he did not cease research at that point. That big Keyshawn autopsy study was in 1989.
To this day, Wallach still insists that cystic fibrosis is caused by a deficiency of fatty acids and selenium, and is not a genetically inherited disease. Despite recent molecular biology advances which have identified the gene responsible for the cystic fibrosis disease, Wallach still insists that the evidence which the medical establishment bases the genetic theory of cystic fibrosis comes from 2 studies published in the early half of the last century, and that modern-day medicine rejected his claims due to a conspiracy against him.
He still insists it because he still treats cystic fibrosis patients successfully with the 90 essential nutrients, emphasis on selenium and its cofactors. It cannot be a genetically transmitted disease. I hope this makes sense to any reader. If a disease can be prevented and reversed, it cannot possibly be genetically determined. This needs no peer-reviewed double-blind research. If any disease can be reversed with nutrition, then the disease was caused by epigenetics, environment interacting with genes, genes requiring nutrients to function. It is not genetically determined. The only thing to debate would be whether or not John is cured. Notice again that no results have been debated in this article. And despite recent advances in molecular biology, yes, despite these advances, he is still regularly reversing this condition with nutrition. And despite these advances, the medical establishment has made no progress towards prevention or reversal. Identifying the gene has not helped anyone prevent or reverse any disease. Evidence: no supposedly genetic disease has been shown by the establishment to be either prevented or reversed, despite claims that such things will be possible in the future.
Wallach still insists that modern-day medicine rejected his claim due to a conspiracy against him.
Well, they surely have rejected his evidence. Many practitioners have rejected my evidence, rejected my personal testimonial, rejected many forms of documented recovery. This does not mean that there is a conspiracy against either Wallach or myself. I lean towards ignorance and arrogance being the primary causes of this behavioral condition. Next section,
Wallach's naturopathy career. In the early 1980s, Wallach practiced as a manner metabolic physician, a term given to those who treat cancer patients by administering laetrile, also known as vitamin B17, a cyanide-containing substance which is derived from apricot pits. clinically proven to be ineffective against cancer. Many criminal charges have been brought against people selling Laetrile as a cancer treatment, ripping off thousands of desperate patients. Moreover, Laetrile is one of the more popular choices of cancer therapy among infamous Tijuana cancer clinics operating outside of U.S. legal jurisdiction.
There was a study referenced here, and I will not post the reference abstract because on this issue there are hundreds of studies and articles on both sides of the debate. Again, the fact that there even is a debate highlights the unreliability of human studies. Many criminal charges brought against people? What about Wallach? Has Wallach been criminally charged for using this? Who was charged? What was the outcome of the investigations? What was the problem with B17? Was B17 responsible for harm? These are very important questions. That Tijuana sentence looks like it is supposed to cast doubt on anything that happens in Tijuana. It happens to be very difficult for a cancer clinic to operate in America. Medical tourism, i.e. people leaving Canada, America, Australia to get alternative treatments in lesser countries, is becoming increasingly popular as Western medicine continues to fail so dramatically in the treatment of all chronic disease, and costs of their ineffective, dangerous, and harmful treatments continues to rise. Also, I have worked with a clinic in Tijuana, which is run by excellent people, and I personally resent the insinuation that anyone who operates outside of MD jurisdiction is a quack.
Several years later, Wallach worked at Tijuana's infamous Hospital Santa Monica, the alternative medicine clinic which recently gained notoriety when Coretta Scott King died there. Operated by the infamous Kurt Donsbach, well known for his long history of criminal activities including practicing medicine without a license, drug smuggling, tax evasion, making false health claims, using phony diagnostic devices, and more.
It is worth mentioning that Coretta Scott King was a big supporter of Dr. Wallach. He spent a total of 4 hours with her near the end of her life. According to Wallach, her last wish was to walk the Million Man March one last time, and then she was ready to be with Martin in heaven. Of course, her late husband, Martin Luther King Jr. She was not interested in pursuing full recovery from her cancer at that time, though Dr. Wallach offered full guidance. She completed her last march and died soon after. These are some of the news releases about her death. In a statement released Tuesday, the King family said she was in Mexico for observation and consideration of treatment for ovarian cancer. She was considered terminal by physicians in the United States. Mrs. King and her family wanted to explore other options. King was partially paralyzed and suffering from cancer when she arrived last week at the clinic where she died, clinic doctors said. They gave the cause of death as respiratory failure, related both to a serious stroke she suffered in August and the cancer they said was diagnosed last year. King checked into the Santa Monica Health Institute in the Mexican beach resort of Rosarito, 16 miles south of San Diego, on Thursday under another name. The doctors said they did not know who she was until her medical records arrived on Friday, and they never began any treatment because of her condition. She came in here with half her body paralyzed, Dr. Rafael Cedino, the doctor who was overseeing her case, said at a news conference. She was in really bad condition. Note that Wallach does not appear in this segment of Coretta's story. As to Kurt Donsbach, there is no question that Kurt Donsbach is one of the seedier characters one can dig up in the alternative health world. Wallach has denounced him extensively, especially in his best-selling tell-all book, Dead Doctors Don't Lie. This is another one of Dr. Wallach's books that this author, if he is being honest, clearly did not read. This is puzzling, as it is the primary source to find Wallach's side of the story. In fact, it was Donsbach's bad business practices that drove Wallach to create his own company, American Longevity, now Youngevity. Next section,
The Nobel nomination. In 1991, a naturopathic group allegedly attempted to nominate Wallach for a Nobel Prize in Medicine for his cystic fibrosis research. The Nobel Committee do not inform nominees of their nomination, and apparently, they denied that Wallach was ever a legitimate nominee to begin with. Despite this, Wallach's Dead Doctors Don't Lie tapes, as well as Wallach's other promotion material, boldly state 1991 Nobel Prize nominee in medicine.
This is a strange section. Nobel nominations are not published. Most of the time, knowledge that someone has been nominated comes from the people who did the nominating. In this case, a group of naturopathic physicians claim to have nominated Dr. Wallach. This is not, in my opinion, a relevant credential, whether or not it is true. Anyone can be nominated, which is why it is also strange to see legitimate nominee. What exactly constitutes a legitimate nominee? I have pried into this question and cannot find a satisfying answer. I have also read a rather large book on the Nobel Prize, History and Processes, and have found nothing to discriminate legitimate from illegitimate nominations. merely the muttering of the committee to decide who will make it to the next stage of their deliberations. If Wallach is introduced as a Nobel nominee, it is technically true. As to whether the nomination was legitimate, to the best of my knowledge, it did indeed happen. I am not prepared to call a group of physicians liars over this matter. Either way, it is irrelevant. If Wallach was nominated, it was because of his groundbreaking research, thorough documentation, then incredibly successful application. It is Wallach's work that gives Wallach his credibility, not a nomination or lack of one. I am not prepared to accept a person's legitimacy or lack thereof based on a Nobel Prize or nomination or lack thereof. Wallach does not write his own introductions, and they are not using teleprompters. People can introduce you, or me, or Wallach however they wish. I have been introduced with incorrect credentials before, without any foul intentions at play on either side of the podium. Next section.
More naturopathic adventures. 2 years later, it was reported that Wallach was involved in selling vitamins and hydrogen peroxide in an MLM scheme.
How dare Dr. Wallach be involved in selling vitamins or hydrogen peroxide? What a monster. I must note that every time MLM, or multi-level marketing, is written in this article, there is a derogatory word next to it. In this case, scheme. The sentence implies that every MLM business is a scheme. It is very bold to slander an entire business model, sweeping up thousands of companies that market thousands of different types of products and services. This scheme word seems to imply that any MLM company exists merely as an excuse to run a scheme. This seems akin to saying that a government exists merely to collect taxes, or that police exist merely to abuse power. I am not bold enough to claim to describe the intentions of people creating institutions, but I very sincerely doubt that there are many institutions which exist merely to support a scheme for income. I personally believe, from my experience in business, that the vast majority of businesses exist because the product or service provided is of genuine concern to the proprietor. A landlord does not have to love landlording to do the job and to be profitable, but most businesses do need to understand the value in their product in order to be successful marketing it. Even in sales, it is taught that to be a good salesperson, one must believe in what they are selling. In other words, to be a successful salesperson, one should not sell snake oil. As a salesperson, I imagine it would be very difficult to sell something that I didn't thoroughly believe in. Given that this is a results-driven business, health products, I base my confidence on the results I have seen. This is very difficult to fake, and would require my personal health results to be a figment of my imagination. I consider myself a serious person and intellectually competent. I had to see the results before I took it seriously, and have brought many serious people into the business who had the same expectations. I do not believe that the corporate or retail model of business is very fair. I do not believe that most corporate or retail businesses always do the best they can for their customers or clients. But I'm not prepared to denounce the entire world of corporate business or retail business as an excuse to make money. I believe Walmart was started for a reason, McDonald's for a reason, and the American government was started for a reason, and I do not believe that reason was solely to make money. Even if money was the primary reason for starting a business, there must be an understanding of the value proposition that the business offers to its customers. It is commonly said that when choosing a value proposition for your product or service, you can choose two of the main three benefits a business can provide. A product can be fast, cheap, or of high quality, but not all three things at once. I am sure that rule is not as golden as it sounds, but it is true that even a business based totally around money, a bank for example, must consider the other benefits it offers to customers that differentiate that bank from the others in the market. Why use this bank over another? This gas station over another? Is it price, customer service, customer experience, speed? My point here is that a business with money as its prime or only concern will simply fail in the real-world market, because another business will offer better service or better price or speed. We cannot sell fake vitamins. We cannot sell snake oil, at least not for long in this world. Wallach has been going for decades because he is selling real, well-manufactured products with good results. A word-of-mouth business like ours cannot be sustained without good testimonials and good products. I know this is quite a rant for such a short comment on multi-level marketing, but this author has picked on MLM throughout the article and clearly doesn't like it. Aside from the fact that MLM has afforded me a lifestyle that I couldn't dream of before, to condemn a business for its pay structure is insane. I've been involved with and worked for so many different businesses with so many differences in their employee or sales compensation plan, but it is not the compensation plan that defines the company. At the very least, it is the product or service, and higher up, it is the values the company was founded on, assuming they are being followed.
In 1995, a relative of one of Wallach's patients reported their concerns to the National Council Against Health Fraud when the patient died in Wallach's care when he was dispensing chelation therapy, a treatment used to treat heavy metal intoxication, for heart disease, a notorious misuse of the treatment. The relative expressed concern that Wallach had convinced the patient not to be treated by his regular physician, thus he did not seek proper medical help and died.
To be clear, this charge against Wallach is that he failed to save the patient. I myself am guilty of this. No practitioner will save 100% of patients or customers. I am assuming that if Wallach claimed to heal literally anyone from anything at any age, this author would criticize him for that. On the other hand, here are some numbers from MD-directed treatment for perspective. The most extensive study of adverse events is the Harvard Medical Practice Study, a study of more than 30,000 randomly selected discharges from 51 randomly selected hospitals in New York State in 1984. Adverse events, manifest by prolonged hospitalization or disability at the time of discharge or both, occurred in 3.7% of the hospitalizations. The proportion of adverse events attributable to errors, i.e. preventable adverse events, was 58%, and the proportion of adverse events due to negligence was 27.6%. Although most of these adverse events gave rise to disability lasting less than 6 months. 13.6% resulted in death and 2.6% caused permanently disabling injuries. Drug complications were the most common type of adverse event, at 19%, followed by wound infections, 14%, and technical complications, 13%. Extrapolation of the results of the Colorado and Utah study to the over 33.6 million admissions to hospitals in the United States in 1997 implies that at least 44,000 Americans die in hospitals each year as a result of preventable medical errors. Based on the results of the New York study, the number of deaths due to medical error may be as high as 98,000. By way of comparison, the lower estimate is greater than the number of deaths attributable to the 8th leading cause of death. In a study of 815 consecutive patients on a general medical service of a university hospital, it was found that 36% had an iatrogenic illness, defined as any illness that resulted from a diagnostic procedure, from any form of therapy, or from a harmful occurrence that was not a natural consequence of the patient's disease. Of the 815 patients, 9% had an iatrogenic illness that threatened life or produced considerable disability, and for another 2%, iatrogenic illness was believed to contribute to the death of the patient. In a study of 1,047 patients admitted to 2 intensive care units and 1 surgical unit at a large teaching hospital, 480, or 45.8%, were identified as having had an adverse event, where adverse event was defined as situations in which an inappropriate decision was made when, at the time, an appropriate alternative could have been chosen. For 185 patients, or 17.7%, the adverse event was serious, producing disability or death. The likelihood of experiencing an adverse event increased about 6% for each day of hospital stay. In a review of U.S. death certificates between 1983 and 1993, it was found that 7,391 people died in 1993 from medication errors, accidental poisoning by drugs, medicaments, and biologicals that resulted from acknowledged errors by patients or medical personnel, compared with 2,876 people in 1983, representing a 2.57-fold increase. Outpatient deaths due to medication errors rose 8.48-fold during the 10-year period compared with a 2.37-fold increase in inpatient deaths. 7% of all patients admitted to acute care hospitals in Canada, or about 158,000 Canadians a year, will suffer a medical misadventure. Close to 60,000 of these cases are preventable. About 150 patients die a year as a result of adverse medical events. There is an entire genre of books and lectures dedicated to these medical misadventures. Wallach's thesis revolves around these points. Dead doctors don't lie, and neither do their dead patients. And next section,
Colloidal mineral promotion. In the early 1990s, Wallach's now infamous lecture entitled Dead Doctors Don't Lie was recorded and used to promote T.J. Clark's brand of colloidal minerals. T.J. Clark & Co. soon severed business relations with Wallach, apparently due to the unwanted reputation brought about by the absurd lies made throughout his Dead Doctors Don't Lie presentation.
Apparently do? We are now speculating into a private business relationship that none of us has anything to do with.
Wallach then switched to another colloidal mineral company, this time Soaring Eagle Ventures, who also terminated their business relationship in 1997, after which time Wallach started his own line of colloidal minerals, which he now insists is the only reliable brand, despite being derived from the same mine as Soaring Eagles, through a multi-level marketing venture he created called American Longevity.
Soaring Eagle was run by Kurt Donsbach. This author has called Wallach out for being associated with Donsbach. Now he is calling Wallach out for parting ways with Donsbach. This author needs to decide who is on which side. It is strange to call a batch of minerals a brand. We do not promote a brand of minerals. We promote a source and a type of minerals, a specific deposit of humic shale. And since Longevity now has the exclusive rights to that source, we do insist that we are the only reliable providers of it. Yes, Soaring Eagle used the same source. And yes, Soaring Eagle had unbelievably bad business practices and could not be counted on by their customers to have reliable quality controls.
American Longevity is apparently controlled now by his son Steve Wallach, who incidentally has an uncannily similar idiosyncratic writing style, characterized by, among many other telltale attributes, the constant incorrect placing of question marks at the end of sentences, something that came to my attention because many people who had contacted Australian Longevity for advice were replied to by Steve Wallach before forwarding me his reply, to someone who, when my website first appeared, constantly sent me threatening and harassing emails. The IP address of this anonymous pig packer, funnily enough, seemed to shift from different states of Australia before ending up in California at around the same time that Wallach Jr. was traveling the country giving promotional seminars to Australian Longevity members before returning home. I'm sure it's just a coincidence.
I find it distasteful to use the word apparently so flamboyantly. Steve Wallach is absolutely the CEO of Longevity. Longevity is a publicly traded company and this information is formal. Steve Wallach is, not apparently, formally in charge of the company. The rest of this paragraph is hearsay, though I do find it incredible that the author of this article, filled with mistakes, is going to insult anyone for punctuation errors.
American and Australian Longevity have since changed their name to Longevity. I highly suspect that at least part of the reason behind their name change was to avoid people searching the internet for American Longevity and Australian Longevity from coming across websites such as this.
Yes, it is very safe to assume that a publicly traded, multinational company changed its name to avoid the publicity driven by this article. Next section.
Wallach's lectures and books. Wallach still tours the world giving hundreds of seminars, which don't seem to have changed that much since the 1991 version, to promote his MLM scheme.
Yes, he continues to give the message over and over, day in and out, relentlessly. No, the message has not changed, but it has been more substantiated and updated. Yes, Dr. Wallach, aged over 80 at the time of writing, continues to spend his life giving this message, for free, over and over, day in and out, even though he is well past retirement age and well able to retire, simply to promote his money-making scheme, of which he is not paid. Longevity is a publicly traded company. All salaries are published. Dr. Wallach is not on the list. Dr. Wallach sells his informational books, CDs, and DVDs. I must say from a personal point of view that if I were to dedicate the majority of my life to a money-making scheme, it definitely would not include rallying against any establishment. There are far more energetically economical ways of making money.
The first exposure most people will probably have to Australian Longevity is by being handed a copy of the Dead Doctors Don't Lie recording, though there are copious other recordings of his other lectures, all very similar, as well as a handful of books, including Let's Play Doctor, which his followers refer to like scripture, which contain misleading advice on how to treat your own diseases.
I'd like to see how helpful this author's handful of books are in helping people treat their own bodies. This misleading word is unsubstantiated. I have personally seen near miraculous results from people using that book, Let's Play Doctor. I have personally used that book with incredible results. Notice that no alternatives have yet, at this point in the article, been offered to counter any of Dr. Wallach's misleading advice.
Throughout his many lectures and books, Wallach makes many unsubstantiated claims about the causation and appropriate treatment of various diseases. Here I will briefly cover the major claims he makes through his Dead Doctors Don't Lie recording, which his entire company is based on.
Next section.
Dead Doctors Don't Lie, the claims. Doctors only live to be 58. Because to the average layperson, many of the claims Wallach makes may sound too good to be true, as they completely contradict what modern medical science practices. For people to believe not only that his claims are right, but not to believe anyone, most likely doctors, who argues his claims are bogus. It is important for him to win their trust over that of their doctors. Consequently, he spends a large portion of time making exaggerated criticisms of the medical profession, suggesting that money-driven conspiracies drive the industry.
Trust is important. In my opinion, the best way to get people to trust your advice is to use facts, honesty, transparency, and by taking responsibility for the results. Yes, Wallach spends a large portion of his presentation and a large portion of his life outlining criticisms of the medical establishment. Funny that Wallach is being here denounced for suggesting that money-driven conspiracies drive the industry, while this author is literally suggesting that Wallach is himself driven by a money-driven conspiracy. That seems to be the point of the article. I don't personally care who makes money off what. I care what works and what does not. Wallach spends his presentation outlining what works and what does not.
This kind of conspiracy theory against mainstream medicine is also popular among followers of alternative medicine, which may be more likely to believe the rest of his claims due to confirmation bias.
The kind of conspiracy theory in this article against alternative medicine is also popular among followers of mainstream science aficionados. But so what? I have found this kind of conspiracy theory, the one Dr. Wallach promotes, very popular among patrons of doctors and pharmacies. I find this kind of conspiracy theory very popular among nurses and personal support workers and medical technicians. I find this kind of conspiracy theory very popular with teachers, musicians, artists, stoners, athletes, sick people and healthy people, fat people and skinny people. The truth gains popularity among a wide demographic. Truth appeals widely, as do results, and I do not think it is appropriate to try to put this issue in a box with only the alternative health people. People everywhere want an alternative to drugs and surgery. People are not as stupid as they are made out to be. They know the treatments provided by the medical establishment don't produce desired results, and are usually harmful to the patron.
If Wallach's claims about disease and his claims about how to treat them were true, then one would think that he would be spending most of his time and effort into providing evidence to support them, rather than attacking anyone who may disagree with his teachings.
There is no logical foundation for this statement of what Wallach should do. A logical statement requires some kind of an if-then statement and at least one proposition to plant the factual basis of the statement. This statement above is simply unqualified as an actual logical sentence. It is of no relevance what this author thinks Wallach should do or have done instead of what he is doing or has done, especially without a solid proposition. Though this statement is baseless, it is worth addressing. Wallach has the means to retire, but he does not have the means to conduct formal research. Remember, he was fired from research. Proper research is one of the most expensive things one can do. Very few individuals are able to contribute significantly to basic research. One must be supremely well endowed to financially support research. The pharmaceutical medical industry does indeed have a monopoly on research money in this Western society. In my opinion, there are many institutions who could afford to prove on paper what Wallach is demonstrating in the wild. But longevity is not one of those institutions. In 2016, the year before I first wrote this rebuttal, Longevity made just under $163 million as a nutrition company. That is nowhere near enough to run a proper research venture. Wallach also does not spend his time attacking those who disagree with him. He goes about his business, day in, day out, unwavering. It is worth recognizing that most of the people who have attacked Wallach over the years are dead, from the things he tries to outline in his presentations, while Wallach himself still marches forward with no health problems and the seeming stamina of a 20-year-old. Longevity was started as a multi-level marketing company partly because it would have been more expensive to set up stores and keep up the usual overheads of a retail or clinical setting. And those expenses are minuscule in comparison to research money. But most significantly, Wallach has already proven his points. He does not travel around attempting to prove it to people. He travels around to tell them about what he and others, including MDs, have already proven. He has daunting evidence. It is easily brushed aside in articles like this.
Perhaps the most illogical of all his arguments in this respect is that we should not trust doctors' knowledge of health and nutrition, because the average age of an American doctor is only 58 years. Apparently, therefore, they wouldn't know anything about longevity. Thus the catchphrase, "dead doctors don't lie." As silly as this logic sounds, it seems to appeal to many people. The source of this information comes from the death notices of 40 U.S. physicians in one issue of the Journal of the American Medical Association. Obviously, the average age of death of 40 doctors in 1 month issue is not a good representation of an entire profession of people. For example, Had Wallach have calculated the average age of death from the obituaries in the previous month's issue, the average age would have been 83.
Wallach got the original 58 years from 200 obituaries. It was a back-of-the-envelope calculation that was used as a good illustration to make an important point, that the ones telling us how to live well should live significantly longer than a couch potato. Again, Wallach has published where he got his numbers from, and the many competing numbers. This information is readily available, and surely someone actually looking into Wallach, like the author of this article, would readily find this information. Anyone could also choose their own samples and run their own numbers. This is not a sophisticated research project. Just pick X number of MD obituaries, add up the ages, and divide by X. Even excluding accidents and suicides, the number still tends to be lower than the average lifespan of a couch potato. Many other calculations have been brought forward, including one that was intent on demonstrating how Wallach's statistics were incorrect. That article concluded an average age of 56 years instead of 58 as Wallach had claimed. Wallach has on many occasions outlined the many different calculations bringing many different average ages of physicians. The principal points still stand. Doctors tend to die of the same things we do, at about the same ages. This is not impressive given all the education and money involved in their operations.
Statistics covering the population of 344,823 physicians and the deaths of 19,086 over 5 years indicate that the average life expectancy of American doctors is actually greater than the rest of the U.S. population. In 1998, the American Medical Association's Center for Healthcare Policy published data on the life expectancies of U.S. medical graduate physicians, which showed that the life expectancies of physicians is somewhere between 75 and 88, depending upon age and gender.
Wallach uses a wide set of numbers. This is on the high end of the averages I've seen. The first reference above describes the 5 years between 1969 and 1973. These dates are not relevant to the period we are discussing. The periods of consequence are 1. When the original Dead Doctors Don't Lie was created, as the numbers were generated to be relevant to that time, and 2. When this scathing article was written. And I cannot find the source of the second reference from the above paragraph. Next section.
Nutrient depletion. One of the most concerning pieces of information that Wallach gives us is that not only is our food supply depleted of minerals, which leads to all the diseases known to man, but the U.S. government have the evidence in the form of Senate Document 264. In reality, this Senate document is merely the reprinting of an opinion piece written by a farmer in the 1930s, published in Cosmopolitan magazine, which subsequently caught the attention of a Florida senator. It was not based on any study or scientific evidence at all. The document was located by Donald Davis, who reported his findings to the Townsend Letter and brought it to the attention of the National Council Against Health Fraud, who subsequently published warnings to consumers to be wary of supplement companies basing claims on this Senate document.
Wallach's central nutritional message is every animal and human that dies of natural causes actually dies of a nutritional deficiency. Nutrient deficiency, not just minerals. Minerals comprise 2/3 of the essential nutrients, and minerals play a structural and functional role in the body, so much of the conversation is focused on them. Yes, this Senate document was based on an opinion piece, meaning it was not a formal study. This Nutra-smart article is also an opinion piece in that regard, as is this rebuttal. Here are some relevant points on this document. It was presented to Congress by U.S. Senator Mr. Duncan Fletcher on June 1st, 1936. He asked that it be placed into the permanent congressional record. The information presented in the following document provides arguments for nutrition and organic growing. Arguments for nutrition and organic growing. This sounds terrible. The article is actually called Modern Miracle Men, Dr. Charles Northern, Who Builds Up Health from the Ground Up, by Rex Beach. This article has always been represented to me in this way, written by a layperson about a doctor who had an interesting explanation of why America was in poor health, and who was having incredible clinical results with basic nutrition. The article itself, in my opinion, needs no substantiation. It is not claiming to be a scientific study. It is the reported experience of a practicing physician, like Dr. Wallach. It is not proof of this or that, merely an interesting historical component of the argument for better nutrition. This is the type of information someone could use to make a decision about what to put in their body or abstain from. This is the value of the article. Here are some excerpts from the article. The results obtained by Dr. Northern are outstanding. By putting back into foods the stuff that foods are made of, he has proved himself to be a real miracle man of medicine, for he has opened up the shortest and most rational route to better health. He showed first that it should be done, and then that it could be done. He doubled and redoubled the natural mineral content of fruits and vegetables. He improved the quality of milk by increasing the iron and the iodine in it. He caused hens to lay eggs richer in the vital elements. To me, this sounds great. Actually, the conclusion of this article, which is, quote, "It is simpler to cure sick soils than sick people. Which shall we choose?" End quote, is the opposite of Dr. Wallach's. But the foundational points the author uses to get to that conclusion are the same that we use to get to the conclusion that humans simply require better nutrition. I wonder if the National Council on Health Fraud warns citizens against taking advice from people who say that pharmaceutical drugs are the only way to manage a chronic disease. They don't.
As for the nutrient content of our food supply, unless you happen to live in a remote area or the world chronically...
Pretty sure he's trying to say,
unless you happen to live in a remote area of the world, chronically deficient in selenium or iodine, the chances are there are more than enough vitamins and minerals available. Several years ago, the Australian Bureau of Statistics published the apparent consumption of nutrients as well as the National Nutrition Survey, which revealed not only that the Australian food supply contained an abundance of macro and micronutrients, but the average Australian was consuming in excess of the recommended dietary intakes of all vitamins and minerals. Incidentally, the RDI levels of vitamins and minerals are designed to exceed the actual amount needed by almost all healthy people and are not synonymous with requirements. Amounts in excess of the RDI are generally unnecessary and in some cases can be dangerous.
The first sentence implies that since the nutritional content of our soils is just fine, our health must be so also. This is a ridiculous suggestion in my opinion. If that sentence does not imply this, then an alternative explanation for the poor state of our health must be provided. If we are getting adequate nutrition, then surely that cannot be the cause of our poor health. Interesting that Australia is used as a benchmark here, as every graph comparing soil depletion recognizes that Australian soils are far less degraded than North American soils, which is where Wallach focuses his message. If the average Australian is consuming excess of the RDIs, why are they in such poor health? Yes, the RDIs in every Western country are designed to exceed what is required to not die. This is an important point. Everyone should know how RDIs are calculated so that they can make sense of the labels and do their own math about what they put in their bodies. RDIs were generally created by PhDs in the World War II era, minus some of the latecomers to the essential nutrient party, such as boron being recognized as essential as recently as 1990. The RDIs on these newer nutrients are calculated the same way. How much of X does an average human need to stay alive? Staying alive and achieving maximum genetic potential are very different things. Wallach focuses sharply on the latter goal. Next section.
The long-lived cultures. This is perhaps the most interesting and hope-inspiring part of Wallach's story, where he explains that there are a handful of populations in remote villages who regularly live well beyond the age of 100, the result of living near areas of mineral-rich glacial milk. These populations include the Hunzas in Pakistan, the people of Vilcabamba in Ecuador, villagers in the Caucasus Mountains of Georgia, and the people of Tibet. Unfortunately, as is often the case, reality is far less hope-inspiring, as even though these cultures do exist, their supposed longevity does not, and even if it did, it would certainly not be due to any mythical, magical mineral waters.
There are many people all over the world who live to be over 100. We take this as a useful benchmark to determine successful life strategies. Wallach also uses many Western centenarians to make his points. Again, Dr. Wallach and his wife, Dr. Milan, took 10 years to write a book, Immortality, on these people, and outlined 25 common traits. Living near glacial milk is not one of the commonalities. These blue zones are scattered in almost every type of environment one could name.
Wallach's information regarding the long-lived cultures comes from an entertaining yet unscientific article that appeared in a popular magazine during the 1970s written by Alexander Leaf. Leaf printed the age of the people he interviewed, not based on documented evidence, but simply by taking their word for it. People in these areas of the world are known to exaggerate their age to gain social respect.
Wallach usually begins talking about long-lived peoples by telling the audience how he and his wife read every issue of National Geographic, as they had compiled a lot of information on these people and featured them regularly in their magazine. We have to get information from somewhere. Not everything comes from peer-reviewed, double-blind studies. Sometimes the best we can do is ask people. Most of these places do not keep records. Often they are illiterate, and so their word is all we have when it comes to dates. What we do have is record of their habits and beliefs, and in that case we still have to trust the observer. Trust is an important factor in figuring out which information to use. Trust is a foundational trait in human relations. Without trust, we have very little to base our reality on. Data on the longest living people simply do not have the controls that seem to be expected here. We hardly have such data on Western people. Even when there is documentation, it tends to be brushed off if it comes from a place like China or Ecuador. Only Western data is real data, apparently. In any case, Wallach is not asking you to trust him. He is making a case as to why people should consider adjusting what they do and do not put into their bodies, and he is making a case as to who people should take information from. And in any case, results come from action, and it is only if action comes from trust that trust is at all relevant in this discussion.
The problem in determining the accuracy of reports of those who have traveled to Pakistan to study the Hunza's alleged longevity is that the ages of these people were obtained purely by asking them, without being evidenced by documentation, despite the fact that it is well known that in these areas of the world, extreme old age is frequently exaggerated to gain respect and an elevated social stature. Some reports claim that any actual longevity may be due to vigorous exercise, farming with optimally cured manure, and particularly the fact that they eat a vegetarian-like diet and stay physically active throughout their life. It is more than likely, however, that they simply like to exaggerate their old age.
Absolutely, this is a problem, especially if you refuse to try anything that isn't based on official documentation. Western data, especially in the social sciences, is also deeply problematic because of this phenomenon that people tend to embellish themselves and their cultures, for a variety of reasons. One of the major points here is that, confirmable ages notwithstanding, these peasant people do not die of cancer, or heart disease, or diabetes. They do not degenerate from arthritis and osteoporosis. They do not shake in fits with Parkinson's or Tourette's. They are not obese, wearing acne, or have dental cavities and gingivitis. These points are, in my opinion, even more valuable than longevity. How long you live is not as important as how well you live.
After Leif's initial visit, radiologist Richard Mazies and anthropologist Sylvia Foreman traveled to Vilcabamba to determine whether or not there was any validity to these claims. They performed a house-by-house census and checked records of births, deaths, and marriages, and cross-checked various documents against each other. As they investigated these documents, they found a consistent pattern of age exaggerations and inconsistencies throughout the records. They discovered that none of the 23 self-proclaimed centenarians had actually reached 100 at all. In fact, their average age was seen to be closer to 86. After studying the people of the Caucasus Mountains extensively, a Russian geneticist shattered the myths regarding these people's claims of extreme longevity, revealing that many of the supposed centenarians had actually assumed the identity of their dead parents and grandparents to avoid detection after they had deserted the military forces during World War I. I'm not sure where the notion of Tibetans enjoying long life comes from. According to the recent national census information, the average lifespan of the people of Tibet has been increased from 36 in 1951 to 67 in 2000.
Wallach is clear that he is not using averages to make his points. He is using rates. How many centenarians are there per 100,000 people is the relevant question. Averages are skewed by many things, especially infant mortality and male violence. As expected, these populations with many more 100-year-olds than Western populations tend to still have high infant mortality and violent death rates, just as we Western cultures did before the civilizing forces came to dominate our society. Wallach is also speaking of individual populations, not nations. He illustrates the longevity differences within America, Japan, Tibet, etc.
There are several things that the long-lived cultures have in common, such as poor literacy skills, poor record keeping, tendency to exaggerate old age, but none of them are glacial milk. In actual fact, the oldest recorded living human died at age 122. Wallach is simply a snake oil salesman trying to sell people the secret to good health and longevity. He is not the first, and no doubt will not be the last.
This is absolutely true. The author of this article is the one who said that glacial milk is a commonality. Yes, we can only confirm the exact ages of certain centenarians because of the lack of records. Every other human being who does not have an official Western birth certificate must be discounted. Note that the snake oil salesman comes back into play. This is a theme of the article. Meanwhile, myself and Wallach can make our case without calling anyone any names. There are some facts here that are important to me. The snake oil that I bought from Longevity absolutely transformed my life. It took me from pain to vitality. It has done so for most of the people around me as well. That is a fact in my life, and it has zero documentation, zero official sanctioning. By the way, the secret to health and longevity isn't just one thing, and it is not just the magic minerals. It is a comprehensive outlining of what supports and promotes maintenance and repair of a healthy body, and that which does not. Get the good stuff, avoid the bad stuff is not a secret that only Wallach knows. It is age-old habits and wisdom that has been muffled by much disinformation in the modern age. Next section.
90 essential nutrients. One of Wallach's more commonly cited catch cry is that we need 90 essential nutrients every day, and that for every nutrient we miss out on, there are approximately 10 deficiency diseases associated with it. According to Wallach, 60 of these essential nutrients are minerals. When we look on the labels of food products or various dietary supplements, we would be lucky to find even 10 minerals listed, let alone 60. He has already given us the idea that we cannot get all the nutrients from our food, and therefore need to take supplements. But this information makes us doubt whether the supplements on the shelves are any good.
No objections here.
In reality, there are no more than 23 mineral elements which have been identified as essential in mammalian organisms. Macrominerals generally either act as crystals to strengthen bones or as electrolytes in nerve transduction, whereas trace minerals generally act as cofactors for various enzymes required in metabolic pathways, biochemical reactions.
As to how many minerals are essential, there is universal agreement on at least 20. In the animal industry, pet, zoo, livestock, it is common practice to supplement every animal with at least the minerals known to prevent diseases and defects. Standard animal foods and pellets contain more than just the agreed nutrients and include many with suspected benefits. The result in any case are stocks of animals, generation after generation, typically inbred, without any diseases or defects. This, in our view, is something that we should aim to imitate in humans, not to downplay, as in the above paragraph. Inbreeding of animals is interesting. It is another example of something widely attributed to genetics, inbred-based birth defects. Human populations such as the Amish are accused of inbreeding, owing to the prevalence of birth defects. Yet vertebrates of all kind are commonly inbred in pet, zoo, and laboratory animal populations, and defects have been eliminated in these stocks. Human populations with birth defects have nutrient deficiencies caused by many things. The Amish subsist mostly off their own lands often shown to be deficient in selenium and other essential minerals. Wallach's assertion, born primarily in the data compiled in The Diseases of Exotic Animals, is that these 60 minerals are necessary for maximum genetic potential. This is based on experimental reality, not consensus. If adding the rare earth minerals to an already perfect laboratory animal feed can double the lifespan of the animal, then these elements have allowed a new maximum genetic expression in the animal. If turmeric did the same thing, it would also be considered essential for maximum genetic potential. If the food group scheme or Mediterranean diet doubled the lifespan of laboratory animals, then it might stand up to Wallach's case for avoiding a handful of bad foods, ingesting minerals, vitamins, amino acids, omegas, antioxidants, aiming for a low-calorie, ketogenic lifestyle. Unfortunately, unanimously, mainstream opinions on nutrition and mainstream medical interventions have failed to produce desirable results. Standard pet foods and pellets contain more than 20 minerals. Wallach's entire thesis would still stand whatever the agreed number of essential minerals. We are no longer getting our regular sources of plant-derived minerals in any case.
When questioned about this, Wallach's spokesman based the fact that approximately 60 mineral elements are found in tissues to support his claim that therefore all these minerals are needed. This is absurd. Just because a mineral may be present in a tissue does not mean that it is playing a functional role, as certain tissues tend to accumulate certain elements even if we have no biochemical use for them. For example, if someone were exposed to high levels of leaded exhaust fume, they would have high levels of lead accumulated in various tissue. This does not mean that this person has a greater lead requirement.
This is an obfuscation. It could be called a straw man, an intentionally misleading proposition that is set up because it is easier to defeat than an opponent's real argument. Actually, there are 3 common criteria for determining the essentiality of a nutrient. The first criteria is that it must be present in all healthy tissue. This is a necessary axiom, but it is redundant. Obviously, if it is required for a healthy tissue, then it will be present in a healthy tissue. And so when explaining essentiality, Dr. Wallach relies on the other 2 criteria. The body must not be able to manufacture the nutrient, and at least one disease state results from a deficiency.
Furthermore, just because we may require a certain element does not mean that having more of it will be healthful. In fact, in the case of certain minerals such as iron in men, we get more than enough as it is, and additional doses can accumulate and be harmful. Funnily enough, iron is one of the most abundant minerals in colloidal minerals.
This is not relevant. If we are short, then we need more, and that is Wallach's point. If the body has enough X and is given more biologically available, natural, non-toxic X, then it will not be used by the body or accumulate. There is no evidence of an animal or human accumulating excess plant-derived colloidal minerals. There is no evidence of toxicity of plant-derived colloidal minerals. It is interesting that the author singled out iron as if to use as an example for other minerals. Actually, we agree that most people consume enough iron already, and there is the potential of iron accumulation, especially from elemental or metallic iron used to fortify foods, especially grains. We do not promote iron supplementation per se, as in we do not single it out or have any specific iron product. Typically, symptoms of anemia disappear after supplementation with the cofactors of iron, especially salt, vitamins B12, B6, C, and copper. This is not a trend. This is specific to iron and does not extrapolate onto the other major or trace minerals.
The reason I mention this is because below is a list of the elements identified as being essential in at least one species of mammal. In some cases, essentiality has only been confirmed due to specific pathologies that occur when that mineral is deficient, as opposed to essentiality being confirmed due to an actual known metabolic role being established.
Again, this sounds like it is downplaying the role of minerals in the body. Only confirmed due to specific pathologies that occur when that mineral is deficient. Sounds pretty clear-cut to me, not something I would want to gamble with. The last sentence implies that if we do not know exactly how something works, then we have no right playing around with it. If that were the case, I would say that we are screwed. There are far too many things that we can't explain in how the body, mind, soul, and world works, to risk limiting ourselves to what we are sure about, and then we still risk the hubris of our certainty. We have given these essential nutrients to animals for decades with spectacular results in every species in which we have practiced husbandry. The humans coming to Wallach, or to myself, or anyone in Longevity Nation, are looking for results. We, humans, have results. We have things that happen when we do certain things. Whether we can explain them perfectly is a different matter, although I would personally trust Dr. Wallach over any other human when discussing how the body works.
To use iron as the example, we know iron is part of the hemoglobin molecule that transports oxygen in our blood, as well as the myoglobin molecule in our muscle cells. A mineral such as lithium, for example, has been shown to cause certain problems in birds when it is deficient. However, what role it plays in the body is unknown.
Does it have a positive effect on a human? We can measure results without understanding them. I will not provide studies showing the effects of lithium. My role here is merely to rebut, and I stay firm that this is not an academic debate. It is not a study that convinces me that lithium is indeed an incredibly important, essential mineral. It is the demonstrated positive effect of the nutrient.
Toxicity of these elements are probably better understood. When you see an element listed as essential that you do not commonly see the levels of listed on food labels or added to mineral supplement formulas, do not think that you need to go out and start getting more lead or arsenic in your diet. The chances are you are probably getting levels of these elements that are more than enough, and are at a greater risk of accumulating toxic doses than you are of becoming deficient in them.
This paragraph is advising that people simply rest assured that what they need is in their food. Wallach makes a far more exhaustive case for the exact opposite attitude. We do not list lead as an essential mineral, officially. Perhaps naturally occurring lead will be proven essential for maximum genetic expression. All full-spectrum mineral sources, including natural salts and our own humic shale-based plant-derived minerals, will include some lead in trace amounts. We cannot avoid the consumption of all the naturally occurring elements if we are consuming sources that contains the 60 that have been demonstrated to contribute directly to maximum genetic expression. Dr. Wallach himself says that the mighty 90 could become the mighty 112, or 200, etc. If it can be shown to be essential for maximum genetic expression, it will make the list, and all elements on the periodic table in their naturally occurring forms could potentially be essential. Arsenic has been considered an essential mineral in all vertebrates since 1947. The following points are not cited as evidence, merely to point out that this author has us questioning supplementation in general, but to arsenic in particular, it is interesting to point out how important it can be and that we are in fact not guaranteed to get enough of what we require. Arsenic in combination with the B vitamin choline prevents 100% of porosis, or slip tendon, in poultry. Arsenic deficiency in humans results in a carpal tunnel syndrome, TMJ, and other repetitive motion type degenerative joint diseases, and minute traces of arsenic stimulate the production of red blood cells. According to the Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center in New York, infusions of arsenic works better than any other drug for the treatment of certain types of leukemia. 11 of the 12 patients went into remission within 12 to 39 days after starting the arsenic therapy. 8 of the original test group were still in remission 10 years after the therapy began. Quote, "We now know that arsenic can safely bring patients with APL, which is the type of leukemia they were studying in the above study, into remission, which may ultimately give them a second chance at life." End quote. That was in the New England Journal of Medicine, November 5th, 1998. Quote, "Based on highly sensitive test results, treatment with arsenic appears to exceed the effectiveness of any single drug to treat APL." End quote. That's a quote from another doctor. As to the toxic doses comment, in 2007 the FDA gathered adverse events reports for herbs, minerals, vitamins, and other assorted nutritional products. These data were released in 2008. Grouped together for the entire American population of over 300 million people, there are approximately 600 reports on nutritional products, none of them deaths. Adverse events for nutritional or herbal products tend to be minor things like diarrhea, nausea, itchy skin, rash. By contrast, that same year, there were over 482,000 adverse events reports for pharmaceutical drugs, and most of them were deaths.
Colloidal mineral products are basically shale leachate. That is, they soak humic shale in water, which leaches the minerals into it, and then bottle the water. Unfortunately, humans were designed to eat plants and animals, not rocks, so the mineral content of this humic shale leachate sold as colloidal minerals contains varying amounts of various minerals.
This paragraph should have started, "Plant-derived colloidal mineral products are basically shale leachate. That is, they soak humic shale in water, which leaches the minerals into it, and then bottle the water." The paragraph could have ended like that and it would have been correct. I say nearly the same thing about the minerals when presenting them. The very next sentence he goes on about rocks. Surely he understands at this point in his research that humic shale is not rock. Definition: humic acids are a principal component of humic substances, which are the major organic constituents of soil, or humus, peat, and coal. It is also a major organic constituent of many upland streams, dystrophic lakes, and ocean water. It is produced by biodegradation of dead organic matter. Organic means alive, means plants or animals. Plant and animals are not rocks. Therefore, if a humic substance is organic, then it was once alive. Since something living cannot be a rock, living things can create rocks, as in coral, but they are not rocks themselves, then humic shale cannot be a rock. This is literally third-grade logic. Our source does not carry wildly varying mineral content. Every batch is measured. This is public information. We use this source partially because of its stability and uniformity.
The resulting shale leachate is very low in some important minerals that may actually be beneficial to many people, such as calcium and selenium, whilst very high in minerals such as aluminum and cadmium, which are non-essential, have no biological role whatsoever, and are contained in potentially toxic amounts. At least multivitamin and mineral supplements are specifically formulated to contain minerals that we actually need, usually in doses that are safe and appropriate, not random depending on what chunk of rock you happen to pull up from the ground.
This one source of minerals is great but not perfect. It does not have optimal amounts of everything. We do not market it as a magical cure-all, as this article is implying. We market it as the single best and most economical component to an intelligent supplementation program. We do indeed regularly increase both the calcium and selenium in our more sophisticated products, and all of our programs above the plant-derived minerals put a particular emphasis on those two very important minerals. The humic shale-derived plant-derived minerals is not everything we need. This is why we have other products, but this ingredient is still key to the rest of them, particularly because of the trace and rare earth minerals in the shale leachate. Wallach uses the same point of not wanting to depend on what minerals happen to be in the ground, to make the case for supplementation to ensure that you get it all. Except in Wallach's case, he is addressing the reality of soil depletion and the fact that minerals are not distributed evenly across the face of the earth. In this article's case, the author is deliberately misleading the reader, equating our humic shale deposit with chunks of rocks you happen to pull up from the ground. Next section.
Colloidal minerals, more absorbable. Other than containing minerals that most people would probably never have heard of, the other attractive claim made for their use is that unlike other mineral supplements, either salts, which Wallach incorrectly refers to as metallic minerals, or those chelated by amino acids, which, according to him, have between 5 and 40% absorbability, colloidal minerals are 90 to 98% absorbable, because of their small particle size and negative charge.
This notion of attractiveness seems meaningless to me. I was attracted to the notion that there were answers to why I was in pain and what I could do about it. Wallach had information, I used it, I was out of pain. Other mineral supplements, especially any purchasable over-the-counter in Canada or America or Australia, do not produce reliable or dramatic results in my experience. They did not help me, they have not worked in the people I am familiar with, and they stand up poorly to clinical trials, especially when said minerals are tested individually or in small groups, which is often used as evidence against the efficacy of supplementation in general. I promote products that work, because they work. Funny that Wallach is being admonished about differentiating mineral salts and metallic or elemental minerals. None of them are biologically useful. How do we know that? They don't solve the problems that people are using them for. Meanwhile, this author continues to call humic shale rocks. We've noticed that most customers don't care that much about the details. The 5 to 40% bioavailability is not made up by Wallach. This has been covered above. This is why the industry chelates inorganic minerals to make them more absorbable, because we know that their bioavailability is very low.
Because of their small particle size and negative charge.
Here comes the attack, hinging on because. The because is academic. The results are documented. Why the results happen is open to investigation. But whether they work or not is the question that most people are interested in. Colloidal minerals do have super interesting properties, but we're selling human results.
Once again, Wallach exploits the lack of understanding that most people would have about metabolism and nutrient absorbability. There are several issues of concern that need to be explained regarding this claim.
I would argue that this article is demonstrating a remarkable lack of understanding about every subject covered thus far.
Firstly, the absorbability of a mineral depends less upon the form it is in and more upon our body's need for it.
Wallach argues for the importance of both. In the last section, this author made the case that we are not meant to get our minerals from rocks. Notwithstanding that Wallach uses this same fact to support the opposite point, the author made the case above that the form of a mineral does indeed matter to the body. Wallach and I and most of the alternative health world agree that the form of a nutrient is a significant factor in its value. A product's marketing depends on such specs.
For example, if our iron stores were adequate, we may only absorb about 1% of the iron we consume, in any form. If we were deficient, our bodies would start to absorb much more, perhaps up to 25% of that we consume.
Great, so if you need it more, your body will go to more effort to utilize what is available. That is useful knowledge. That does not imply that we should not increase our input of important nutrients. Again, iron is a mineral with few analogous properties to other dietary minerals.
A mineral such as chromium, for example, will only be approximately 2% absorbable at the most.
Then we must factor in this bioavailability, whether we have enough or not.
We would certainly not want to absorb 25%, let alone 98% of the chromium we ingested, or else it would soon become toxic.
Really? This must explain why increasing supplemental chromium has such remarkable positive results in humans with a variety of issues. Absorptionability does not equate dose.
Admittedly, some forms of minerals are better absorbed than others, but the difference is generally quite small compared to what he alleges. To use calcium as an example, calcium carbonate is generally approximately 30% absorbable, depending on the need for it.
Notice that the author uses a 30% figure, demonstrating Wallach's 40% to be overly generous.
Calcium citrate, considered the most absorbable form of calcium, is approximately 33% absorbable. Wow.
We do not consider calcium citrate to be the most absorbable form of calcium. These terrible absorption rates of standard mineral chelates explains why they don't produce results in humans. I am not sure why the wow is part of this sentence.
Wallach further exploits this issue by saying that if, and he uses the example of calcium, the RDI for calcium were 1,000 milligrams, and we only absorbed 1/3 of the calcium we ingest, we would therefore need to consume 3 times as much, 3,000 milligrams, to meet our RDI levels. This is a lie, of course, as absorbability is taken into account when RDI levels are set. For example, if we absorbed 100% of the calcium we ingested, then the RDI would drop by approximately 1/3, etc. This lie, however ridiculous, may easily lead people to believe that they would need to ingest whopping large amounts of supplement pills in order to absorb enough of them. Put simply, this is a lie, and one that is potentially dangerous. The information then leads the listener to want to learn where they can obtain a mineral supplement which is better absorbed, which, of course, his colloidal mineral water supposedly is.
The author seems to be claiming that increasing calcium intake to the levels Wallach is advising is either useless or dangerous. However, this does not explain the remarkable results attained by increasing calcium. This issue is close to me, as it was what I thought of as primarily a calcium product, Youngevity's Beyond OsteoFX powder, that got me out of a list of lifelong health problems in a mere 6 days. FDA recommendations are absolute values in most cases. The author seems to be suggesting again that everything is just fine the way it is. RDIs are perfect, FDA is perfect, everyone would be healthy if they just followed the advice one would find on the news. This does not explain why the general health of the people in question is so poor despite the best efforts of the most expensive medical system in history. This does not explain why the modern populations with the highest dietary calcium intakes on paper exhibit the highest rates of calcium deficiency diseases. This does not explain how uneducated people can help other uneducated people achieve dramatic health benefits using nutritional formulas high in calcium. What really isn't explained is how supplementing with arguably the most important mineral in the body is dangerous.
Wallach then goes on to mention that typical supplement pills cannot be absorbed well, telling a story of how he supposedly met a man who cleaned portaloos and showed him all the multivitamins which had been collecting in them. That is, that they had been swallowed and passed out without being broken down. This story is a ludicrous lie. If you placed any pill in an acid, it would dissolve within minutes, unless it was enterically coated, in which case it would dissolve under an alkaline environment. If this breakdown occurs in minutes using a weak acid such as vinegar, what do you think the likelihood is of them sitting in stomach acid, which is approximately 100 to 500 times stronger than that of vinegar, for several hours, being churned by the digestive tract and then being excreted without having been broken down at all, let alone completely digested?
Actually, this story is not unique to Wallach. I have heard several professional and amateur people describe similar events. I am not prepared to call any of these people liars, let alone all of them. Indeed, if you placed any pill in an acid, it would dissolve. The point being made by Wallach and others telling this tale is that the people who are not digesting these pills are exhibiting a weak stomach acid. Acid is typically weaker in older people, which is the primary market for many of these multi-tablets. On top of that, most of these older people operate under the assumption that salt, sodium chloride, the raw material the body uses to make stomach acid, which is primarily hydrochloric acid, is bad for them, and thus restrict it consciously. Stomach acid is supposed to be 100 to 500 times stronger than vinegar, and indeed we teach people about the importance of maintaining a healthy stomach acid, and indeed the Porta story is being told to illustrate the importance of salt.
Another issue that needs to be taken into consideration is that despite having a relatively small particle size and a negative charge, unless our body is particularly in need of a specific mineral, the absorbability of it will be of little difference.
That is an incredibly important unless. Wallach's case revolves around the fact that we are, indeed, particularly in need of many specific minerals. Above, the case was made, and then unmade, and then made again, that the absorbability of a nutrient is dependent on its form, which presumably matters in nutrition. Now it is of little difference? In my opinion, if the nutrient is lacking, and I must increase it, then the absorbability is indeed an important factor in the value of the nutrient per X quantity.
There is simply no evidence at all to suggest that colloidal minerals are absorbed any better than any other mineral supplements.
There is a very basic measure of absorbability of any substance one chooses to examine. How much X was ingested, and how much X shows up in the blood, hair, excrement, saliva, etc. This is called bioavailability. There is ample documentation on the bioavailability of various substances, including humic acids.
In fact, by definition, a colloidal particle has poor definition across a semi-permeable membrane, such as that which coats our body's cells.
There are many properties of colloids of various types, but this is not the definition of a colloid, and a living cell is not comparable to a laboratory semi-permeable membrane. A colloid is a solution that has particles ranging between 1 and 1000 nanometers in diameter, yet are still able to remain evenly distributed throughout the solution. These are also known as colloidal dispersions because the substances remain dispersed and do not settle to the bottom of the container. This definition is part of my standard sales presentation about the minerals. I consider it part of the magic of nature that once a mineral passes through a plant, it comes out the other side in a form which remains in suspension, unlike the original form of the mineral, whether a salt or rock or solution.
This might lead one to ask, how therefore can they get away with claiming that their product is 98 to 98% absorbable, as we see printed on the back of the van window? Put simply, it is a liquid product, consisting mainly of water. We absorb almost all the water we ingest. Nowhere does the wording specifically state that it is the minerals, let alone all the minerals, that are 90 to 98% absorbable. Unfortunately, as obvious as this may sound, I seriously doubt that any of Wallach's followers, let alone the ones who have it splashed across their car windows, ever realize this.
The statement that plant-derived colloidal minerals are up to 98% absorbable is pretty straightforward. The statement is deliberately unspecific. Legality prevents people from making many specific claims, and we do not rely on specific claims to either sell product or achieve results. We are trained not to use specific claims, as are medical professionals across the board. Next section.
Deficiency diseases. Wallach's claim that all diseases are due to nutritional deficiencies is perhaps his most outrageous and potentially dangerous.
Dangerous? No harm has been presented. Don't supplement, you might function optimally. Don't take that stuff we use to prevent all diseases and defects in all animals.
His strategy is relatively simple if you know the basics of human micronutrient metabolism. Take a vitamin or mineral, figure out what its biological role is and what symptoms would occur in a deficiency state, figure out what chronic disease is closest to those symptoms, and say that all cases of that disease are simply caused by a deficiency of the corresponding nutrient.
Exactly. Except the deceptively operative adjective simply. Wallach's message is not simply that every nutrient causes specific diseases. His case is that all of these essential nutrients work together to optimize the structure and function of the organism. Deficiencies of individual nutrients or groups of nutrients show up as symptoms or in specific cellular evidence. Deficiencies rarely occur one by one, and Wallach is clear and vociferous on this point. In this view, diseases are merely names for groups of symptoms, and those groups of symptoms relate to numerous deficiencies and environmental aggravations. This is why the protocol is to top up with all known essential nutrients, to additionally consume all possible beneficial compounds, and to avoid all possible antagonists. Wallach does not make the case as simply as it is being presented here. The simplest form of the message is something like, get the good stuff, avoid the bad stuff. Both of those lists have many items. None of our nutritional programs promote the use of individual nutrients for individual problems. Such problems do not exist in the wild, and that is why they must be created in the laboratory to determine exactly which nutrients correspond to which effects.
Below are a few examples: aneurysms, varicose veins, wrinkles and gray hair. The trace mineral copper acts as a cofactor in several apoenzymes, including, among others, lysyl oxidase, which is involved in the biosynthesis of the connective tissues elastin and collagen, as well as tyrosinase, which is involved in the biosynthesis of melanin, the pigment in our hair and skin. Dietary deficiency of copper is virtually unheard of. In fact, the only known copper deficiency state in humans occurs in a rare condition called Menkes disease, where there is a disruption in the gene encoding the Menkes protein, which is responsible for transporting copper through the cell, resulting in what is essentially a severe deficiency state. The onset of the disease occurs immediately and causes many severe abnormalities as a result of the copper deficient state. The most common problems are early onset osteoporosis, the inability to regulate body temperature, neurological damage, mental retardation, and in severe enough cases, abnormalities of the blood vessels, including twisting and frayed inner walls of the cerebral arteries, as the arterial walls are stabilized by the connective tissue which fails to be correctly produced in a state of copper deficiency. Another characteristic in some cases is colorless and kinky, presumably because copper is needed to produce pigment and formation of disulfide bonds in keratin, the protein hair is made from. The condition worsens throughout childhood and the patient usually dies during adolescence.
Copper deficiency sounds like something one would want to avoid.
It was first suggested that the disease was an inborn error of copper metabolism when Australian sheep grazing on copper-deficient soils displayed similar colorless, kinky wool, a phenomenon in bovine called falling disease, which occurs due to a sudden ruptured aortic aneurysm, was also thought to occur due at least in part to grazing in copper-deficient soils. However, this was never confirmed. Given the fact that copper is needed to produce pigment and maintain healthy blood vessel elasticity, Wallach claims that all vascular abnormalities and other problems associated with connective tissue, including aneurysms, varicose veins, and even wrinkles, are simply a result of a copper deficiency, occurring in late age supposedly due to a decline in the ability to absorb it, remedied only by colloidal minerals, of course. Likewise, he claims that gray hair at any age is not natural at all and is simply due to copper deficiency.
That word, simply, is again brought in to try and make Dr. Wallach look stupid. Wallach asserts that copper plays a key role in elastic tissues, and therefore all elastic issues will have something to do with copper. He does not insist that it is only a copper deficiency. When we humans learned how to prevent animals from having aneurysms by increasing copper, it actually was simply that they were lacking that one mineral. But that was because they were already getting enough of everything else in their feeds. So when they stopped dying of copper deficiencies, they stopped dying prematurely of any natural causes, because they were taken care of nutritionally. Every such case proves Wallach's thesis. Deficiencies become increasingly likely with age because everyone is getting less than optimal amounts already, and minerals in the body are used and depleted with time. I have seen numerous varicose veins and even wrinkles recede and disappear with Wallach's nutritional programs. I have reversed my own thinning and graying hair. I have seen hair color come back, though hair regrowing is rarer and takes longer when it does occur. The sarcasm is not necessary. If one is given an early warning sign that they are deficient in important essential minerals, then it is a good idea to top up those minerals, and it would be a good idea to top them up all at once if the source was available. It is conveniently available in plant-derived minerals. Older people are expected to absorb less minerals because of their low stomach acid production, exacerbated by following bad advice to avoid salt. I would also say that they are expected to absorb less minerals because they take bad advice from medical doctors and consume pharmaceutical drugs that block or suppress or inhibit important things in the body, like calcium, cholesterol, stomach acid, etc. Gray hair is the natural consequence, likely the first visual symptom of a mineral deficiency, with two implicated in particular, copper and tin.
There are many biochemical reactions and therefore many different substrates involved in the synthesis of connective tissues, only one of which requires a copper-dependent enzyme. Likewise with melanin. If indeed Wallach's claims were correct, and everyone who had these problems, including gray hair, had a copper deficiency, then they would have to also be showing the other symptoms associated with copper deficiency, which obviously they are not, because for the body to be so deficient in copper that the hair loses its pigment, the other serious pathologies associated with Menkes disease would also be present.
This is presented logically, but is false, because the premise is false. The correct premise is exactly what Wallach echoes, that gray or white hair is likely the first symptom of such deficiencies. If gray hair is the first symptom, then there is no reason to believe, and certainly no evidence presented here, that there should also be other serious pathologies present.
With the exception of perhaps those who believe that Wallach's minerals are changing their hair color, I do not think that people with gray hair are also mentally retarded, one of the other symptoms associated with the deficiency of copper severe enough to result in gray hair.
Wallach is not saying that one becomes mentally retarded before their hair turns gray. As far as I know, he has never claimed retardation to have any association with gray hair. Wallach's hair is gray. He would be calling himself retarded. I have never heard anything like this be claimed by anyone. Note that this article presents no alternative explanation for gray hair. Note that this article offers no explanation as to why some people lose their hair color younger than others, and why there is a general understanding that people are becoming grayer and balder at younger ages than they used to. Note that there is no discussion of people actually reversing pigment loss with plant-derived mineral supplementation, other than, of course, the implication in the above paragraph that anyone who thinks their hair has gained pigment because of supplementation must be retarded. Next section.
Diabetes. Wallach claims that blood sugar irregularities such as diabetes are simply the result of a chromium and vanadium deficiency.
There's that simply again. Dumb old Wallach thinking that everything is just so simple. He can't be right.
Because chromium is involved in insulin function, a deficiency of chromium may result in diabetes-like symptoms, insulin dysfunction. Studies have shown that diabetics are generally not deficient in this mineral, and that chromium supplementation, or simply increasing the chromium intake from the diet, will only assist people who are already deficient in this mineral.
First of all, there is an important omission in what Wallach is saying about diabetes and chromium and vanadium. What these studies show is that there is not an enormous difference in the level of chromium in the general population versus a sample of diabetics, but that is not what is being contested. Wallach is asserting 1. That everyone is generally deficient in minerals for a number of reasons, and 2. That our need for certain minerals is increased due to lifestyle choices. In regards to diabetes, there is another major player than chromium: sugar. It has been part of Dr. Wallach's standard presentation for decades that the average intake of processed sugar has increased in the last 100 years. Estimates vary, and it is said that we consume anywhere from 8 to over 300 times more sugar than we used to. If chromium is needed to metabolize sugar, then a human will need much more chromium to process that much more sugar. This is how the average level of chromium in the general population can be much less relevant than the chromium level of each individual compared to their sugar intake. The author here admits that chromium supplementation will help those who are in need of chromium. I agree. It is worth reading what is being cited as evidence in this paragraph.
Consequently, nearly all clinical trials examining the effect of chromium supplementation, both in healthy people and in diabetics, have shown no significant effect on glucose levels, insulin function.
Both of the studies cited, and this author, are not testing Wallach's thesis. Wallach does not assert that diabetics are only deficient in chromium, or even just chromium and vanadium. He asserts that diabetics are deficient in chromium, likely also in other key nutrients, and also eating all the wrong foods. Right and wrong being determined based on whether they contribute to or hinder the optimal structure and function of the organism. Therefore, neither he nor I, nor a rational observer, would expect a diabetic to respond only to simply chromium. Wallach says over and over that we need 90 essential nutrients, each with their own role. Some people, such as this Nutra-smart author, take that too far. It is a recipe. He is describing and promoting a recipe. Both chromium and vanadium are part of that recipe, but there is more to it.
Chromium picolinate supplements have been associated with a large number of problems, and long-term use should be avoided.
Note, according to this author, who has not yet offered any relevant health advice, any testimonials, any clinical experience, chromium picolinate supplements should be avoided. Good thing Wallach doesn't promote chromium picolinate. Whether or not he did would be a different question to whether or not anyone should take this author's advice.
Vanadium has not been proven to be an essential mineral for humans.
This does not explain the demonstrated remarkable effects in supplementation with the combination of chromium and vanadium, and of course all the other essential minerals in animals. And this does not explain the expansion of maximum genetic expression in supplemented animals. Vanadium is part of the recipe that the animal industries use to eliminate blood sugar problems in animals.
Vanadium mimics insulin action, and so some trials have used vanadium-containing agents to treat diabetes, with some success. However, because vanadium is so poorly absorbed, levels needed to be effective may be toxic.
Note that absorption is again being factored into the success, aka the value, of a nutritional compound. Note that the vanadium being tested is not plant-derived colloidal vanadium. Note that what is being tested is not what Wallach is talking about, because Wallach never advises using one nutrient at a time, or testing one nutrient at a time. One nutrient will probably have very little effect, because each nutrient is a small part of the recipe.
Saying that diabetes is a vanadium deficiency is like saying that diabetes is a metformin deficiency. Metformin is a common medication shown to be effective at treating diabetes and without the toxicity of vanadium treatments.
I do not see how these two things are comparable. 1. Vanadium is a naturally occurring trace mineral with beneficial effects in all vertebrates tested at the right doses, which are small. Man-made vanadium compounds are not comparable to the naturally occurring mineral. In any case, Dr. Wallach doesn't say that diabetes is simply a chromium or vanadium deficiency. Those are two parts of the recipe for a healthy vertebrate, and a healthy vertebrate doesn't have a blood sugar problem. This author continues to use straw man arguments, pretending as if Wallach presents things this way so that he can easily knock down the fake straw man thesis. The other, metformin, has interesting attributes, none of which include curing the diabetes. This drug has a black box warning. This is the most serious warning from the Food and Drug Administration. A black box warning alerts doctors and patients to potentially dangerous effects. Lactic acidosis is a rare but serious side effect of this drug. In this condition, lactic acid builds up in your blood. This is a medical emergency that requires treatment in the hospital. Lactic acidosis is fatal in about half of the people who develop it. Other side effects include tiredness, weakness, unusual muscle pain, trouble breathing, unusual sleepiness, stomach pains, nausea or vomiting, dizziness or lightheadedness, slow or irregular heart rate, shaking or feeling jittery, irritability. This drug reduces the amount of glucose or sugar made by your liver. It lowers the amount of glucose your body absorbs and increases the effect of insulin on your body. Insulin is a hormone that helps your body remove extra sugar from your blood. This lowers your blood sugar levels. Notice that the general purpose of the drug is to suppress bodily functions rather than support them as nutrients are intended. This drug can cause a severe allergic reaction. Symptoms include trouble breathing, swelling of your throat or tongue, hives. Note that a natural mineral cannot cause any allergic reaction. Drugs are widely prescribed for type 2 diabetics to help lower blood sugar levels, but a new meta-analysis of 13 randomized controlled trials involving more than 33,000 people showed that this treatment is not only ineffective, it's dangerous as well. Treatment with glucose-lowering drugs actually showed the potential to increase your risk of death from heart-related and all other causes. Researchers noted, quote, "The overall results of this meta-analysis do not show a benefit of intensive glucose-lowering treatment on all-cause mortality or cardiovascular death. A 19% increase in all-cause mortality and a 43% increase in cardiovascular mortality cannot be excluded." End quote. In other words, whether it works to lower your blood sugar or not, it might kill you. As of July 21st, 2017, 199,020 people reported to have side effects when taking metformin. Among them, 3,681 people, or 1.85%, have sudden death. Moving on.
Although the precise cause is not understood, type 2 diabetes, non-insulin dependent adult onset, has been seen to occur largely in obese people. Many studies have shown not only that obesity is a clear risk factor for developing type 2 diabetes, but persons with type 2 diabetes can decrease their symptoms, improve their health, and decrease their risk of death from diabetes by losing weight.
It is well understood and explained by Wallach and all those who understand how we humans have eliminated type 2 diabetes in animals since 1957, by adding trace minerals including chromium and vanadium to feeds. We consider diabetes and obesity to be symptoms of the same problem, deficiencies. One of the best and most common side effects of supplementation with plant-derived minerals is losing weight by way of reduced hunger. This is part of Wallach's presentations. He relates human munchies, which is arguably the cause of obesity, which is of course associated with diabetes, to pica or cribbing in animals. When a farm animal is eating the fence and clay and the handles of tools, a good farmer will give the animals a trace mineral salt block, and the animal will stop cribbing. To lose weight, humans typically need to stop consuming the things that make them fat, especially wheat, barley, rye, oats, sugar, and reduce caloric intake. Relying on willpower alone is generally ineffective. The hunger is there for a reason, to get nutrients, and until that need is satisfied, an intelligent body should not turn off the hunger. When micronutrient requirements are fulfilled, one of the first noticeable changes is a reduction in hunger, followed by a reduction in weight. Diabetics can and should lose weight. There is no argument there. Nobody should be overweight, in my opinion.
One of the most successful means for treating type 2 diabetes is weight loss and maintaining a healthy weight and body fat portion, though Wallach never mentions that.
Wallach talks extensively about the connection between all of these mineral deficiency symptoms and dietary factors. Next section.
Cardiomyopathy. Many people may not know the difference between a heart attack caused by a cardiomyopathy, very rare, and a heart attack caused by coronary heart disease, caused by blockages in the coronary arteries. This is the single most common cause of death in Western populations. Wallach makes fun of people who drop dead of a cardiomyopathy heart attack because, as he claims, cardiomyopathy is caused by a deficiency of selenium. However, cardiologists do not tell us this so that they can make money by charging patients for heart transplants instead.
To be fair, I'm pretty sure that Wallach categorizes the main reason for MDs failing in the cardiomyopathy department as ignorance. Dr. Wallach cites several prominent cardiologists dying of cardiomyopathy as the butt of this joke. He also covers all heart diseases extensively in his presentations and publications.
In reality, cardiomyopathy is not a single disease, but a generic description of a disease of the heart muscle, including the types ischemic, dilated, hypertrophic, alcoholic, peripartum, restrictive, and idiopathic, all having different causes and etiologies.
Yes, cardiomyopathy, like pretty much all disease, is just a name for a loose list of symptoms, with many contributing factors, some more important than others, some, like selenium, acting reliably as the straw that broke the camel's back. I believe this author wants us to think that this new definition of cardiomyopathy somehow dissolves Wallach's thesis.
In the Qishan region of China, a significant occurrence of dilated cardiomyopathy is associated with extremely low selenium levels. This particular type of dilated cardiomyopathy is referred to as Qishan disease and is dissimilar to cardiomyopathies seen in other parts of the world. Wallach, however, uses this information to claim that all cases of cardiomyopathy are the same and simply due to selenium deficiency.
Wallach draws many examples to connect selenium deficiencies to multiple disease states, using this as an example to demonstrate the importance of selenium in the body. And there's that simply word again. Wallach's message is just so simple, it must be wrong. Even though Wallach's message is not as simple as it is presented in this article.
Researchers have examined the selenium status of other dilated cardiomyopathy patients around the world. It has been found that selenium levels in these patients are normal, concluding that selenium deficiency is not involved in the etiology of these cases.
Wallach's case has always been that every nutrient, including and in particular selenium, works with numerous cofactors and conditional factors, and a simple deficiency of one is not likely to be the ultimate explanation of the condition. Comparing medical patients with the general population doesn't mean much when Wallach's premise is that the population is generally deficient in minerals. The distribution of selenium in soils is highly variable, especially within the US.
In fact, in one study, researchers examined selenium status of cardiomyopathy patients in Saudi Arabia and found that whilst there was no significant difference between these patients and the rest of the population, the cardiomyopathy patients had, on average, a slightly, but not significantly, higher selenium status.
We sometimes call the blood the life force because it appears ultimately to be the most important system in the body. Any problem in the blood is a big problem for the human, and on the other hand, clean blood is a sign of a healthy human. Clean blood means that there are no undigested food proteins or ongoing immune response, blood that turns bright red upon exposure to oxygen, and, under a microscope, all of the blood cells move freely and independently, no clumps or clusters or weirdly shaped cells. If this author had actually heard Wallach out a bit, or sought answers to these particular questions from within the longevity world, he would have found at least one, because something similar happens with calcium, and we talk about it all the time. It's on our literature. We have charts of the 4 main categories of non-infectious disease, and in the calcium deficiency category it says plainly that, according to Wallach, and to us as well, elevated blood calcium is one of the early signs of a serious dietary calcium deficiency. In other words, if you are low on calcium, a mineral of exceeding importance, used in numerous functions throughout the everyday running of the body, as well as a physical structural component for the bones and other tissues, then we believe the body is pulling calcium from the bones, teeth, and anywhere else it can gamble on to put that calcium in the blood. One of the main things that people come to us about are issues in the bone and joint category, which we group into the calcium and cofactor deficiency category. Over the years, I have rarely heard someone complain of a blood test showing low calcium. Low blood calcium would be a medical emergency, a life or death situation. Most people who come to us for advice about osteoporosis, arthritis, or any other obvious calcium deficiency related problem tell us that their blood is fine. Their doctor says their blood is fine. They have an obvious, serious, degenerative, or even immune problem, yet their blood is fine. We hear this all the time. How can this be? Could it be that the blood is so important that the wisdom of the body will steal from anywhere in order to maintain order in the blood? The body stores nutrients and energy better in fatty form than watery. Calcium is a water-soluble nutrient, and like all water-soluble nutrients, the body does not store it very effectively. Calcium stones are bound with fat, not water. This fast depletion, fast replenishment system is true for calcium and salt and B vitamins, etc., but it is a bit different with selenium. Selenium is fat soluble, and thus the body can hold on to it a bit longer. Selenium can also be recycled in certain functions in the body. For example, we produce an antioxidant in nearly every cell in our body, called glutathione, and without selenium it cannot mobilize itself against a free oxygen molecule continuously. With selenium, the process can continue, making each glutathione molecule much more effective against free radicals and pathogens. Since selenium has roles in all of the organs in the body and is also a functional component of the immune system, there are multiple places for a selenium deficiency to show up. Factors contributing to how the deficiency will display itself can vary greatly. Weight of the person, their diet and where that food comes from geographically, their stress levels, sleep habits, immune stressors, etc. Selenium is involved in so many things, from the liver to the thyroid to the heart to the immune system, that the lack of material could hit any of these systems. The person could have cirrhosis or fatty liver disease or a thyroid issue, an immune problem of some kind. From chronic colds or infections to environmental sensitivities like hay fever or seasonal allergies to a full-blown catastrophic immune failure, where pneumonia is the next most likely thing to kill them. Calcium deficiency can also show up in multiple systems. It doesn't have to be arthritis or osteoporosis. It could be a gum or tooth problem, muscle cramps or twitches, a neurological problem, gout, stones, heel spurs, etc. The point of all of this is that there is no reason to believe that cardiomyopathy is the only threat or the only result of a selenium deficiency. Dr. Wallach proposed this decades ago and proved it with the Keyshawn autopsies. All 1,700 of those kids died of what we would call in the West cardiomyopathy, and if they were an athlete, it would be called athlete's heart, or an enlarged heart, or a genetic heart condition. All of those Keyshawn kids died of heart attack but also had muscular dystrophy at autopsy. 100% of them. If they lived in the West, it might be said that muscular dystrophy killed them, supposing the heart attack to be a result of the dystrophy, rather than them both being caused by the same deficiency.
This claim of Wallach's is simply a lie designed to lull people into thinking that there is a simple way that they can prevent heart attacks by buying his supplements.
Of course, it's all a lie. Dr. Wallach actually has secured qualified health claims from the FDA in America about selenium and about omega-3, another fat-soluble nutrient, in relation to heart attacks, stroke, and various forms of thrombosis. Qualified health claims can't just be based on a lie, or discounted by calling someone a liar. Gaining qualified health claims is a lengthy, expensive process that demands virtual mountains of evidence from the plaintiffs. Next section.
Cancer. During his Dead Doctors Don't Lie lecture, Wallach mentions that the anti-cancer diet had been found, but doctors are not interested in letting us know about it. He cites the results from a study which is called the Lynxian Intervention Trial, which found that supplements of selenium, beta-carotene, and vitamin E decreased the risk of gastric cancer.
Wallach is reading an article where this quote appears. He has used it as a slide in his presentation for many years. The article calls it an anti-cancer diet.
What Wallach does not mention is that this population was severely malnourished and deficient in these nutrients.
Actually, that is a huge part of Wallach's point. The reference to our populations is appropriate.
Furthermore, once again, he selectively cites only one study among many, and mentions only the one which supports his own agenda.
That is precisely what everyone in this arena must do, since there is so much clutter in the literature and the culture. We cannot cover everything, but he does not just use one source for selenium. He has many and he changes it up in his presentation. His actual slideshow, if he stopped on every slide, would be many hours long. He always flicks through and picks out one or a couple of slides on each point he's trying to make. He also has many books that the author could have read, which go into more detail, instead of just dismissing the handful of books. Really, to say that Wallach relies on one source is preposterous. Wallach has a prolific research career with over 70 published papers, 8 multi-authored textbooks, one textbook, The Diseases of Exotic Animals, published in 1983, which he was the primary author, and which is still used today in certain veterinary schools and is on the Smithsonian Institute's recommended reading list for zoological garden and aquarium libraries. On top of that, he has put out over a dozen books of varying size and complexity with his wife, Dr. Milan, herself an accomplished physician, aimed toward the public. He has been marching around the continent and the world giving his talk to countless and varied audiences, from farmers to billionaires to the United Nations to people like me. He gives his talks and interviews year-round, hosts 2 radio shows 5 days a week for an hour each, appears regularly even on popular late-night radio programs like Coast to Coast with George Noory. All of these appearances are packed full, hour after hour, of different sources and data for the picture he is painting. After a long such day, he is likely to accept a call at dinner to someone who needs the same answers that he has been giving all day, week, decade, etc. He does all of this because he has a lot to say. He has a lot to say from his own career, from other evidence, and now from his decades applying all of this to humans. This author knocked down a whole career, and then a whole second career as a communicator, with this simplistic straw man bashing, saying profoundly untrue things like,
Wallach only uses one source for this whole mineral, and even then he lied about something still.
Selenium is an agreed essential mineral. Of all the nutrients to pick on and call Wallach out on for lack of evidence, this author picks one that is widely understood and well documented. Farmers give selenium shots to their pregnant livestock to prevent lists of problems, and they definitely don't do it based on one or any study.
To establish reliable results, scientists need to systematically review all studies which have examined an issue and look at the overall results.
We are in a world awash with data, and one can hardly expect to inspect a portion of a given subject, let alone the entirety. Those of us who are in the business of teaching people how to heal themselves must know what works. There is a lot to that statement, but I know that I need not use the entirety of every piece of information about cancer in order for someone to help themselves in some key areas with information we have experienced to be useful. You don't have to know everything in order to get started, and for the most part, understanding the details or the mechanisms of action isn't even necessary. One can take action without understanding. We might have gained the experience based originally on information, but it is the experience, the results, that are relevant. Now the information is merely there to explain the results, an important but academic satisfaction. On top of good research, it is also good form to examine results. In order to get results, things must be tried. Most of us have tried a long list of mainstream approaches to health problems. Drugs, surgery, tests of all kinds, physiotherapy, psychiatric therapy, chiropractic adjustments, acupuncture, herbal cleanses, detoxes, and eating well in 1,000 different ways recommended by 1,000 different people. Chances are, we landed at Dr. Wallach and longevity because nothing else worked. In fact, one of the most common things I hear from someone when we start talking about their health challenges is, "I've tried it all." We all did. It didn't work. We are strong proponents of Wallach's nutritional formulas and recommendations because they worked so well for us. Those of us spreading this message are those who tried it and it worked. Along this journey, we collect testimonials. If we are successful in this business, we cannot help but see many people get better. This is what matters to us. It is what spreads the message and what grows the business. Information is actually less practical in making initial sales than simply sampling the products, as they are powerful enough to elicit a powerful response. None of this ever required examining all the evidence. A committed scholar couldn't truly be up to date in their own field, and there is no reason to believe that we cannot understand something without examining all the evidence. Especially not from an author who apparently has not read any of the books of the person he has a website dedicated to bashing. This is not to say that research is irrelevant. It is just a recognition that there is so much information and it is growing at an ever faster rate that no one should be expected to read it all. And with all this information, all these different experimental conditions and designs, sample populations, blind alleys like genetics, there are bound to be contradictions. Some research argues that eggs are good, some that they are bad. They can't both be wrong or right. At one point, we are going to have to make a decision for ourselves and take action.
When researchers compiled every single controlled intervention study, 14 studies involving over 170,000 people, to look at whether beta-carotene, vitamin C, E, and selenium could decrease the risk of getting cancer, they found that taking these supplements not only has no protection against various cancers, they may actually increase the risk.
I am personally less interested in research that shows nothing than any research that shows something happen. We can't use nothing. This paragraph, to me, only speaks to the clutter in the research. In any case, Wallach is adamant that one cannot out-supplement a bad diet, and further, that human research often shows such small statistical significance regarding the positive effect of specific nutrients or nutrient combinations, or herbs or superfoods for that matter, because the bulk of the population is eating inflammatory foods for the bulk of their calories. This is also one of the main reasons why animal research is more valuable than human research. Diet and environmental variables are controlled. Nutrients are not expected to overcome those obstacles, which is why we always strongly advise taking the dietary do and don't recommendations seriously.
It is estimated that approximately 1/3 of all cancers could potentially be prevented through healthy eating.
That's great information. That's the spirit.
specifically by consuming lots of fruits, veggies, and whole grain foods, whilst avoiding excessive amounts of meats and saturated fats.
We would argue that it is far from that simple.
Wallach only gives advice where there is the potential for him to sell people something, especially when it is something that they would want to hear, i.e., rather than altering one's diet, it is a lot easier to simply take a supplement to protect against cancer.
This is scandalously untrue. Wallach has been promoting basic dietary adjustments since at least the initial Dead Doctors Don't Lie cassette tape. An enormous amount of our training and practice is giving diet information and helping people to learn to eat healthier. Our results often hinge on this aspect, as we all know that one cannot out-supplement a bad diet. This is our message.
Unfortunately, it is not that easy.
I thought that 1/3 could be prevented through healthy eating. That sounded pretty easy above. Next section.
Other diseases. Throughout his Dead Doctors Don't Lie presentation, Wallach lies about the causation and potential to prevent, treat, and cure many other diseases.
I must say that there are many ways to handle an argument, but calling someone a liar and repeating it is among the lowest forms of communication, in my opinion.
Including lower back pain, which he falsely claims that all cases are a result of osteoporosis.
He never claims this. He does explain how most of the various bone, joint, and muscle problems are connected to the same groups of causes. Every section of this article seems to have straw man arguments instead of Wallach's real arguments.
Alzheimer's disease, which he falsely claims is due to a deficiency of cholesterol, too much vegetable oil consumption, and a vitamin E deficiency.
This has been one of the most significant impacts of Dr. Wallach's products I have seen in the real world. People getting their brains back using Wallach's information about the real causes, reversal to the degree available, and preventions of Alzheimer's and the other dementias. Wallach more specifically declares Alzheimer's to be a physician-caused disease. He outlines the secondary cause as a cholesterol deficiency, but the primary cause is doctors prescribing cholesterol-lowering drugs and advising low-cholesterol diets. I have seen people bounce back from their physician-induced dementia using Dr. Wallach's advice, but it is also important to note that Alzheimer's really can only be properly diagnosed at autopsy. The unraveling of the nerves can't be seen by a test on a living person. Alzheimer's is diagnosed by symptoms and other clues about the patient, particularly their age. Older people are more likely to be diagnosed with Alzheimer's, obviously. But there are other dementias, which don't involve the physical degeneration of nerve tissues. One of the dementias is called vitamin B12 deficiency dementia. That's a real medical condition. We didn't make it up. It's one of several possible dementias, and in this case the protocol is implied in the name. Correct the deficiency. All the time we see people who have been told they have Alzheimer's disease, yet they bounce back quite quickly with our regular advice and regular products. If they recovered quickly, they definitely didn't have demyelination, because that would take time to regrow all that tissue. In my opinion, misdiagnosis is rampant. Insurance pays more for Alzheimer's treatment than it does for vitamin B12 deficiency dementia, or something less trendy like Wernicke-Korsakoff dementia. Someone with general dementia symptoms, especially if they are older, are most likely to be diagnosed as Alzheimer's. In any case, Wallach's information applies to all dementias, and the protocol for any of them would all be the same, only changing if the person has something weird, such as a missing gallbladder, which will also need to be addressed. All dementia has something to do with nutrient deficiencies, and several can be responsible or several can be missing at once. It is never very likely that only one nutrient is missing. All human bodies will be burdened by inflammatory foods such as vegetable oils, and any human being who takes a statin, cholesterol-lowering drug, will begin to fall apart quickly. To be clear, as always, Dr. Wallach recommends consuming all 90 essential nutrients in optimum amounts for their body weight and to avoid the specific bad foods, no matter what the problem is. In this case, there would also be an emphasis on consuming extra essential fatty acids, vitamin E, selenium, antioxidants, etc. in the nutrient category, also many eggs, much butter, and salt. This is because it is not so simple.
Cravings, which he falsely says is a form of pica caused by multiple mineral deficiencies.
Animals stop cribbing, and cribbing is the verb. Pica is the affliction, cribbing is the action. When they are given the nutrients they are lacking, usually in the form of a salt block and trace minerals. Humans are also hungry for nutrients, and when they are eating deficient food, i.e. lacking in the things that they are hungry for, they should remain hungry. That is the wisdom of the body. Minerally deficient animals, those displaying pica, tend to eat the wood, clay, horns. Humans tend to eat junk food. When humans start consuming plant-derived minerals, they tend to stop or significantly decrease their cribbing behavior as well. Though the effect is more reliable if they also consume the rest of the 90 essential nutrients, avoid the bad foods, and adjust their carb, fat, and protein ratios.
Baldness, which he attributes to a tin deficiency.
Wallach doesn't say very much about baldness, other than it is one of the effects of at least one mineral deficiency. In practice, we tend to connect a gluten intolerance to the problem, leading to malabsorption of dietary fats needed for healthy skin, hair, eyes, nails, etc.
Arthritis, and more.
Arthritis is very common and thus one of our most common testimonials. Some of the most dedicated people I know have themselves overcome one of the numerous categories of arthritis. I have yet to see a person take longer than 90 days to reverse their arthritis if they followed the program.
These claims are blatant lies, designed to trick vulnerable people into trusting him and buying his products.
It is worth remembering that one of Wallach's earliest public protocols was made of 3 products: plant-derived minerals, Knox gelatin, and Minute Maid calcium-enriched orange juice. The last 2 were purchased at the local grocery store. The one product that is specific to longevity, the plant-derived minerals, has 0 contribution to Dr. Wallach's pocket. Again, Dr. Wallach does not work for longevity or receive commissions on the sale of their products. He also does not own the company, since the company is publicly traded. Next section.
Potential for danger. The lies of Wallach and Australian longevity may do more harm than simply ripping people off.
Well, that is a sharp sentence. I must say, I reversed my list of lifelong health problems with about 25 Canadian dollars worth of one product. Often we can help people wondrously, for free. We also give away our time and attention for teaching people how to apply Dr. Wallach's message to a healthy living strategy. We also teach people how to save a gob of money by not buying junk food.
Several of Wallach's claims are potentially dangerous, and some of his products may be harmful.
I could certainly see how several of his claims are potentially dangerous, especially to people in institutions invested in established healthcare. The only harm I have ever seen from one of Dr. Wallach's products were from a food allergy or sensitivity to one of the ingredients. Since the ingredients are not secret, they are easily avoided. One reason why we have so many products is because of the potential sensitivities to ingredients, so we have many ways to get the nutrients themselves. This is also why I was trained as standard practice to start people with minerals and basic dietary adjustments, because it is not possible to have a sensitivity to a plant-derived mineral. There must be a protein involved. Next section.
Salt and hypertension. Wallach claims that consumption of salt has nothing to do with high blood pressure or hypertension, and that the long-lived cultures drink a lot of salt, thus encouraging us to consume lots of salt and to ignore our doctor's advice to avoid it.
This is factually correct and excellent advice, and in the real world I have many times seen immediate remarkable results by simply giving someone a glass of heavily salted water. When someone goes into a hospital with a light head or heat stroke or anxiety attack, or a whole list of problems, they will likely have salt injected into their veins, in the form of a saline solution.
This information comes from an article in a popular magazine which interviewed some of the supposed long-lived people, one of which was seen drinking tea with lots of rock salt.
Wallach has a long and distinguished career in comparative pathology research, comparing tens of thousands of specimens of over 450 different species of animals with humans. It is asinine to once again claim that Wallach's information comes from a single source. Whatever the article he is presenting, it is to illustrate a point that is well borne out in proper research and clinical experience. Sodium and chloride are well-known and extremely important nutrients in all species of animal. Life cannot exist without salt. I consider salt to be the single most valuable resource on Earth.
As it turned out, these people were not as old as they claimed to be, and even if they were, basing a health recommendation to the whole population based on one individual account is silly.
Yes, that would be silly.
Wallach is simply telling people what they want to hear, i.e. that they can have all the salt they want.
As a salesperson, I really don't actually want to be talking much about what people can do outside of the products I am promoting. But for them to get their optimal results, I have to tell people that all the food they love is killing them, and that the advice they have likely been taking for a long time from their trusted health professionals, some of whom might be in the family, is the exact opposite of what actually works to help people get better. People are not generally warm to the idea that they need more salt or that their trusted professionals are dead wrong. Actually, they tend to argue it. I spend a lot of time circling around the facts of salt. Often even long-time clients still refuse to accept that salt could be good for them.
Wallach claims that in fact the real cause of hypertension is simply a deficiency of calcium.
Hypertension is possibly the single most common health problem I encounter. It is also typically one of, if not the fastest area I tend to see results with Dr. Wallach's products. The basic explanation focuses on the calcium and magnesium for their respective role in muscle contraction and relaxation. And of course it is largely muscles that govern blood pressure. But in practice, the recommendation is, like every other human, the 90 essential nutrients appropriate to body weight, including salt, and avoiding the bad foods, again, because it is not so simple as a calcium deficiency. If it were, then surely Dr. Wallach's protocol would simply be calcium. If a person's blood pressure does not respond relatively quickly to the basic protocol, it tends to be a food sensitivity. This can be discovered and eliminated through either an appropriately named elimination diet or a hair analysis, neither of which add to longevity or Dr. Wallach's coffer. Other things that can help reduce blood pressure, in practice, are things that relax you, like a hot bath, a sauna, deep sleep, massage, watching a fire, dark chocolate, a loving embrace, petting a dog or cat.
In reality, some people can lower their blood pressure by manipulating the ratios intake of certain electrolytes such as sodium, potassium, magnesium, calcium.
Hey, that's great. I agree.
Higher intake of calcium may be effective in some cases.
Yes.
And lowering sodium intake is also effective in many cases referred to as salt sensitive.
Lowering sodium is a good idea if one is looking at labels on food packages. Sodium signifies a chemical imitation of real, natural salt, and in any case one should not be consuming packaged food. That is part of Dr. Wallach's message, and certainly something I promote heavily. To be clear, we are not advising to increase sodium, we are advising to increase salt, if one has been avoiding it. We advise to use precisely as much salt as one wishes. Any more and it will taste too salty, and you won't be able to eat or drink it. Lowering salt will unanimously have negative consequences in any animal it is attempted in, because the body already seeks its exact amount of salt that it needs. When it has too much, it becomes too salty. Try restricting a livestock or zoo animal to what you think is its appropriate amount of salt. Feed your dog or cat a portion of your wholesome family dinners for 1 month, but don't add salt to the food. See what happens. It is likely that the morality of the experiment will be called into question before the month is through. The salt requirements of an animal or human depend on a number of variables, including the temperature, the level of activity for the day, amount and types of food consumed. The body of every organism is intelligent enough to take what it needs. We do not know what goes through a bovine brain as it licks its salt, but we do know in human terms that when something tastes too salty, one has had enough salt. At the precise point that it is enough, it is repulsive. When it is necessary, the same density of salt will taste refreshing, delightful, until one is topped up. At the moment it becomes too salty. This one really is that simple. I have never seen a real salt sensitivity, but I have seen many people who were told they had one, yet they invariably turned their health around using some or all of Wallach's nutritional advice, including, yes, using as much salt as one wishes. The human, as with every other mammal, has a basic salt hunger, which is there for the good reason for acquiring for the body at least 2 extremely important minerals, and the salt hunger of every animal can and should be satisfied. It is cheap and easy to attain optimum amounts of salt for every human on Earth, and Wallach does not sell salt. Also, when salt is allowed on the plate, much less oil or sugar-based modern sauces are necessary. Salt makes food taste better. Salt is also my #1 remedy for all stomach and digestive issues. Most stomach aches of all kinds can be eliminated immediately with a thick glass of salt water. In the field, I expect less results from people who consciously avoid salt, regardless of what products or food they consume. Same goes with vegans.
Some people can reduce their blood pressure by losing weight, whilst other people do not respond to any treatment, referred to as essential or primary hypertension.
It is very true that losing weight will help many, maybe even most people, with blood pressure issues. If the first thing does not reduce blood pressure in an allotted time, then we look further and try more. Usually the regular advice will take a little while to implement, but will begin shedding pounds and symptoms in general should begin improving. With no improvement, we have to suspect other stressors, a food problem like a sensitivity, life stress like a job or commute or divorce, electromagnetic frequency exposure, especially in certain places like airports, hospitals, schools. Even the stress of visiting a doctor has been shown to induce higher blood pressure than when measurements are taken at home or in a pharmacy. Our holistic philosophy states that the body can heal itself, wants to heal itself, and will, if given the right environment to do so. Under this banner, we know we can find the problem and eliminate it. We do not subscribe to pessimism. Everyone can improve.
Wallach also bases this claim on the fact that salt licks are sometimes used by cattle farmers. This is a ridiculous analogy. Every mammal has a specific dietary sodium requirement, which differs from species to species.
Salt licks are used 100% of the time by every viable farmer or rancher on Earth who does not have a salt source on the property. This has been true for the entire recorded history of the world. Every mammal does have a different requirement. Wallach's point is that every species knows exactly how much it needs, and does not need an expert medical opinion to dictate how many licks of salt it may have for the day. I find it a very useful analogy that resonates quite well with people. No one wants to consider themselves dumber than a cow when it comes to how much salt they are allowed to consume.
If the animal's sodium-potassium balance is upset, it can cause problems with the animal's health.
No argument here. This is a good example of proper balancing of major essential minerals.
At one stage in history, dietary salt was considered very important because the typical diet was very high in fresh plant foods, rich in potassium, but low in sodium. The modern diet, however, is quite the opposite, rich in processed foods, often with added sodium, and low in fresh plant foods.
This is another reason to avoid processed foods, which Wallach sternly advises. I know this author is not recommending processed foods, but it is weird to see a statement that discounts the importance of salt because we are eating junk food that has sodium in it. We would definitely recommend avoiding processed food and adding salt to your real food, voiding the above paragraph.
Obviously, cattle eat a lot of fresh plant foods without the types of heavily processed foods that modern man is exposed to. Consequently, the analogy is ridiculous.
Cows also have a very different digestive system and consequently do not need to supplement with many of the vitamins, but they still require those nutrients, as with salt, and we still leave it to their bodies to determine how much of what is utilized in the body. All livestock require salt, whether they have 4 stomachs like a cow or a digestive system very similar to ours like a pig. This author is suggesting that if we fed our livestock foods similar to ours, they wouldn't need extra salt. But this seems very far besides the point, because if they ate our food, they would get the same diseases as us and die prematurely like us.
If salt-sensitive people were to take Wallach's advice, they would be worsening their hypertension, which would increase their risk of cardiovascular disease and death.
Again, I am confident that a salt sensitivity does not actually exist. Such people may have many things wrong with them, but not a natural aversion to the most valuable resource on Earth. If someone was getting negative results on any program, they could always stop or adjust their doses. None of us are going to recommend just blindly following instructions. People who are already being monitored for something by a doctor can and should continue to be monitored. If blood pressure increased, we have reason to reevaluate. Next section.
Cholesterol. In another of Wallach's recordings, he claims that there is no need to worry about high blood cholesterol levels and that taking doctors' advice to lower them can be harmful.
It is pretty much guaranteed to be harmful to decrease the amount of raw material your body needs to support and promote maintenance and repair of myelin, which is the white insulating material that coats each nerve cell in the body, steroid hormones, testosterone, estrogen, progesterone, adrenaline, all derived from cholesterol, the wall of each cell, partially made of cholesterol, the bile salts used to digest fats and fat-soluble vitamins, etc. Cholesterol is excessively important. Along with the roles above, there are numerous others.
Specifically, one of his catch cries is, "A day without a hamburger is like a day without sunshine." There are hundreds of population studies which have examined the effect of diet and blood cholesterol on the risk of cardiovascular disease.
Every time this point is made, I will make the point that animal research is many times more valuable. We are not the only ones dispelling the myths on cholesterol. In practice, we see blood cholesterol decrease when dietary cholesterol is increased. I consider cholesterol one of the most important nutrients in the body. Roughly 70% of the nervous system by weight is made of cholesterol. The cell wall is made partially of cholesterol. The steroid hormones are made mostly of cholesterol. The bile salts, which digest the omegas and fat-soluble vitamins, are made of cholesterol. If there is more cholesterol in the blood than normal, it is there for a reason. The reason is academic, could be inflammation or blood sugar, etc. But the result of increasing dietary cholesterol is usually reduced blood cholesterol. Try it yourself. Also, we do not differentiate between good cholesterol and bad cholesterol. Cholesterol is bad if it is burnt, but mostly we are just mislabeling ingredients by saying good and bad fat. Fat is good unless it is oxidized, rancid. This is most easily accomplished by separating oil from a food, as it was protected from oxidation inside the shell or peel of the food. And the fat might not be good if it was misprocessed or overheated. Good fat is all natural sources of dietary fat, as long as they are not oxidized or overheated or processed incorrectly. Bad cholesterol, or bad fat, is a good fat gone bad, primarily in the dietary form of oils, especially cooking oils and anything deep fried, or hydrogenated vegetable oil, which is margarine, and burn fats, charred, crispy, or well done anything. Nearly every product in a package will contain oxidized vegetable oils. Blood cholesterol and triglycerides increase with any blood sugar problem. There is a complicated explanation as to why this happens, but the correlation between blood sugar problems and blood cholesterol problems is not controversial. Measuring the cholesterol in diets of random participants is not very useful. A cheeseburger has cholesterol, but it also has gluten and likely cheap, inflammatory vegetable oils in the sauces, etc. The cholesterol is not the only factor, and the average person who is not avoiding our list of bad foods will very likely have a digestive or blood sugar problem, or both, which could cause elevated blood cholesterol either as an effect of the blood sugar problem or as a result of the inflammation in the veins. Inflammatory foods cause inflammation. Cholesterol is a response to inflammation. What I'm saying here is that cholesterol has been blamed for the effects of other parts of our diet. Cholesterol is an essential, multifunctional nutrient. It is so important that we make some of it ourselves.
As is the case with all matters of science, not all studies will have the same outcome, so in examining the strength of evidence to support either notion, scientists look at the results from the majority of large, well-designed studies, often published as a meta-analysis or systematic review.
Certainly not all studies have the same outcome. I would say the vast majority of human studies to date are next to useless when compared with research in animals. We simply do not have enough control over humans to see clear-cut results by adding or subtracting ingredients. Plus, Wallach has always been saying that optimal health requires a list of things. He does not talk about picking and choosing which advice to follow. He prescribes 90 essential nutrients in a package that typically includes hundreds of other ingredients and beneficial compounds, such as antioxidants, pro and prebiotics, a number of so-called superfoods, and substances known to support specific areas in the body. He is also saying, over and over, that you cannot out-supplement a bad diet, and optimal health requires avoiding the landmines of life, including the inflammatory foods. Unless someone is testing Wallach's protocols, there is only a limited connection we can draw between research and what Wallach is claiming. More importantly, Wallach is claiming results with his protocols, and his protocols are not what is being tested when anything less than the 90 essential nutrients are being used and his diet advice is not being followed. Sure, it is great to use large studies. Large studies cost a lot of money. The money in research typically goes towards pharmaceuticals. That is not a conspiracy. It is easily available information. See how much is spent in your country on nutritional research versus how much is being spent on pharmaceutical research. Pharmaceutical companies and governments simply have more money to spend on research, and they do not appear to be interested in researching nutrients.
To support his argument, Wallach instead cites a single study which found a modest increase in the risk of hemorrhagic stroke among higher consumers of saturated and monosaturated fat, despite the majority of well-designed studies finding that saturated fat intake and high serum cholesterol levels increases the risk of cardiovascular disease.
Again, Wallach relies mainly on his extensive experience with such matters. Nevertheless, he always uses multiple sources to illustrate his points to an audience, and those sources are of course not the only data he is using.
The majority of large, well-designed studies have shown that lowering one's cholesterol can significantly decrease the risk of both heart attacks and stroke.
Such research, even if unflawed, does not address the reason why the cholesterol was high in the first place. Attacking a symptom in chronic disease does not fix the problem, ever, even if it extends life.
If a hypercholesterolemic patient took Wallach's advice, they would be increasing their risk of a cardiovascular event and death.
Tell that to all such people who have lowered their cholesterol using Wallach's advice.
Once again, Wallach is simply telling people what they want to hear, i.e. that they can eat all the fast foods and fatty animal foods they want without guilt, to win their trust, regardless of the risk.
At this point, I actually feel embarrassed that I have to spend time addressing such nonsense. Wallach is absolutely not telling people that they can eat all of the fast food they want. Come on. He is not telling people to eat fast food. He does talk about the few relatively safe things to eat while out and in a hurry, i.e. Kentucky roasted chicken, whole meat burger without the bun or mayonnaise, etc. He is telling people to eat real food and to supplement with the real nutrients that is lacking even in organic food. Most people have a very difficult time adjusting to Wallach's full recommendations. This is because according to the basic bad food list, one is left with very few options. There is a whole world of combinations with all the real food left over once the junk ingredients are subtracted, but in this society, we have put those bad ingredients in nearly everything. I do not think that Wallach or myself in the field are really winning any hearts with our do and don't list. It is quite difficult to tell people what to eat. Funny that Wallach is being criticized for pushing products, yet in my experience, it is that easy solution that most people are after. It does not, in my opinion, help that the humans that we have to deal with have been taught to go to a medical doctor after a problem has appeared and receive a pill that is expected to fix the problem. People tend to transfer this attitude onto supplements, and it is our job to teach that there are strategies to optimal health, not magic solutions. Next section.
Ignoring doctors' advice. Wallach likes to gain the trust of his audience by having them lose trust in the medical profession, usually by taking individual cases of medical negligence or quoting unrealistic statistics about the harm from medical intervention, thus giving the impression that people would be better off not seeking medical attention and instead treat themselves following his advice.
Exactly. Except that the statistics, though debatable, are hardly unrealistic. Notice how this author attempts to gain the trust of his audience by having them lose trust in Wallach. This is basic persuasion, and I hold no grudges about it.
It has been reported that at least one person died after taking Wallach's advice not to follow their doctor's instructions.
This has been covered above. Doctors are a leading cause of death in the Western world. Taking their advice will guarantee you less healthful years. We can't save everyone, and after they have come to us, they have typically been following doctors' advice for decades. Dr. Wallach likes to say that he treats humans like dogs so that they get better, but dogs are given optimum nutrition before they are born. This is important to note. None of these people were always in our care. We, all of us attempting to help a human with their health, can only work with what we've got, and our typical fare is a human who has been doing everything wrong for more than 4 decades.
How many others have been harmed or at risk is unquantifiable.
It is fairly easily quantifiable in the case of MD-directed harm. It is very well documented, which is why the alternative health world has such ammo to help people lose trust in MD-directed treatments. Next section.
Colloidal minerals, a slow-acting poison. Because colloidal mineral supplements are made by soaking humic shale in water, it has a mineral composition very low in some of the minerals that Wallach claims we are lacking in, such as chromium, selenium, calcium, vanadium, etc., and very high in aluminum.
This is why we have made more sophisticated formulas. No one claimed that our source of humic shale was perfect total human nutrition. Aluminum is an essential mineral. Even if we had no idea what was in this magic mineral water, the one thing we would know is that it worked.
Aluminum, the most abundant metal in the Earth's crust, where shale is derived from.
Excellent point. The most abundant metal on the Earth's surface will already invariably be in most of the plant matter that every human has ever consumed while on Earth, in plant-derived form. It is clearly not harmful in natural forms or concentrations.
Although a cause and effect relationship has not been conclusively established, an increase in the incidence of Alzheimer's disease has been found among populations whose drinking water is high in aluminum.
Wallach has covered this hypothesis. It was a weak hypothesis to begin with, which is probably why this author presented it so timidly. There is zero viable connection between aluminum in any form, let alone plant-derived, and Alzheimer's. We consider the cause of Alzheimer's to be listening to physicians.
Furthermore, Alzheimer's disease patients have been found to have higher levels of aluminum in their brain tissues.
They also have demyelinated nerve tangles. What's myelin made of? Cholesterol.
Although high aluminum intake may not be the sole cause of Alzheimer's disease,
it isn't even a contributing cause. The cause, prevention, and reversal to the extent available has already been explained.
Taking large dose of it is an unnecessary risk, especially when there is no benefit to be gained.
Except for all the benefits of nutrifying the body with an excellent, affordable source of plant-derived minerals.
Consequently, the World Health Organization has stated that municipal water supplies contain no more than 2 milligrams of aluminum per liter. Wallach's mineral water, however, contains a massive 1,490 milligrams per liter.
Any mineral found in tap water is not going to be a plant-derived colloidal mineral. I don't think iron flakes should be allowed in breakfast cereal. All tap water is allowed to have disgusting amounts of disgusting things in it. Tap water is not a measure for quality nutritional information.
High aluminum containing products such as antacids bear warnings on their label that the product should not be taken for more than a few weeks and should be avoided in patients with kidney disease.
The negative consequences of consuming antacids for an extended period is that they neutralize stomach acid. What's stomach acid important for? Digesting everything. A human will be fundamentally compromised by chronically lowering their stomach acid. This has nothing to do with aluminum. No one should take antacids, let alone someone with kidney problems. There are also mitigating factors to aluminum, such as silica, which is another essential mineral. Mercury is mitigated in the body with selenium. Nature has all of this figured out.
Because in Australia, Wallach's products are sold as listed therapeutic goods, as opposed to pharmacy medicines such as antacids, which are registered therapeutic goods, there is no legal requirement for Wallach & Co. to print warnings on their labels.
Warning: by consuming the things you are made of and run off in a natural plant-derived form, you run the risk of functioning better. Aluminum is indeed the most abundant mineral in plant-derived minerals, and yet many people have tried to find toxicity in an array of Dr. Wallach's products, finding none. Surely if there was a problem with this level of aluminum, it would be easy to determine.
When questioned about this in an interview, Wallach responded, "There is much more colloidal aluminum in 2 slices of cucumbers than in a whole bottle of colloidal minerals."
Well, this is definitely a misstatement on Wallach's part. I am not here saying that the man is incapable of making a mistake. I once heard him say that Hitler was in jail for 20 years. Meanwhile, his incarceration was about 9 months. Clearly this response of Wallach's was offhand, and not a part of his actual presentations or writings. When someone spends decades in front of a camera or microphone, they are bound to slip up from time to time.
Actually, there is no more than 0.012 milligrams in an entire cucumber. There is approximately 1,430 milligrams of aluminum in each bottle of Majestic Earth colloidal minerals. Wallach often gives the impression that because aluminum is a mineral so abundant in the Earth's crust, it must therefore be present in high doses in our diet. It isn't. When questioned about this high aluminum concentration in Wallach's Majestic Earth mineral water, Wallach supporters often respond saying that the product is natural, organic, and plant-derived.
It is worth emphasizing that we are talking of a mineral, not a product. The plant-derived mineral product is only a product because it is in a package. This product is the only one being scrutinized here. This product is just minerals, nothing else. Plant-derived minerals and water. Many people have taken Dr. Wallach's dose, or higher, of this exact ingredient for decades. If it is harmful, surely there would be some evidence of that.
Firstly, some of the most toxic substances known to man are completely natural, such as tobacco, snake venom, etc.
This is a common truism, but we are talking of completely different things. Tobacco and snake venom are carbon compounds, things made by plants or animals. Minerals are minerals. Plants or animals can't make minerals. That's one difference. One cannot have a negative reaction to a colloidal mineral on its own. The body will use it or dump it. That's another difference. There is no evidence of toxicity or accumulation of plant-derived minerals. Such evidence would be easy to accumulate. Meanwhile, there are many plant compounds that can hurt you, and there are many man-made things that can hurt you, including every pharmaceutical on the market. Yes, every single pharmaceutical on the market includes death as a known side effect. Every single one of them has a list of known side effects. Notice that the author has to pick on aluminum, a mineral with an already bad reputation, and coincidentally the most abundant one in our mineral source, and he still cannot even present actual evidence of harm, besides correlation. Meanwhile, people write large books on the known, well-documented negative effects of everything prescribed by a medical doctor.
Natural does not mean safe, though there is nothing natural about drinking water soaked in humic shale.
No, it doesn't. It is quite natural to consume plant-derived minerals, but wood ash is more common than drinking water that runs through a humic shale deposit.
Organic refers to the branch of chemistry concerned with carbon-based molecules, many of which are toxic to humans. Even pharmaceutical drugs are organic.
Incorrect. Organic certification refers to the absence of chemical fertilizers and pesticides. Since our deposit is ancient, it was not grown using chemicals. It is organic by default. The word organic means carbon compound, not the certification. Or every carbon compound on Earth, including your own body, would be certified organic. This is just silly.
Consequently, being organic does not make it safe or natural. However, it is a word which marketing companies often use to promote a product as being safe and natural, as this is how lay people commonly perceive it.
Organic certification allows a consumer to make a more educated decision about what they are putting in their bodies and who they are giving their money to. I wonder if this author is against organic food.
Lastly, humic shale is made of plant matter which is fossilized.
Another patently untrue statement. Humic shale was created by the decomposition or composting and compaction of prehistoric plant material over 75 million years old. I would add supposedly 75 million years old. During the decomposition process, plant material is pre-digested by microorganisms, resulting in a rich black spongy layer of decayed organic material called compost or humus. You can crumble it into dirt with your fingertips. It is not a rock. It is not fossilized. It is not crystallized. It is not calcified. It is not petrified. This is part of the basic sales presentation.
Many of the healthy effects of plant foods come from phytochemicals, which are certainly not present in shale.
This is true, and what those plants are missing in this agricultural environment is minerals. This is why we promote minerals above all. But this statement also explains why we promote so many other beneficial phytonutrients.
This kind of logic could also see us drinking petroleum, as it too is derived from fossilized plant matter, coal, and is organic and natural.
I would personally rather drink petrol than take any pharmaceutical drug. Many people around the world consume coal in the form of activated charcoal. There are many health benefits attributed to it, not surprisingly since coal also contains all 60 essential minerals in a plant-derived form, which would be colloidal if suspended in water. I'm surprised this nutritionist knows little enough about activated charcoal to mock it. In any case, it is bad form to mock something you know little of. Again, it is not fossilized. I may as well refer to this author as a donkey and repeat it until it is true.
It may be of interest to note also that Wallach's mineral product contained levels of cadmium which are also higher than that deemed safe by the World Health Organization.
The amounts of any plant-derived mineral in any product on the market is virtually irrelevant. The question is how much is being absorbed or accumulated. The argument against metallic, elemental, chelated minerals is that they are not good value because they are not well absorbed and it is not convenient to supplement with minerals individually. In the case of plant-derived minerals, the academic explanation, brought forth by Wallach and others, is that the body absorbs what it can, uses what it needs, and the rest passes through. The academics are there to explain the results. The results can be measured by what is consumed and what ends up in various tissues, notwithstanding how the human actually feels. The relevant results are that there is no evidence of negative effects of plant-derived minerals. Mammals regularly, whether they supplement or not, accumulate even supposedly toxic minerals, even minerals that are not on Wallach's essential list, such as lead and cadmium. The negative consequences of this has yet to be demonstrated. Given the quantities of minerals that this author has a problem with, toxicity should be easy to determine, especially with so many people having taken these concoctions for so many years. Wallach has generated an enormous sample group of people who have been taking high doses of these products for 5, 10, and even more than 20 years. Wallach himself takes more than most people could afford, for longer than most people have been alive. He has said that he is acting as a guinea pig. No toxicity has been measured or demonstrated.
Several other potentially dangerous correlations have also been established between drinking water contaminated with shale and other fossilized plant material.
Again, it's not fossilized.
These include disease of the thyroid, multiple sclerosis, kidney disease, and cancers of the digestive tract.
That definitely explains why Wallach's patients regularly have such success with these challenges by using these minerals. And this definitely explains why medical doctors have such terrible results with these health challenges, since they stay away from minerals.
There have been no studies in either humans or animals to test whether long-term consumption is safe or not.
Correct.
Those using these products are essentially acting as guinea pigs.
We are aware of this. Many of us, including Wallach, are attempting to live to 200 years old just to prove Wallach's point. It is worth a rant at this point. Wallach is being denounced for telling people not to go to doctors. That is one of his primary points. There is ample data to support that sentiment. I often refer to a little book written by Jared Diamond called Natural Experiments of History. The content itself is scarcely relevant to this topic, but since reading that book initially, I have sought to look at the world as the experiment it is. Many things have been tried in this world and society, and many results have shown up. We know what a long-term beer drinker looks like. We know what a 70-year-old under the care of a medical doctor is expected to look like. We know what a peasant using wood ashes looks like. Those of us who attempted to relieve our pains know that what is recommended by the mainstream hardly ever has any beneficial effect. On the other side of this nutritional debate, it really must be noted that no pharmaceutical cures anything, with the exception of a handful of antibiotics, and even they are failing us now. Not one. Read the label. Ask a doctor. There is also much to say on pharmaceutical testing on the subject of human guinea pigs. Any human on a pharmaceutical drug, any pharmaceutical drug, should look into what research there is available on it. An important thing to note is how much and of what quality research was done before it was on the market. An unsuspecting human would be shocked as to how little must be demonstrated in order for a pharmaceutical drug to make it to the market. The numbers documenting the harm and death caused by every drug on the market is shocking. We have been guinea pigs under the current tutelage for around 100 years, and we have ample results from this natural experiment of history. We as a society are sicker, fatter, and dumber than ever. We aim to change that. Google, a cure for X is official. You will find nothing official. You will find talk of cures only in reference to an alternative treatment. I am confident that whatever year someone is reading this in, MD-directed medicine will have declared 0 cures. Official medicine has no cures for anything. Try and find something non-infectious that has been officially cured. This author is using mainstream authorities such as the World Health Organization to debunk Wallach, yet those same sources have no useful treatments for any of the diseases so far discussed, and they have no practical idea on how to prevent any of it. This author says he is a nutritionist, yet has offered no alternative advice to Wallach's, and since so many of his arguments boil down to something like, "The mainstream believes otherwise," then I have to assume that this author is arguing that we should listen to mainstream opinion rather than Wallach. The mainstream only has drugs, surgeries, and tests, none of which prevent or reverse any disease. More disturbingly, if there was a correlation between colloidal mineral consumption and any disease, without scientific studies, no one would even know. With the massive research floating around, there is more than enough information to make reasoned decisions about what you do or do not put into your body. Wallach has synthesized enormous amounts of research into some sound protocols. Without absolute scientific validation, we consumers are forced to try it. Even a drug won't do anything unless someone puts it in their body. There is only absolute scientific validation that all drugs are harmful in some way. Informed consumers tend to end up on our side of the fence after some basic research dissuades the pharmaceutical path. I am not personally disturbed by a lack of scientific validation. I have tried many things on my road to healing, none of which had scientific validation, even though most of them came from a medical doctor.
Wallach's company has spent millions petitioning the FDA so that they can boast about health claims.
Wallach has personally spent millions petitioning the FDA, successfully each time, to make basic health information available to the public. Since it is public information, any company is free to use it. One will probably not find an omega-3 product that does not boast a benefit to heart health or stroke prevention. Thank Wallach.
However, they will not fund any studies to see whether their mineral water actually does anything. I wonder why.
Because if they funded the research, it would be rightfully denounced as bias. And because it is cheaper to petition the FDA to achieve massive long-term benefits to society than it is to fund proper research, as every neural tube defect prevented is an enormous savings attributed to Wallach & Co. Longevity is not a research company. Anyone can visit the facilities. They are not equipped to do research. They are not equipped even to do animal research. There are many budget considerations involved in all research. None of it is cheap. Longevity is a supplement production and distribution company. Wallach is a physician, author, and spokesperson. Longevity is not a very big company in either the supplement field or the network marketing field. There are plenty of billion and multi-billion dollar companies in both arenas, but Longevity is short of $200 million annual revenue. Revenues pay the bills on the facilities, the staff at the corporate offices, and commissions to distributors. What is left is company equity, and there is hardly enough to finance a proper research venture. Research first requires facilities, which must be owned or rented. Even in universities, space is a premium, and it is unlikely that a private group will get to use anyone's lab for free. Next, proper research requires specialized, educated staff, typically on contract. These types of employees are very expensive. Even if Wallach volunteered to do it now, he would need a lot of help. When he did his actual research, he had government financing, people arranging the travel and the connections with other universities and zoos, etc., as well as help in the lab with all the preparing of slides and weighing organs and all of that. Likely, hourly workers will also be required for other work surrounding the project. It is a big financial deal any way you slice it. This is assuming you even get permission to do animal experiments these days. By all accounts, criteria is stricter, application forms are more numerous and time-consuming, and overall the permission process takes much longer now than it did in Wallach's day. Having said all of this, it is no wonder that private companies do not do a big part of the world's research, at least not when it comes to nutrition. Pharmaceutical companies are an exception, and they have a huge profit motive behind producing their own research. But they also take advantage of the primary source of funding for research, government grants, and government-supported universities. In other words, pharmaceutical companies have a strong incentive in their business model to be involved in funding research, owning research facilities, and employing scientists and specialists indefinitely. With universities, research is also part of what they do. Much of the funding for individual research comes from government or private grants, not from the university itself. The university profits essentially by facilitating the researchers, while it remains up to them, for the most part, to find funding for their projects. None of this makes sense for a company that makes and sells supplements. The hundreds of millions of dollars required to produce anything significant is more than the total we bring in as a company, before anyone is even paid. There is also no clear benefit to producing research. Pharmaceuticals have to deal with the government approval agency. They do need research. A supplement just needs to follow the label laws in each country, and that is all. Extra research probably wouldn't even change what we are allowed to say on a label, unless that evidence is used as part of a petition to the FDA or corresponding body in another country. The petition would be to gain a qualified health claim, which can be used in advertising. Wallach has skipped some of this because sufficient research already exists to gain these claims, proven by Wallach having gained 9 so far, at his own expense. I would bet that the disbelievers would still disbelieve if we produced our own research. I would bet that they would call the research biased. And if it isn't considered proper research, then it was a waste of money. I would personally love to participate in and fund research, human and animal. It is a goal, but I know that it is an enormous one. In the meantime, Dr. Wallach and Longevity are harnessing over $100 billion worth of research into preventing and reversing all these diseases in animals, and Dr. Wallach himself derives much of his data from his leading role in history's largest comparative pathology project, using millions of dollars from the National Institutes of Health. Government money can get things done, and it is where most of Wallach's research came from. It is as easy for this author to say that Wallach should pay for it as it is for me to say that you, reader, should pay for it. Next section.
Flax oil, a prostatic tumor promoter. Wallach's pig pack includes taking 6 capsules per day of a product called Ultimate EFA, which is supposed to be an essential fatty acid supplement, made of flaxseed oil and borage oil.
This author is using sarcastic quotations around essential fatty acids. This is ridiculous. They are literally named essential because they are known to be essential. Vitamins are named so because they are vital. There is nothing to be sarcastic about here. There is no official disagreement on essential fatty acids, other than the strict essentiality of omega-9. Omega-3 and 6 are recognized as essential for all vertebrates. Ultimate EFA is an essential fatty acid supplement. This article has been centered around minerals, where there is less common ground among schools of thought. But essential fatty acids are not an obscure voodoo treatment. They are a mainstream phenomenon, and they are typically the most common thing that anyone in my experience actually supplements with.
Wallach sells these supplements.
Longevity sells these supplements.
On the premise that they provide the essential fatty acids our bodies need to avoid a deficiency.
That is what an essential fatty acid supplement does. It provides essential fatty acids. The body does indeed need essential fatty acids to avoid an essential fatty acid deficiency.
In reality, fatty acid deficiency due to dietary insufficiency is virtually unheard of in Western society, with the exception of severe cases of certain malabsorption conditions such as cystic fibrosis or severe malnourishment in cancer patients, or end-stage liver disease.
Every human exhibiting dry skin, hair, eyes, lips is exhibiting an essential fatty acid deficiency. This improves with supplementation or consciously increasing food sources of these nutrients. Malabsorption is most commonly attributed largely to the consumption of gluten. Absorption increases on a gluten-free diet and with time for the intestines to heal. Even good old-fashioned medical doctors tend to recognize the importance of essential fatty acids and the value in supplementing with them. Dr. Wallach says, "You are not what you eat, you are what you absorb." I agree. Deficiency in the good fat group is rampant, even though there should be ample in the diet. We blame gluten primarily for inflaming the intestines, preventing optimal absorption of the good fats.
Furthermore, if our diet becomes deficient in the 2 fatty acids, not the 3 which Wallach falsely claims, are essential.
Wallach's list of essential nutrients actually number 91 if one tallies them, but the omega section says 2 to 3 essential fatty acids. There is a recognized dispute about omega-9, which the body can manufacture if it has optimal amounts and ratios of 3 and 6. But our contention is that ratio is difficult to attain in this environment, so we also supplement with 9, and see no harm yet remarkable benefits to consuming any of the essential fatty acid products that longevity produces. There are also other nutrients in longevity products that are not strictly essential, yet they are beneficial, so we are happy to take them.
The result is that we will be unable to synthesize other fatty acids, which means that we will therefore need to obtain them from dietary sources.
Which is where they should ultimately come from. A body can only synthesize based on what raw material it is given to work with. To the body, there is no measurable difference between an essential fatty acid supplement and essential fatty acids in food, other than the food will have other nutrients, macro and micro. It is generally recommended to take supplements with food, particularly oil capsules. The author isn't really refuting anything here. Dr. Wallach recommends eating real food and supplementing on top of that. But let's read that back a second.
Furthermore, if our diet becomes deficient in the 2 fatty acids, not the 3 which Wallach falsely claims are essential, the result is that we will be unable to synthesize other fatty acids, which means that we will therefore need to obtain them from dietary sources.
These 2 statements cancel themselves out. If there is a deficiency, the body cannot produce its own fatty acids properly. And to reiterate what we said earlier, there is a recognized dispute about omega-9, which the body can manufacture if it has optimal amounts and ratios of 3 and 6, but our contention is that ratio is difficult to attain in this environment, so we also supplement with 9. Plainly, the body can synthesize the other fatty acids if it has optimal amounts of the essential fatty acids. Wallach recommends consuming all of them.
Even if this did occur, because most people's diets are high in these other fats, it would be unlikely to cause any health problems.
Great. No harm in staying topped up. There is no documented harm by consuming any amount of fat, short or long term. There is no upper limit. Many cultures attribute their longevity to a diet high in fat, and consequently essential fatty acids. Wallach has gone into depth about these cultures in numerous forums.
Rather than simply providing nutrients, in this case fatty acids, flax and borage oil act as a functional food supplement and have a diverse range of pharmacological effects on the body.
Yes, food and nutrients have effects on the body.
For example, flaxseed oil has an antiplatelet blood thinning effect.
Yes, fats and fat-soluble vitamins have roles in blood regulation.
Because these products are sold as listed therapeutic goods, there is no legal requirement for warnings of adverse effects to be published on their labels.
There is no adverse effects of consuming dietary fats, as long as they are processed properly and not oxidized or burned. A person can be sensitive to the plant or animal that the fat is derived from. The nutrients themselves are essential.
The physician's desk reference for nutritional supplements states, women who are pregnant should not use supplemental flaxseed oil or flaxseed because of the theoretical possibility that these lignin-containing substances might induce menstruation.
This warning is theoretical, not clinically demonstrated. This is literally saying that pregnant women might menstruate if they consume dietary fat. There is no principled difference between dietary fat and an essential fatty acid supplement. This is saying that pregnant women should not eat eggs because they could theoretically menstruate. This is ridiculous.
Infants, young children, and nursing mothers should avoid supplemental flaxseed oil because of possible antithrombotic activity. Those with hemophilia and those taking warfarin should be cautious about the use of supplemental flaxseed oil or flaxseed.
Humans using warfarin should be cautious about taking warfarin. In the book, I went through a long list of the side effects and warnings to warfarin. And my point here is that it's kind of silly to compare flaxseed oil to something as dangerous and deadly as warfarin, and saying that if you're on this drug, that you should not take this essential nutrient because there are over 120 foods and supplements already identified that warfarin interferes with or interacts with.
Flaxseed oil intake should be halted in those having surgical procedures.
We would argue that surgical procedures should be avoided at all possible costs, that the vast majority of surgeries performed are unnecessary, that nutritional adjustments should be taken seriously before any surgery is scheduled, and, most importantly, if a surgery is undertaken, a medical doctor is the last person whose opinion should be taken on what to do nutritionally after the surgery. Obviously, their advice, if it was heeded or not, failed to prevent the surgery. The person cutting you open is not trained in nutrition. The person recommending being cut open is likely not trained in nutrition. We do hear this all the time, by the way. People are told not to take fatty supplements, basically, particularly vitamin K and essential fatty acids. The body needs these nutrients to control blood viscosity. The medical opinion is to dissuade you from consuming anything that could interact with the drugs they have put you on during or after surgery. But again, this equates to telling people not to eat healthy fatty foods after surgery. I have never heard that advice from a medical doctor. People are told to avoid supplements, not eggs or beef.
Flaxseed oil may cause mild gastrointestinal symptoms, such as diarrhea.
I'll take that over surgery. In practice, if a human is not absorbing supplements, potentially signified by diarrhea, digestive enzymes, especially those containing bile salts, usually make a big and fast difference. This is another example where supplementing with something we are already supposed to have enough of, digestive enzymes and bile salts, yet taking them creates desirable, predictable results.
Because they are not legally obligated to do so, Wallach & Co. will make no attempt to warn consumers of these potential adverse effects.
All of this information is public. We encourage people to research and make informed choices about what they put in their body and what to avoid. If someone gets diarrhea from a new supplement, it is probably temporary, regardless, and they can always lower their dose, discontinue if it's an actual food reaction, or they can follow our normal advice to improve digestion and absorption. This advice is, in no particular order, salt all food to taste, stay completely away from gluten, use digestive enzymes temporarily, containing both bile and a chloride compound such as betaine hydrochloride, along with the enzymes. And I would personally also recommend using diatomaceous earth for 1 to 3 months. There are other things that can be done, such as increasing dietary and supplemental probiotics, but the first 3 things on the list should make the biggest immediate difference. By the way, one way to tell that there is a problem with an oil supplement is if the person burps and tastes the fish or flax or whatever it is. That's not supposed to happen, and it's a sign that the stomach is not acidic enough. Both salt and betaine hydrochloride contain chlorine, which the body uses to make stomach acid.
Likewise, there are several potential adverse reactions associated with borage oil, which no doubt Wallach & Co. have no motivation to warn customers about.
Information about borage oil typically pays no attention to whether the oil has been oxidized or not, or how the oil was produced. These are the most important factors, in my opinion, when determining the quality or effect of any oil product. Wallach is not promoting oxidized oil supplements.
These include pregnant women and nursing mothers should avoid using borage oil supplements. Those with a history of partial complex seizure disorders, such as temporal lobe epilepsy, should avoid using borage oil. Likewise, those with other types of seizure disorders and schizophrenics who are being treated with certain neuroleptic drugs, which may lower seizure threshold, should avoid using borage oil.
We do not believe that these people with brain and neurological disorders should avoid fats. We do agree that they should avoid all liquid oils and only supplement with products where oxidation is prevented. Above there was a reference to a textbook that is not subscribed to widely, which is likely why the information is not required on any borage oil label, or any oil label for that matter, be it a cooking oil or a supplement. The information hasn't been widely demonstrated or accepted.
Because of possible antithrombotic activity of borage oil, those with hemophilia or other hemorrhagic diseases and those taking warfarin should exercise caution in the use of this supplement. Borage oil supplementation should be halted before any surgical procedure.
This has already been covered for flax.
Because of its possible inhibition of lymphocyte function, those with immune deficiency disorders, such as AIDS, should exercise caution in the use of borage oil.
If someone has AIDS, they should definitely not seek the treatment of a medical doctor. Track records and scorecards are useful.
Borage oil may cause gastrointestinal symptoms such as nausea, vomiting, flatulence, diarrhea, and bloating. Similar to evening primrose oil, borage oil may precipitate symptoms of undiagnosed complex partial seizures and should be used, if at all, with extreme caution in those with a history of seizure disorders or those taking drugs that lower the seizure threshold. In addition to these concerns, there is some evidence to suggest that flaxseed oil could promote prostate cancer.
I agree that oxidized oils could contribute to cancer.
In vitro, the fatty acids linolenic acid and linoleic acid found in flaxseed oil were found to promote the growth of prostate cancer cells, whereas EPA, a type of fatty acid found in fish oil, did not. Furthermore, animal studies have revealed that rats fed flaxseed oil had increased testosterone levels and a higher rate of prostate cell proliferation.
Was this oil oxidized? Note: laboratory rat pellets are already containing balanced omegas. Any oil may throw off the balance.
Population studies among men have also suggested that higher intakes of linoleic and linolenic acids found in flaxseed oil increases the risk of prostate cancer.
There are many contributing factors to cancer. It is never fair to finger one compound or lack thereof as a cause or cure of something as multidimensional as cancer. In any case, linoleic and linolenic acids are other words for omega-3 and 6, which are unanimously recognized as essential nutrients. Hence the other name for linoleic and linolenic acids, essential fatty acids.
Most evidence suggests that our intake of omega-6 fatty acids, such as linolenic acid, is too high, our intake of omega-3 fatty acids too low, and that significant improvements in health outcomes could be achieved by favorably affecting this ratio.
I completely agree. This explains our phenomenal results using omega-3 supplements. The omega ratio is easy to fiddle with when you have supplements.
Rather than taking supplements which add to our intake of omega-6 fatty acids, we would probably be better off avoiding omega-6 rich foods and instead include more foods rich in omega-3 fats, especially those found in fish, such as EPA and DHA, which have been found to decrease the risk of heart attacks, instead of the omega-3 linolenic acid found in flaxseed oil.
Agreed, though there is no fundamental difference between supplementing with omega-3 and eating foods rich in omega-3. In fact, this was the issue of dispute in one of Dr. Wallach's lawsuits against the FDA. He sued them so that everyone could legally say that supplementing with omega-3 has the same health benefits as eating it in food. I personally find it inconvenient and expensive to try to get enough omegas from food where I live, especially omega-3, as this author correctly points out that our food is quite imbalanced. Next section.
Manganese toxicity. Another component of Wallach's pig pack is a product called Ultimate Glucogel, which contains 500 milligrams of glucosamine sulfate, gelatin, which is an incomplete protein used as a thickener in foods which Wallach falsely claims can be used to treat arthritis, and 10 milligrams of manganese.
We do not claim to treat arthritis, or any disease for that matter. A basic axiom in holistic healthcare is that we treat humans, not diseases. We give a human the basic nutrition it needs to support and promote maintenance and repair in an attempt to optimize the structure and function of the organism. If a human has cartilage issues, tendons, ligaments, connective tissue issues, then they must consume cartilage, connective tissue, derivative compounds, i.e. glucosamine sulfate, chondroitin sulfate, gelatin, bone soup. This is really simple. Joints are made of stuff, and you must consume that stuff some way, somehow, to repair them. In holistic practice throughout the world and history, this is known as like cures like. It is how we cured bone and joint problems in animals 1,000 years ago, by feeding them bones and joints.
Wallach and co. recommend taking 4 of these capsules daily.
I personally take up to 8. I would recommend it to anyone, especially someone with a bone or joint issue.
Which would equate to 40 milligrams of manganese per day. Another component of Wallach's Pig Pack is a multivitamin and mineral supplement which customers are advised to take 6 per day, a recommendation which would exceed the amount of selenium that the Therapeutic Goods Administration deems safe, which is why the 6-a-day recommendation is not printed on the label but given in person.
Selenium is one of the most important and interesting of the essential minerals. The safe limit is very clearly above 500 micrograms daily, as believes Dr. Schrauzer, the guy who determined the essentiality of selenium in 1957. I personally aim for 1,000 micrograms daily, or 1 milligram, on Dr. Wallach's recommendation.
Each multi contains 1 milligram of manganese. Taken all together, a daily dose of Wallach's Pig Pack would be providing 46 milligrams of manganese, a level that is more than 4 times the tolerable upper limit, the absolute maximum level deemed to be safe in adults.
Interesting that the thousands of people who have taken this level regularly for many years have not contributed to any data of such toxicity.
The physician's desk reference warns,
Note, Dr. Wallach positions himself firmly against the medical establishment, and neither he nor I give any credibility to this reference.
pregnant women and nursing mothers should avoid intakes of manganese above the upper limit of the established safe and adequate daily dietary intake, which is 2 milligrams per day to 5 milligrams per day. Manganese toxicity is unlikely to manifest until many years after toxic exposure.
These years have gone by. Dr. Wallach has been practicing since 1982. This toxicity has not manifested. If it had, it should be easy to find.
Mine workers exposed to high concentrations of manganese dust developed what is known in the mining villages of northern Chile, where this disorder has been found, as manganese madness. In the latter stages of this disease, symptoms similar to those of Parkinson's disease are observed.
This dust is not plant-derived colloidal manganese. There is no comparison between the two compounds.
Furthermore, manganese can accumulate in the liver and may damage hepatic tissue in those with liver disease.
Key word, may. This is a common argument. Don't take minerals. They may accumulate. We are made of minerals and run off minerals, structure and function. This accumulation, if it really is something to be concerned about, has apparently no negative consequence. Meanwhile, the consumption of these minerals have fantastic positive effects on the humans. Everyone is free to make their own choices.
If the potential benefit of massive doses of manganese were worth the risk, then this advice may not be all that bad. However, the potential benefit is very small.
This entirely discounts everyone who has been helped by these doses. I personally feel that it was well worth the risk to try a product for 6 days and get rid of my lifelong pain and list of other problems. I think the benefit was massive. I wonder if this author has ever suffered with a debilitating disease. I wonder if he was born disabled, told that he would never walk or run. I wonder if he has ever seen someone overcome something like this. We tend to deal with people in pain. We try to help them, any way we can. When people are in pain, they will often try many things to get out of it. Some may be risky, but the risk is indeed relative to the reward. Someone in chronic pain has very little to lose, and very much to gain by attempting to get out of it, despite what this author believes.
Only one human trial has ever found benefit in osteoarthritis, which revealed a modest improvement among subjects taking a combination of glucosamine, chondroitin, and manganese.
That modest improvement probably translates to a lot of relieved pain in the humans actually suffering with this disease. I do not believe that a modest improvement should be discounted, especially considering that this result was attained using only 2 of the essential minerals, sulfur and manganese.
Glucosamine and chondroitin have demonstrated clinical efficacy in the treatment of osteoarthritis.
Great.
And there is no evidence that these substances taken with manganese are any more effective than when taken on their own.
Even if there were no benefits, there is no demonstrated harm. This author is trying to have it both ways. First by having us believe that manganese may be toxic, and now that it may be useless. If it is toxic, then surely it does something, and it is strange to see the paragraph end by relieving manganese of its power. Next section.
What about the testimonials?
Yeah, what about the testimonials?
No snake oil scheme would be complete without testimonials, i.e. anecdotal evidence. When I was evicted from Wallach's lecture, I was on my way home when I stopped into a McDonald's across the street where I saw a woman with young children holding a plastic bag with Wallach's products in it. I started talking to her about the lecture, and told her that Wallach's claims were lies, to which her only response was, "But what about all the people who say they got better?" Unfortunately, to many people, the notion that one magical product can prevent, treat, and cure all diseases may not be as obviously silly as it is to others.
Dr. Wallach has never even made an allusion to a notion that any one product could cure all diseases. This strawman is used over and over in this article. The last section was talking about the pig pack, which is more than one product. Clearly the author understands that Wallach and longevity distributors are not selling one product. He definitely knows this. He is just using strawman after strawman, easy targets to knock down.
Additionally, over the past couple of years that my website has been exposing Wallach's lies, despite explaining in detail why Wallach's claims are false, these details seem to be completely overlooked by the majority of people who contact me with hate mail, somehow ignoring the fact that Wallach's stories about the real causes of disease are lies, but instead insisting that I am wrong because they took Wallach's products and were cured.
It seems pretty clear-cut. Dr. Wallach is telling people that they can heal themselves. They take his advice and they heal themselves. That would seem to be enough to satisfy the average consumer. Every argument in this article completely overlooks the very obvious health results in the people using Wallach's programs. This article is irrelevant to the people who have already healed themselves, and it is entirely unhelpful to anyone looking for answers. Wallach is saying that there are answers and practical applications of those answers. This article is just saying, no.
When they tell me this, I usually reply with words to the effect of, "I have no doubt, but if Wallach's magical minerals worked, why do you think he needs to tell so many lies in the process of selling them?"
Wallach tells people about the habits of long-lived humans, typically primitive, the habits of short-lived humans, doctors, athletes, billionaires, etc. His protocols do work as a matter of plain fact. He uses a variety of points to change people's perspective on healthcare. Also, again, Wallach does not even sell products. His message would be relevant without products, and he has been giving this message long before there were any products. On a deeper note, this author is repeatedly accusing Wallach of lying solely about academic issues. It is one thing to say you had an apple for lunch when you really had an orange, but it is another to call someone a liar for subscribing to a different belief about the nutritional benefits of the fruit. I would not consider someone a liar simply because they fell on the other side of an intellectual argument. Let's use another controversial issue as an example. What really happened on 9/11? There are typically only three categories of opinion on this issue. 1. It was an inside job. 2. It was foreign terrorism. 3. The individual being polled either doesn't care or is exhausted trying to parse the truth out of the gibberish. Each side is typically examining the same basic data, yet reaching different conclusions based on their interpretations. Such issues tend to produce diametrically opposed viewpoints, yet the initial data is always the same. Both sides have chosen to focus on certain points and disregard certain sources of information. None of these people need be liars.
After asking this question, most people will simply tell me that they do not understand all the complexities of the scientific issues Wallach talks about, lies about, and that all they are concerned with is the fact that his products work. Everything else is irrelevant.
I agree. It's nice to know why or how something works, but it is not necessary to the end game of healing. You don't need to know how your car or phone works in order to operate it effectively.
Sometimes they might even try to justify his claims by saying that they are minor white lies or exaggerations, purely meant to get the message across so that people can cure themselves.
Wallach does an amazing job of staying on point in his presentations and holding massive amounts of data and citations in his head that are able to be laid out and strewn together seamlessly. He sometimes makes minor mistakes. I would not call any of them white lies. I sometimes make mistakes as well, and I would hazard a guess that the reader does too. For instance, several paragraphs above, I cited the fact that Dr. Wallach had been practicing since 1981. I went back and checked and corrected it to 1982. If I were speaking this fact, I would not have had the chance to correct the error right then and there, unless I was called out on it. In that case, I would not consider myself a liar.
Unless you have either skipped the entire section above or have been in a coma whilst reading it, anyone who dismisses Wallach's lies as being minor must be experiencing selective thinking, most likely true believer syndrome.
I do not consider myself comatose, and I read the entire section above carefully and painfully. This article does not even make a case, it just denounces Wallach. I most definitely have true believer syndrome, as I earn my living by helping people get out of pain. If they did not get out of pain, they would not stick with the program, as customers pay out of pocket for alternative methods. The converse of true believer syndrome, in my opinion, would be watching a program produce results over and over, consistently matching the predicted results, and calling it a lie. I call this stupid, or arrogant, and possibly even malicious. The entire following paragraph is a false equivocation.
If you were to believe all the testimonials that are used to promote a product or service,
Straw man. No one is suggesting to believe all testimonials for everything. No one is suggesting to believe everything. We are advising people to do their homework and make informed choices.
you would believe that Hulda Clark has discovered that all cancers are actually caused by a liver fluke found in Southeast Asia, and she has developed a zapper that can kill this creature, thus curing your cancer. You would believe that Alex Chu has invented an immortality device that permanently stops aging. You would believe that Samuel West can teach you how to cure just about all diseases using applied lymphology. You would believe that Jose Silva can teach you how to learn faith healing. You would believe that for $170 an hour, this fat woman can give you psychic readings over the phone. You would believe that a vitamin found in apricot seeds can cure cancer.
I wouldn't discount Hulda Clark completely. Her work is worth understanding. She did die of cancer, so we know there is more to the picture. Parasites and cancers are different things. She was wrong, as many others were and currently are, that parasites are behind cancers.
You would believe that this imbecile is a pet psychic and that magnetic therapy can cure otherwise incurable pain, that John Edward can communicate with the dead, that Benny Hinn can cure you using religious faith.
Clearly Hinn can't do this as reliably as Dr. Wallach, which is why he now promotes Wallach.
That drinking your own urine can cure just about every disease in the book, and that Joel Wallach has really discovered that all diseases are really caused by a nutritional deficiency that can be corrected with his magical brand of colloidal minerals.
It is tiring having to again explain that Dr. Wallach never said that every disease can be corrected with his magical source of colloidal minerals. That one source is amazing, but it is not enough. This is why we have more advanced, sophisticated products. He does not claim a cure-all. He claims a comprehensive approach to supporting and promoting the maintenance and repair of an organism, in an effort to optimize the structure and function and thus give the body its best chance at healing. It is really simple. So simple indeed that it is asinine to misinterpret it so dearly as to proclaim the exact opposite. Rather than saying he has one fix for many problems, he is saying that all problems have the same source and there are many solutions.
Of course, not all testimonials are untrue, but given that we live in an age where claims like Wallach's are certainly testable, and they can certainly afford to test them.
At the time this article came out, there is certainly no way that they could afford to test them scientifically. I would argue it uneconomical for them to do so now, assuming we are speaking of the company Longevity. Further, it is highly questionable whether they would even be allowed to conduct such research legally. Many thousands of people have signed up to test Wallach's claims for ourselves, and we carry all the proof we need.
And given that anecdotal accounts are notoriously unreliable and subject to things like coincidence, natural regression, and the placebo effect, implausible testimonials about cure-alls should be viewed with extreme skepticism.
Yes, they should, and this author should stop equivocating Wallach with cure-alls.
Furthermore, because the people who promote their testimonials have a financial interest in the company, they have a very strong motivation to lie or exaggerate about their stories.
This is probably why every team that I know of, and every nutritional company that I know of, are coached to tell the truth, to tell their story as honestly and succinctly as possible, and not to make claims outside of your knowledge or legal limitations. It is really bad business to lie, no matter the business or the lie.
Described briefly below are some of the reasons you should be skeptical of Australian longevity testimonials. Financial interest. The single most successful way that one of these people can get their customers to buy the products is by convincing them of their own health success.
This author is aware that network marketing tends to involve friends and family. So this author is suggesting that distributors giving their health testimonials are deliberately lying or exaggerating their result to their friends and family. This, in my opinion, is a very large claim. Sharing testimonials is a common way to get someone interested in the products, but most often the prospect is most interested in what will benefit themselves, not the person making the pitch. Stories do sell, but it is not the whole equation. Most people who buy our products do so because they want to feel better. Apprehension and hostility are the most common reactions to the marketing opportunity attached to the product distribution. Customers commonly convert to distributor only after achieving personal success with the program, and yet most are still vocal about their reluctance to sell anything.
For example, at one of Wallach's lectures I attended, attendees were given a bunch of handouts, one of which included a list of testimonials. As it turned out, every single person whose testimonial was published was a major distributor for Australian longevity. It did not say that on the handout, of course. I only found this out after tracking these people down.
This makes sense. People with strong testimonials tend to become distributors. People who fail to achieve results would hardly be likely to testify in an in-house document produced by independent distributors with no sanction from longevity itself. The document presumably was produced to provide positive testimonials, and presumably people who failed to achieve results would not become distributors.
Half-truths. To give another example of how testimonials might not tell the whole truth, when the Today Tonight television crew were investigating Wallach's story, they were told about a boy whose cancer had been cured after taking Wallach's products. When they investigated the story in more detail, they found that the boy had also been treated with chemotherapy at the same time. Evidently, this part was conveniently left out of the testimonial.
We rarely get cancer patients come to us who have not already or are not currently undertaking conventional treatments. This is unfortunate, as it makes our job of helping the person get better much harder. Yet in the alternative health industry, we see an abundance of cases where people are now cancer-free with a mix of strategies. Many of them use conventional allopathic treatment alongside some other healing strategy. Many of them abstained completely from any mainstream or alternative treatment.
Exaggeration. Similar to half-truths are cases where the person simply exaggerates the facts so much it may as well be a lie. For example, one woman openly claimed that she had ovarian cancer, and after taking the product she no longer needed medical help. In reality, she had a benign ovarian cyst, which was not cured. It simply didn't progress to become any worse. Because ovarian cysts are technically a type of tumor, the woman felt she could simply replace the word tumor with cancer. Cancer is a term specifically given to malignant tumors that spread throughout the body, resulting in death if not stopped. This slight exaggeration meant an enormous difference between the facts and what she was claiming.
If this is true, then the woman was indeed misrepresenting her condition. Whether it was deliberate or not is of considerable importance. Deliberate obfuscation, or lying, implies malicious intent. In any case, this article is written against Dr. Wallach. Claims made by anyone taking his advice or products is strictly irrelevant to Wallach himself. Longevity as a company or Dr. Wallach as a human have no direct responsibility for the utterings of independent distributors or customers.
Selective thinking and confirmation bias. Often, after taking a product the person believes will help them, they tend to notice these positive changes, even if they are not there, or pay particular attention to the positive changes, but ignore those which are not.
This is also called the placebo effect, and it is very important to utilize in healing. Pharmaceutical drugs are measured in their effectiveness against disease by being compared to a placebo, or, more commonly in modern times, compared against a similar drug. This is because the placebo itself is one of the most powerful healing agents on Earth. We do want people to think that what they are doing is of benefit to them. We do want them to believe that they can get better. We do want this to engage the body's natural healing ability, notwithstanding any nutritional or pharmacological agents. The opposite of placebo is nocebo. If someone doesn't believe that what they are doing will work, it probably won't. And they probably won't actually follow the protocol sufficiently in the case of most alternative treatments or programs. Further, it is in my opinion likely that believing something is harmful may actually cause harm. Believing you are going to get the flu may indeed make it more likely that you will get the flu, or flu-like symptoms. Confirmation bias is a phenomenon of conscious thought that we as a species would benefit from being more familiar with.
They may often lose their objectivity, becoming so immensely engulfed in their belief that they are blind to logic, similar to what happens in a cult.
This risk exists in any belief.
To give an example, the woman whose ovarian cancer had been treated claimed it was the high doses of selenium she was taking, even though she was taking a plethora of dietary supplements at the same time. When these people are taking multiple products, yet seem to believe that they can pick out the individual ones that were responsible, obviously there is no way that they could do that.
We are recommending that people do take many things to support their body's ability to heal, rebuild, and maintain itself. It is not necessary to describe the specific benefits of specific nutrients unless we are boosting that nutrient or group of nutrients specifically. In the case of selenium, we do single it out and boost it, with its direct cofactors, on top of the 90 essential nutrients. We give the credit for the result to the recipe, not the individual nutrients.
It is a sure sign that they are immersed in their beliefs so deeply that they are not thinking objectively or skeptically, so anything that they say regarding these issues should not be believed.
This seems a bit crazy to me. Many people are immersed in their beliefs. Presumably they are interested in the subject for a reason or many reasons. Immersion in a subject can also expose the aficionado to many different viewpoints and evidence. Being immersed in a subject does not disqualify your opinion on that subject. If anything, immersion is a precondition to expertise.
Coincidence and natural regression. Many health problems come and go, sometimes for no apparent reason.
This is true.
The most likely culprits are conditions which cannot be measured by any other means than to ask the patient how they feel. For example, no scan or blood test will show any difference. This is very typical of inflammatory conditions, pain, mood disorders, and low energy. Often the severity of these symptoms tends to go up and down over time.
True.
Often, when they are at their worst, the patient may be more likely to go out and try some kind of alternative treatment. Statistically, after the symptoms peak at their worst, they generally start to regress after a while. Natural regression.
True.
If this happens, the person may falsely believe that their alternative treatment was responsible, which is probably easier to believe than to accept coincidence. See regressive fallacy.
True.
This phenomenon is certainly not only typical of alternative medicines, but conventional ones as well, which is why controlled clinical testing is necessary.
True.
For example, often people who have an upper respiratory tract viral infection will ask their doctor for antibiotics. Antibiotics will not treat viral infections, but because their symptoms will naturally regress after a couple of days anyway, they will probably believe that the antibiotics helped them, when in fact the cold started to subside on its own.
True.
This fallacious logic is known as the post hoc fallacy, i.e. that correlation equates to causation. Event A occurs and then event B occurs, so the person concludes that event B occurred because of event A. To give an obviously fallacious example of this, if I were to walk under a ladder in the morning, event A, and then go and have a car accident, event B, it would be typical of the post hoc fallacy for me to conclude that my accident was a result of bad luck from walking under a ladder. In reality, the two events were probably not connected. A less obvious example might be if a sick person takes a pill, event A, and they get better, event B. It would be fallacious to assume that they got better because of the pill. This is sometimes also known as the "because I didn't do anything else different" fallacy, because often the person will justify the causative relationship because they believe that they didn't do anything else different, therefore action A must have caused action B. For example, I might have been driving for years and never had an accident. I might argue that the only thing that happened differently this time was that I walked under a ladder. Likewise, people who believe that their treatment was responsible for the improvement in their health assume so because they cannot think of any other influence that may have been responsible. The avoidance of this kind of fallacy is the basis of the scientific method. The scientific method involves a proposal to explain an observation, a hypothesis, a way to test this hypothesis, and an inference or conclusion which is made from the result. For example, if we hypothesized that product A cured arthritis, we could not just believe or conclude that it does without some kind of test. Unfortunately, many people will think that simply taking product A and observing the results is a good enough test.
Unfortunately, science hasn't applied the strategies of animal nutrition to any adequate human research. There is also not much financial motivation behind it. Believe it or not, most research is purposeful. The money comes from a university or foundation or government, and those institutions want to demonstrate useful expenditures. The information that Dr. Wallach presents is not widely known, especially by the institutions that produce research. The single biggest producer of human research are pharmaceutical companies. There is understandably little interest in nutritional research from these bodies. In the nutrition business, we simply do not have the research we wish were available. Dr. Wallach's message in its complete form is not widely known, but there is still quite a lot of research able to back up his specific claims. He uses these studies in his presentations. I hope we are not being asked to hold our breath while we wait for conclusive scientific authority to determine our supplement programs.
Scientists need to use some kind of control with which to compare the results. A control is something which is a test subject which does not receive the treatment. An example of this using animal studies might be as follows. 100 mice are injected with a chemical known to cause cancer. Half of the animals are given a drug, whilst the other half are not. If we had a 40% success rate among those given the drug, it would mean very little unless we had a success rate among the controls, those given no treatment, significantly less than 40%. In humans, however, we need to design a control that causes the subjects to believe that they are being treated.
This is the primary problem with human research, a lack of controls.
The reason for this is that often, if someone believes that they are taking something that will help them, they do in fact experience benefit, even if they were given a placebo, a dummy pill or sham treatment. The success rate among those given the treatment is then compared among those given the placebo. To avoid bias, the test needs to select people at random and have subjects assigned to either group randomly, so that researchers don't place those they know to be more likely to benefit in the treatment group. Furthermore, to avoid researcher bias, even the person administering the treatment, or placebo, should not know which is which. Double-blind. This is the basic design of the randomized, double-blind controlled trial.
It would be wonderful to have proper, rigorous scientific research into Dr. Wallach's formula for healing and longevity.
The placebo effect. Many people write to me insisting that their pain, inflammation, or various other medical problems have improved since taking Wallach's products. Though I hear similar testimonials from people taking all sorts of bizarre things, including urine therapy.
It is true that testimonials dominate our industry, not just our company. It is true that we cannot properly parse apart the influences of each individual's healing outside of a strict laboratory setting, nor can we quantify the full influence of placebo and faith. But we can test whether specific recommendations have reliable results. Many products are given to a lot of people expecting a few to get a result. Those positives are included in the marketing and the negatives are left out. The proportion of people who improved versus those who didn't will always include placebo, and any active therapeutic strategy will appear on top of it. Longevity is included in this strategy, though we expect a higher proportion to get better than on other supplements or programs. We would say that this is of course because the supplements include all 90 essential nutrients and many other beneficial compounds in clever formulas. We could just as easily say it is because they simply work better. This has not been properly researched, as discussed above. It is true that urine therapy is one of the many strange therapies that people claim to have achieved significant results with.
Obviously, there is no way that these people would be willing to accept the possibility that these cures are all in their mind, and that what they are really experiencing is the placebo effect. They seem to think that they would know whether it is real or not. The phenomenon which the placebo effect is a very complex issue, best described elsewhere, so instead I will simply give an example to illustrate.
Many very intelligent people, by my judgment, have approached our program with skepticism. Many have been sure that placebo was the active ingredient, yet they achieved results with their own experimentation, the only real experimentation available to most people, trying it on yourself or people you know. Also, many very powerful and wealthy characters have approached our program with skepticism. Wallach has been publicly challenged with the threat of defamation if his protocols didn't work for the proposed challenge. I have also been threatened with grave consequences if the protocols failed. I have had no repercussions to date.
Recently, the largest study to test the efficacy of glucosamine and chondroitin to treat osteoarthritis was conducted by the National Institutes of Health. Approximately 60% of people given either glucosamine, chondroitin, or both reported a significant improvement in their symptoms and a reduction in pain. This may sound good, but approximately 60% of the people given the placebo also reported a significant improvement in reduction in pain.
Wallach is not claiming that supplementing with glucosamine or chondroitin is the only thing one should do for joint support. Those nutrients are not strictly essential. They are auxiliary nutrients. The sulfur part of those compounds is essential, but there are many possible forms and sources of sulfur, and in any case, sulfur works directly with many nutrients, which is, again, why sulfur is recommended as part of the 90 essential nutrients. There are several minerals directly involved with joint health, and coincidentally these minerals are directly involved in the action of the sulfur compounds like glucosamine or chondroitin. Above, the author just made the case that human studies are unreliable because of their lack of controls. We would take that further to include the problem of a lack of cofactors.
If 60% of randomized people given a dummy pill told that there is a chance that they could be given a placebo still reported that they felt much better, imagine what kind of success rate could be generated from non-randomized. Generally, those easy to believe will fall for such obvious lies. People given a product and not only told about how wonderful it is, but convinced that it works by all the testimonials they will be exposed to. The results of this arthritis study are not terribly unique. Generally, studies wishing to examine the effect that treatments have on pain mood, and other symptoms which cannot be measured by any other means than to ask the patient, have a high rate of success among the controls, those given a placebo. I'm sure that these placebo-controlled subjects believe quite firmly that their benefit was real, as well. Unfortunately, without well-designed clinical testing, there is no way to distinguish reported benefits from the placebo effect or a coincidence.
This is true. Hopefully whatever research is conducted on human nutrition includes the full spectrum of essential nutrients and dietary advice, as we do not expect much more than placebo if we are only looking at individual nutrients, lacking cofactors or control groups who are properly nourished.
When a patient reports a benefit which has been evidenced by clinical testing in the past, then a clinician might be more inclined to consider the reports to be plausible.
Don't believe anything that hasn't been studied and taught in a medical school, is what this is implying. This philosophy hinders any new knowledge from being produced. This philosophy really does nothing for our primary customer, which is a person who has already been through the medical system. The bulk of our customer base was failed by the medical system, but the advice to these people from this article is to circle back around and trust the mainstream medical opinion.
When the claims come about from a treatment or product which has not been clinically tested, then even more skepticism should be used.
Skepticism should be used at all times, but if skepticism prevents action, no results can be attained or measured.
If the claims come about from a treatment which is not only untested, but the very notion that it could possibly have the effect the patient is claiming is not plausible, which is the case with colloidal mineral supplements, there is no mechanisms by which they could possibly treat any disease, then the claims should be viewed with even more skepticism.
We are claiming to be giving the body what it needs precisely because it is missing from the food supply and because disease states resulting from these deficiencies are rampant in our prospective customer base.
No mechanism by which they could possibly treat any disease
is an incredible statement, but it is a tricky one. The only thing that can legally treat a disease is called a drug. A drug must be patented. If something can be patented for use in the treatment of a disease, it becomes a drug. No natural substance can be patented without being altered or added to a proprietary formula. This difficulty prevents any substance other than a drug from claiming it can treat any disease. These are important legal distinctions. Only licensed medical practitioners can treat diseases, because only they can prescribe drugs. So, strictly speaking, this is correct. It is not possible for any naturally occurring nutrient to treat a disease. It is not legally possible, and it is not what we are claiming. We are claiming that the disease is a result of a deficiency. Correcting the deficiency removes the disease state. Remember, the disease is just a name for a group of symptoms. If the symptoms go away, the disease doesn't exist. A lay person might assume that this would mean that the person with the disease is cured. This, again, is not a legally acceptable way of describing the situation. Only licensed medical practitioners can treat diseases. Pharmaceutical drugs are designed to treat diseases or symptoms, not to cure them. So, legally, what we and Dr. Wallach does is support the maintenance and repair of a healthy body. We help people get healthy. Healthy people don't have diseases. But legally, we and any observer can only talk about remissions. A patient is cancer-free after X amount of time, or the disease is declared in remission, perpetually if necessary, or the person no longer has symptoms. In the healing business, our language is constrained by law. This language makes it difficult to understand health challenges. Talking about a cure for diabetes seems to suggest that you catch diabetes, like a flu. We are suggesting that non-infectious diseases are degenerative in nature, related to nutritional deficiencies. The word cure is less appropriate in this model. No one can legally claim to cure cancer, for example. One can declare that they were cured. They can even attempt to explain why. But if this statement is connected to a proposed benefit of a product or strategy for profit by the speaker, then this is not legal. One can say that this benefited me, not that this will benefit you in any specific way. I wrote a book called Fake Diseases to explain all of this.
Anti-inflammatory agents. Unlike most of Wallach's products, such as his all-important plant-derived mineral water, it is plausible that two of the pig pack products may actually exert some kind of pharmacological effect capable of having at least some anti-inflammatory properties.
All of our product packages contain copious and various anti-inflammatory compounds. Many of the essential nutrients are themselves antioxidants, contributing to the healing of whatever is inflamed.
The essential fatty acid product contains flaxseed oil and borage oil, both of which possess at least some anti-inflammatory action.
We also have several other essential fatty acid products. This author did very little research on the protocols prescribed by Dr. Wallach. Weird that this author is now saying the anti-inflammatory properties of flax and borage would be a reason to take our products, but he spent time picking on those ingredients earlier.
It is unlikely, however, that the anti-inflammatory effect of these substances are any greater than that from ordinary non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs, NSAIDs.
Every NSAID has death as a potential side effect, among many others. This author claims to be a nutritionist, and there are many foods, herbs, roots, etc. that are known to have anti-inflammatory properties. Instead of recommending any kind of a food protocol, the author, a nutritionist, recommends pharmaceutical drugs.
Consequently, if the person claims that they are obtaining relief from an inflammatory condition by taking Wallach's products which they could not obtain by taking NSAIDs, then it is likely the result of the added psychological influence that Wallach and his followers' testimonials have had, i.e. the placebo effect.
If the placebo effect is able to achieve what we are able to achieve with Dr. Wallach's products, then this effect is worth paying for.
The glucogel contains glucosamine, which although has been shown to be no better than a placebo in some trials, has shown at least some success in the treatment of osteoarthritis in most studies. It should be noted, however, that the other component of this product, gelatin, is simply an incomplete animal protein used as a filler or thickener, which would have no effect on arthritis at all. Furthermore, most brands of glucosamine are less expensive than Wallach's.
Gelatin is connective tissue. Most brands selling products containing glucosamine do not contain the other key ingredients in that product. In any case, glucogel is an add-on product, not part of the core 90 essential nutrients. Connective tissue support, or sulfur compounds like glucosamine, can come in many supplemental forms and in foods. Next section.
Gelatin, cartilage, and arthritis. During his Dead Doctors Don't Lie presentation, Wallach refers to a study which found that chicken cartilage cured arthritis. The study to which he was referring involved patients with rheumatoid arthritis, an autoimmune disease that is very different and less common than osteoarthritis, which is caused by wear and tear on the joints. Wallach conveniently didn't mention this.
Dr. Wallach never claimed himself that chicken cartilage cures arthritis. He read the results of the study, which was discontinued because the subjects no longer had any pain. On numerous occasions he has indeed noted during the presentation that these people were told they had rheumatoid. Arthritis is inflammation of the joints. It can be called many different things. Both rheumatoid arthritis and osteoarthritis and all the bone and joint problems have the same deficiencies involved.
The researchers wanted to see whether type 2 collagen, a protein derived from articular cartilage, could act as an autoantigen, which could consequently interfere with the immune system's ability to attack its own tissue, which is what happens in an autoimmune disease. Wallach suggests that consuming cartilage simply rebuilds the damaged cartilage. This may sound good to a vulnerable audience, but it simply doesn't work like that. Nothing has ever been shown to rebuild cartilage, in any animal or human.
The specific point made by Wallach is that consuming what the body needs to repair itself allows the body to repair itself. It is not the product doing the work. To the point of cartilage never having been shown to repair itself, this is actually true and also ludicrous to me. There are so many cases of cartilage repair that it baffles me that it is not common knowledge, at least in the fields who deal with cartilage issues, both disease and injury. I have personally been involved in several altercations with various health professionals who vehemently oppose the idea of healing cartilage. They say it can't be done, but it can. We have many examples, many documented cases. This evidence is dismissed as anecdotal or as a lie. This is strange to me, given that cartilage doesn't seem to be as serious an issue as diabetes or cancer, yet it is accepted that many factors contribute to improvement in these diseases. But it is taught in medical schools, chiropractic schools, and many holistic schools that cartilage cannot be repaired. Well, people do it all the time, even without our products.
This particular study found a decrease in the number of swollen joints in subjects given the collagen than in those given the placebo for 3 months. Unlike Wallach's assertion, only 3 of the 60 subjects had complete remission of symptoms. The fact that type 2 collagen may reduce the autoimmune response in RA was significant, so, as is the case with all scientific development, this treatment was tested several times to see if the same result could be achieved. Another small study in London found modest improvements in rheumatoid arthritis symptoms among subjects given type 2 cartilage for 6 months. Another study among RA patients conducted in Berlin found that 7 out of 30 subjects given a high dose of collagen and 6 out of 30 subjects given the low dose of collagen reported improvements, compared to 4 out of 30 given the placebo, who reported improvement. Overall, however, there was no significant difference in terms of response to treatment between all three groups. In another 6-month study in Italy involving rheumatoid arthritis patients, there was no statistically significant difference in outcome between the subjects given the collagen and those given the placebo. The authors concluded, "Our study seems to show that the oral treatment of rheumatoid arthritis patients with chicken C2 is ineffective and results only in small and inconsistent benefits. Furthermore, our results raise the possibility that in a subgroup of patients, oral collagen administration, usually considered devoid of harmful effects, may actually induce disease flares." In the largest study so far, 190 rheumatoid arthritis patients were given either type 2 collagen or a placebo over 6 months, after which time the patients given the placebo were actually slightly better off than those given the collagen. The bottom line is that taking type 2 collagen may result in mild improvements in a minority of rheumatoid arthritis sufferers, though will be useless, no better than a placebo, in most, will be far less effective than most standard treatments.
There is no effective standard treatment in the medical community for rheumatoid arthritis or any other bone and joint problem,
and may actually do more harm than good in many people.
It is not explained how consuming cartilage could cause harm. The references above describe a flare in a disease state, but make no reference to a specific mechanism of action. I am not saying that we need total understanding of everything in order to interpret the data, as I have argued the opposite above. But I am saying that the medical world has no clue about any of the arthritises. They don't know what caused or reversed them, and they also don't know how cartilage even comes into play here. These patients are identified as rheumatoid, and this complicates matters. In our view, all of the arthritises are caused by nutrient deficiency, except rheumatoid. Dr. Wallach talks about this all of the time, and this information is in his main books, which the author clearly did not read. Dr. Wallach says that rheumatoid arthritis is caused by an infection with a bacteria called mycoplasma. It is killed with a pharmaceutical antibiotic called minocycline. Obviously, I cannot prescribe this, so people will have to convince a physician to oversee their trial. The infection causes damage in the joints. The inflammation is a response to the damage. Once the bug is killed, the tissues still need to be rebuilt with nutrition like any other bone and joint problem. In the case of rheumatoid arthritis, our recommendation would be the regular baseline 90 essential nutrients, in whichever package or combination is convenient to the customer, but then we would add an excessive amount of connective tissue support, in both supplements and food. So, if someone really has rheumatoid arthritis, we would not expect any significant improvement on just nutrition or added connective tissue, or even both. If the infection is still there, it will still be causing damage, producing inflammation and pain, regardless of what nutrients are ingested. Maybe adding connective tissue does in fact feed the problem. Maybe it excites or feeds the parasite. In the real world, most people who come to us and tell us that they have been diagnosed with rheumatoid arthritis, we assume it's a misdiagnosis. We do this for two main reasons. First, there is no complete correlation between an autoimmune disease, particularly rheumatoid arthritis, and the antibodies or other metrics a doctor will be looking for. In other words, some people are told that they have the disease, but they don't have the markers. And some people do not have any disease, but they are told they have the markers. It is not directly correlated, and all doctors know this. Since we know the markers and the symptoms don't line up, we don't rely on the markers, or the diagnosis that follows. The second reason, following the logic of the first, is that most people telling us that they have RA do in fact improve on our regular advice. Many completely lose their symptoms, all the way down to bone density tests from their doctors. If they improved without an antibacterial protocol, then it wasn't really rheumatoid. It was just regular arthritis, inflammation caused by nutrient deficiencies and inflammatory foods. We find it important to start people with nutrition, because if they improve there, then we don't need to do anything else. There is no need to subject someone to antibiotics if it's not an infection. And even though we do have variable success with actual RA and herbal antibiotic products, I would still rather avoid that if we can. It's an extra expense and an extra risk, for no reason, as plant medicines do carry risks like any other medicine, though usually much less dramatic than a pharmaceutical. If they do not improve over a matter of weeks or months, then we would consider the microbial option.
I don't have a problem with people trying things like this so long as they make an informed decision about it, though Wallach deliberately distorts the truth to offer false hope to many people suffering from osteoarthritis, a completely different disease, in order to make money from their desperation and vulnerability.
We are strongly promoting the idea that people are customers of a monopolized medical marketplace. It is their choice whether to go to a doctor or not, or to take anyone's advice. We do offer hope. Many of our customers have been told that there is none. We also offer all the information for free, without appointment or prescription, which people can use to their benefit immediately without buying anything. Wallach also speaks for free, and does the longest running health talk radio show in America for free. 2 radio shows, 5 times a week, 2 hours a day, for free. The least we can offer is hope. Osteoarthritis shares the exact same pathogenesis with all other bone and joint problems, with the exception of rheumatoid arthritis, which the rheumatoid component is explained by Dr. Wallach as being an infection with mycoplasma. The inflammatory and degenerative result of the infection is the same as the strictly nutritional bone and joint diseases. We make money mostly on reorders. People don't tend to reorder unless they get results. Residual income is the primary pitch to people in our type of business, with distribution based on a multi-level marketing compensation plan. We do not get residual income if the customers do not order residually. We could potentially make some money off of people buying in desperation, but we wouldn't get continued return on the effort if those people didn't continue. Without results, they won't continue. People enter into this type of business partially because it allows them to earn without continuing sales. If we had to sell for every dollar we made, first of all, it wouldn't be a pyramid scheme. Secondly, it would demand that we continue working. The pitch of the residual income is to work less. It would be exhausting for any company to rely on desperate purchases. It is much more reliable to provide an actual value. Next section.
Wallach & Co. citing studies. Wallach and his company deliberately target people with little or no scientific background who are easy to mislead when it comes to matters of science.
Longevity, the product production and distribution company, doesn't target anyone. As a network marketing company, it relies on network marketing. It doesn't spend any money on marketing. It doesn't run commercials or billboards or ClickFunnels or pay influencers to promote their products. The independent distributors themselves do the marketing, in whichever way they can legally manage. Wallach speaks where he is asked to speak. He doesn't really care, but he prefers larger audiences. I once got him on a call to Saudi Arabia to 10,000 listeners. His only question was whether it would be acceptable for him to use any Arabic phrases he knew in thanking his hosts. We don't ship product to Saudi Arabia. We can't sign up distributors in Saudi Arabia. It's done for the awareness itself. It is likely that the large majority of his audiences are hosted by longevity distributors, not the company itself. The people doing most of the targeting are the independent distributors. I am an independent distributor. I certainly choose who is best to spend effort talking to about these matters, especially when it comes to them selling products or enrolling people. This is called targeting. Some people I don't bother with. Other people would. They have a different target. Some people target disabled people. After all, they have the most to gain from the program. They also tend to have less money. Some people target rich people, irrespective of their attention to health. Some people target athletes, small business owners, other multi-level marketing professionals, personal trainers and gyms, chiropractors. P.S. I think the best group to target in any network marketing business seems to be upper middle class, middle-aged women with grown kids and a working husband. No one in network marketing that I have ever heard of deliberately targets dumb people, as this article implies. Dumb people are not the norm. They are the outliers. The average person is perfectly capable of interpreting information, of making informed decisions, and following straightforward nutritional protocols. They are capable of learning Wallach systems and teaching them to others. The average person is not easy to sell on the ideas Wallach promotes. It is not easy to sell them supplements. Many products are much easier to sell. Many businesses are easier than network or multi-level marketing, but the effort is worth it when the stars align. We come across dumb people. We service them. We answer the phone. We offer all the same information and accountability, but it would seem foolish to invest too much time into someone of limited capacity. I personally want high-capacity people. This may sound rude, but this is appropriate in any business. Every business must choose their target markets wisely. Before almost every presentation, Dr. Wallach asks if there are any healthcare professionals in the audience. Doctors, nurses, acupuncturists, massage therapists, scientists, chiropractors, anesthesiologists, engineers, and surgeons are among the professions I've seen declare themselves. Some of them ask questions. They tend to ask good questions. I've never seen a medical doctor stay for the entire lecture or Q&A, or ask a single question actually, but it has happened on record. The point is that there are more than one type of person that comes to a Dr. Wallach lecture, or any alternative health lecture. Sometimes people do show up to challenge Wallach. Sometimes people are desperately looking for something to help them with their health, or their daughter or husband, etc. In my opinion, people are basically smart. In my experience, people are generally skeptical, and do scrutinize what Wallach and I say. They do or do not look into it, and they make a decision to try it or not. It is demeaning to assume everyone who purchases a supplement from us to have little or no scientific background. Firstly, you don't need a scientific background to avoid certain foods or to take powder, pill, or liquid supplements. It's not brain surgery. I've seen very mentally challenged people grasp the underlying points to what Wallach is saying, ask how to do what he is saying, and do it. Secondly, we do speak to and sell to many people who have an extensive scientific background. Wallach himself has an extensive scientific background. I have some myself. I've seen many smart, professional, rich people take a long research journey and buy a product 2 years later, and I've seen some of those same types instantly convert to the Wallach way of seeing it.
Most people have little understanding of how scientific methodologies are used to establish cause and effect, and it would be a very long and boring explanation to describe it in more detail.
It is long and boring to parse apart scientific literature and popular understandings of health and nutrition. You have to trace the origin of certain ideas. You have to look at statistics. You have to look at case studies. It's laborious. It can be tedious. Dr. Wallach's lectures are long, and they never comprise all of his information. His books are long, most of them. The process of anyone really understanding the details of his message is a long process. I still call him to ask questions I don't know the answer to. But again, one doesn't need to fully understand it to start applying the basic lifestyle recommendations. Most people in the audience at these health lectures tend to already be doing some of the things on the list.
Suffice it to say, we need to look at all the evidence, not just part of it, before we make a conclusion about something.
This is a false argument. You don't need to know all of the information before taking action. If governments had to do this, nothing would ever get done. In many fields, the amount of data is practically boundless. By the time you've completed your homework, the next round of journals has been released. You can literally research your entire life away without doing anything. There has to be a point when you've digested enough to make a decision. There has to be a point when your shoes are tied and you're ready to go. When giving a sales presentation of any kind, I have been taught, wisely, to stop and ask the listener if they have heard enough to make a decision. Many times they have. They're ready to start. They don't need to hear more. Time is too valuable to listen to more than is necessary.
The simplest way to study the effects that food substances have on our health is to do so in the laboratory, either by inoculating cell cultures with food extracts.
We consider there to be very little value in cell culture studies. The human body is far more complicated than laboratory cells.
Or by feeding them to rodents who have been either genetically bred to have a disease condition similar to that experienced in humans, or exposed to conditions enabling it to become diseased.
Animal research is much more valuable. But the simplest way for you to find out what foods are bad for you is to test yourself. It is most definitely not the easiest way to optimize your health by way of animal experiments. A rat or monkey might do quite well on foods that offend you. Another human, for that matter, might have much different food sensitivities. We promote doing food journals, elimination diets, and possibly hair or blood analysis to determine food sensitivities. And we recommend digestion support, which tends to remove most food sensitivities.
These types of studies are cheap and easy.
Proper animal research is neither cheap nor easy. Stocking and staffing facilities to carry out the research is neither cheap nor easy. Participating in the research, by way of acquiring credentials, is neither cheap nor easy. Costs have only increased with time, which is why replicating Dr. Wallach's major National Institutes of Health study is now cost prohibitive.
But what happens in the laboratory rarely happens the same way out in the real world.
Agreed when it comes to food and individual nutrient deficiencies. If this author knows this, then why is he recommending that we undertake science rather than try out some supplements or food recommendations?
For example, some time ago I tested the effect that cocoa extract would have on leukemia cells. As it turns out, it inhibited their growth and affected their shape, in a way, suggesting it was killing them through necrosis. This certainly doesn't mean that chocolate is a cure for cancer, as many other things, including urine, would also inhibit cancer growth in cell culture studies.
This is an example of why cell culture research is not that valuable.
A better way to establish what effect certain foods, supplements, or drugs have on our health is to look at population studies, epidemiology, which compare the lifestyles or people who got a disease with those who didn't.
This is a big part of Wallach's presentations. He's written one book dedicated to the subject, Immortality.
The most sophisticated method, however, involves controlled trials, which involve giving subjects either a medication or diet for a certain amount of time and monitoring the effects compared with those given a placebo or control diet.
This is exceedingly difficult to do, given that the participants will, to start, have come from various backgrounds. Some will have taken prescription drugs. Some of those drugs will lower stomach acid or cholesterol, and they will fundamentally interfere with whatever else is being tested. Some of them drink alcohol. Some drink 10 cups of coffee a day. Some put sugar in their coffee and some don't. Some smoke, some bake, some work on rotating shifts. Some eat all organic and some eat all fast food. Some have had organs removed. Some of those organs matter a lot more than others. Some people have already developed disease states. They are all at various stages of degeneration in the different systems in the body. These can be remarkably different nutrition profiles, even in friends and families and neighbors. We'd give slightly different protocols to each person, especially given that supplements are dosed on body weight. We'd expect widely varying results if the same doses were given to all participants, as is standard. It is completely possible to adjust experimental doses to body weight. If the full 90 essential nutrients were delivered in proper amounts per pound of body weight and proper ratios according to Dr. Wallach's protocols, we'd expect much better results. If the food and pharmaceuticals were controlled also, we'd expect significantly better results still. This part makes it pretty much prohibitive. Expecting all participants to even just avoid the bad foods according to Dr. Wallach would, in my opinion, be a large leap of faith. Finally, there is no one diet for everyone. We're recommending avoiding a list of foods. There's the vast majority of ingredients left over. We give individual guidance to customers about food. In a proper study, we would have to find out a way to control diet for the best possible results. Of course, we are not expecting spectacular results from research because this level of control is beyond the scope of most research. In animals, we expect each batch of rats to be born perfect, no diseases or birth defects, because the mothers were eating a formulated diet their whole life. The pellets contained everything the rat needed to have a healthy litter, so the rats are controlled from birth. This cannot be done in humans, and of course none of this needs to be done for any human to simply attempt the recommendations. The fact that our best results come from personalized supplement and food programs and individual coaching doesn't lend itself to tightly controlled scientific experiment. The fact that people come to us in widely different states of health or disease or degeneration means that we are dealing with more of an art than a science. This variety is completely acceptable. Humans are free to eat, drink, and smoke as they wish. We are not the ones demanding scientific consensus.
No matter how many studies are conducted, there will always be the odd few whose results are completely different.
This doesn't happen in controlled animal research adding or subtracting base nutrients. The results are completely consistent within species and there will be analogs in every other vertebrate, reliably and predictably.
Rather than picking the ones whose results we like and ignoring the rest, scientists should look at all the evidence objectively and weigh up what the overall evidence is telling us.
This, again, is a fallacy, as it is not possible. It is impossible to examine all evidence in any field of study. Wallach's case consists of biology, epidemiology, chemistry, sociology, economics, animal husbandry, pathology, and even some conspiracy. No one could branch all these disciplines before coming to a conclusion. They'd never finish researching. All researchers must use discernment, which is also called bias. The fallacy would also prevent new knowledge from being attained. One does not need to know anything before learning something, and one doesn't even need to understand something to try it. Most people could not explain how their phone or car works. I have held myself back from commenting on all the spelling mistakes and grammatical errors in this article, which the listeners to the audiobook version of this will not know just how ridiculous it is. I am not a grammar Nazi, but this article has been sitting on the internet with paid AdWords for several years. It looks like it was just whittled out and posted. I don't base intelligence on literacy, but I do expect that one advancing a strong effort to dispute a complicated message would have had enough respect for language to differentiate way, W-A-Y, and W-E-I-G-H. I do also expect some level of attention to detail, since this article is about the details.
When Wallach and his companies actually bother referring to any scientific evidence, as they often do on their websites, they use deliberate selective citation, only mentioning the studies which reported results that fit with their perspective, and often exaggerating the results of them anyway. Wallach does this with virtually every topic, including those I have mentioned thus far, as well as many others. This has led people writing to me and asking me to explain how Wallach can be wrong when he, occasionally, refers to scientific studies to support his arguments. Readers beware. Anytime Wallach attempts to describe any studies to support his arguments, take it with a grain of salt. It's what he doesn't tell you which makes all the difference.
Dr. Wallach's first career was in comparative pathology. He participated in writing 8 multi-author textbooks and one where he was the primary author. That book contains the pathology of over 20,000 autopsies on over 454 species of animals, plus humans, plus the over 10 million blood chemistries and histopathologies. This data constitutes a large body of scientific evidence. Wallach then uses proper peer-reviewed literature, magazines, newspapers, popular stories, and obituaries to further his point with his audiences. He has also written at least 14 books, which have extensive citations and elaboration on his points.
Wallach's company, like most other MLM companies that sell supplements, have a board of scientific advisors made up of various doctors and supposed experts.
Dr. Wallach is one of these advisors.
This is a ploy that multi-level marketing companies use to make themselves and their claims appear more reputable and believable.
This is a strategy that nutrition companies use to produce better products.
In reality, a company as wealthy as theirs would not have any difficulty in throwing together a bunch of people who will agree with anything if they are paid enough.
Longevity is far from the top of the list of successful network marketing companies, or companies in general. Their profits are modest and their budget is very limited when it comes to spending money on credibility. I'm not even sure they have such a budget. I am sure that the distributors who actually drive the revenues would not be happy if the company sponsored figureheads just to make themselves look better. Especially when the company does not promote itself. We promote the company.
This is no different to famous actors being paid to endorse a brand of cologne, or a famous athlete being paid to endorse food products.
It is not on record that longevity has any such endorsement deals. Certain ambassadors, athletes, actors, musicians, are sponsored in a way, the details of which I am not certain. I am certain that they all got a health result from Dr. Wallach's program, and most of them allow this to be publicized only by Wallach himself in the slides in his ongoing lectures. If I am not aware of any payment details for endorsement deals, then I am quite sure that this author does not possess this information either. He is claiming that the company is spending unspecified amounts on unspecified endorsements without a shred of evidence to support this. Next section.
Not everything they say is wrong. On the odd occasion, Wallach & Co. actually say something which is at least partially correct. For example, they argue that omega-3 fatty acids, DHA, and EPA are protective against heart disease.
This qualified health claim was won by Dr. Wallach in court against the FDA.
That folic acid protects against neural tube defects.
This qualified health claim was also won by Wallach in court against the FDA.
And that calcium protects against osteoporosis, though most other things he says about osteoporosis is completely wrong. Basically, they will support any stance that supports the use of any dietary supplements, because that is what they sell.
We promote supplementation as a general rule, and Dr. Wallach's products specifically. Of course we are going to use information to back our claims. Of course this requires selection, just as anyone wishing to rebut our claims must select to dismiss the information we use. It is not possible to use all information available. For starters, you'll believe that eggs are both good and bad. Secondly, you won't convince anyone to take action. We are promoting action. The information is just the appetizer.
For some reason, some people seem to focus entirely on these issues and forget to mention all the many lies Wallach also tells. If someone tells 9 lies and 1 truth, they are still a liar, though true believer supporters are incapable of accepting the fact that their leader is capable of being dishonest. Some supporters even telling me that maybe he just made a few accidental mistakes. The mind boggles, though this is precisely what happens in a cult-like environment. The term I coined for this particular cult-like belief is called Wallachism.
Every human selects which information to believe and which information to present when asked to make a case. No presentation could possibly fit all information on one subject into a lecture. Wallach has a hard enough time fitting his very selected slides into an hour or 2. Many different types, ages, and ethnicities of people follow Dr. Wallach's advice. I know many excellent people in the company. This is completely subjective, but it is worth mentioning. Some of the most caring, and the most successful, and the most driven, and the most intelligent people I have ever met were in relation to Wallach or longevity. Some of the most important people in my life I met through this company. this cult. Mentors, friends, partners. I met my wife in this cult-like environment. I consider her to be very smart, very skeptical, yet here we are. There are some very wealthy people who take the products and promote the message. There are some highly successful business people, professional athletes, high-profile celebrities who support Dr. Wallach. I know the cult comment is meant to be derogatory, but in my opinion, this environment supports a high-quality group. I'm sure there's also some dirtbags in the bunch. People of any type can benefit from Dr. Wallach's message, longevity products, or the lifestyle opportunity provided by multi-level marketing. Next and final section.
Others affiliated with Wallach. Wallach's company has attracted a lot of followers over the years, including people such as Gerhard Schrauzer, a selenium researcher.
Dr. Wallach personally sought Dr. Schrauzer's opinion on the humic shale-based plant-derived minerals. Wallach brought it to Schrauzer at the University of California, San Diego, to have it analyzed. Schrauzer has also said on record that Dr. Wallach was a friend and intellectual companion from the time they met until his death. It is a bit underhanded to describe Dr. Schrauzer as a follower of Wallach. Certainly they were on the same level and admired each other's intellect and work. Dr. Schrauzer was also a renowned and prolific trace element researcher, a category that includes selenium. He determined the essentiality of selenium in 1957. He had a long and respectful career, and he does deserve the dignity of being introduced as Dr. Schrauzer, rather than Gerhard, as he was certainly more than a follower of Wallach. His own work parallels Wallach's.
As well as others including Paula Bickel, a dental hygienist.
We love dental hygienists. They're smart enough to get a degree and earn enough to afford supplements.
Edmund Devroy, a gynecologist.
It is great when we are able to exchange with conventionally trained practitioners. We commend any medical doctor who strays from their profession.
And some retard called Bernie Owens who presents a radio show called The Wellness Hour on KSCO AM 1080, which he uses to promote Wallach's propaganda and provide inaccurate health information to listeners and callers.
I just don't think it's good form to call people names. If this person really is mentally challenged, I commend him for hosting a whole hour radio show regularly. I find this section a bit strange, taking the time to, for some reason, announce the name of a dental hygienist who is associated with Wallach. I don't see the point, but I do feel that Dr. Schrauzer was unfairly underrated simply because of his association to Wallach, and this is a very low blow in my opinion. There are plenty of interesting people associated with Wallach, but this author gives us 4 random people, and only one, Dr. Schrauzer, is a relevant figure, even though the author skipped over the relevance. What is the point of mentioning these people? If anything, being associated with someone as respected as Schrauzer would help Wallach's image. And just like that, this rambling tirade ends with a random list of 4 people with no explanation and no conclusion. The author could have mentioned Wallach's association to Nelson Mandela, Andrew Young, mayor of Atlanta, Georgia, who introduced Wallach to many important people, including Mandela. He could have mentioned Evander Holyfield, who most people only know as the guy who had his ear bit off by Mike Tyson, but who had an incredible recovery after a heart attack using Dr. Wallach's protocol. He could have mentioned Danny Glover or Willie Nelson. All of these characters remain in the good graces of the public and have no history of lying or careless endorsement deals, especially when none of them actually endorsed the company. Earlier in the article, the author used Coretta Scott King as an example of Wallach's incompetence, yet a name like hers is proof that Wallach is a trusted figure among high-profile people, which is why they introduce him to other high-profile people, such as King. Wallach is also close with Martin Luther King III, son of Coretta and Martin Jr. We have reached the end of the Nutra-smart article, and I couldn't be happier about it. I don't have any clever lessons to draw here in conclusion. I just recommend that we understand what is being proposed by someone before we read or write a scathing article about that person or theory. I have never personally seen such a poorly executed attempt at defamation, and I am not sure how anyone was swayed by this article, but I do hope that this rebuttal helps clarify the issues. And that's it for this audiobook. I appreciate you guys. This book is available in paperback and hardcover and Kindle. You can find it on Amazon, and you can find it, as well as all of my other books, audiobooks, and links to all of our channels. All of that is on my website, noticebooks.org. And I've written a book called Fake Diseases about alternative health from my perspective in the business. A disease is a legal title that grants treatment to licensed medical practitioners. If a problem does not require medical treatment, it should not be called a disease. Misleading names lead to misleading treatments. This book covers the common diseases and health problems including birth defects, sexually transmitted infections, bone and joint problems, blood sugar problems, and digestion problems. I make a case that cancer, autoimmune problems, HIV, and the new disease are also questionable in their definitions, explanations, and treatments. In most cases, I am not doubting the existence of health problems. I am questioning the way we think about these challenges and respond to them. Definitely get yourself a copy of Dr. Wallach's cookbook. This is basically a textbook teaching you everything you know about how to cook without the bad foods, particularly oil and gluten, and all of the other problematic things on the list. This is 300 pages stuffed full of recipes, every traditional recipe that you could think of, and modern dishes without the bad foods that they're usually made from. And of course, make sure to check out our food page, Notice Foods, that's on YouTube, and at Notice Foods on Instagram. We have a lot of content up there teaching you how to cook without the bad foods that Dr. Wallach describes, and Dr. Glidden's 12 bad foods, all of that, all of the rules that you need to know. And we have experienced chefs and bakers who will answer the questions in those inboxes. I'm very excited to announce my newest book, Everything the Government Does is Bad for Us. And you can get the paperback on Amazon for just $9.99, and you can find the video read-along version or the audiobook on my website, noticebooks.org. And if you'd like to talk to us directly, you can call us. Actually, you can call Judy. She's downriver Detroit. You can call from anywhere in the US, Canada, Mexico, UK, Australia, New Zealand, any other country. You want to email us or send us a DM on whatever app that you want to contact us on. Instagram is super convenient for us. And that's for any sales or product information in those countries, or any distributor information,